Introduction. Passing Through, Part 1, is my autobiography from birth 1932 through 1971, the end of my 5th Vietnam tour, squadron change of command. Part 2, in progress, will complete PT 1972. Although leaving a legacy for descendants was a consideration, my primary purpose in writing PT is to share my spiritual experience with Jean, who has been very prominently present in my life since my birth and following her death in 1949. My facilitating narrative device is a 2027 interview by my son Michael, because it was useful to have a devil's advocate and an alternative to one-sided first-person narration, though adding the possibly confusing complications of a fictional storyline in a factual memoir was a concern. Chapter 2 will hopefully serve to introduce and clarify my strategy. I attempted whole truth recollections, including negative aspects of my history, in the interest of credibility and confession, not justification. Though you will not find divine inspiration for some of my actions, I did my best to balance the gray areas of pros and cons in my choices as I saw them. Although Jean influenced my future in many indirect providential ways and regularly communicated with me through unspoken messages, omens, and agreements, she never interfered with my free will in any manner. For such unique blessings in my life, I have often wondered, why me? For I am an unworthy sinner who has broken all the commandments. Now, thankfully surviving at age 87, I have also wondered for what purpose I was saved. I now feel that my ministry is to publicly share my story as encouragement for others to acknowledge the Holy Spirit within us in whatever form Jesus deems appropriate in fulfillment of his promise. I made an effort to condense PT with simple words and sentences, eliminating unnecessary filler. Nevertheless, because the events of PT entails many strands of woven interaction with those close to me throughout 8 decades, I suggest reading PT beginning to end without skipping in order to keep track of people and events. I highly recommend the therapeutic and nostalgic benefits of writing memoirs to all senior citizens. As a kind of lady once chastised my wife when she objected to hearing one of my tales yet again, said, "Let him tell his stories. That's all he's got." My prayer is that you are in contact with the Holy Spirit within you and will tell your stories too. The Holy Spirit is given as a gift to live in every Christian from the moment of salvation. John 3:5, Acts 2:38. God gives each Christian gifts by his Spirit to be used for ministry in the building up the body of Christ. Ephesians 4:11-13. 1969, introducing Jean.
Hello, Manuel, dear.
No one has called me Manuel since 1955. Why are you speaking to me?
You need me.
True, perhaps. Another difficult time was at hand. Where were you in 1955? I asked facetiously.
I was away. I'm sorry.
Did you volunteer to be here, or were you assigned?
You need me.
Are you someone I know?
Yes.
What is your name?
Jean?
The light came on. My Aunt Jean?
Yes.
The last time I saw her, 1949. I was 16 and Jean was in her early 20s. Less than a year later, Jean was found dead in her Boston apartment with the unlit gas stove turned on. The police ruled it a suicide, but the family believed it was a homicide. Where are you?
Ether.
Defined as an imaginary substance regarded by the ancients as filling all space beyond the sphere of the moon and making up the stars and planets. Will you remain there?
They will slide.
Who are they?
I can't say.
Did you know them when you were living?
Yes.
Is your mother there?
Yes.
Is she one of those who will decide?
Yes.
Has God spoken to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
I can't say, but he loves you all very much.
Did you commit suicide?
No, it was an accident.
Is there a possibility that you will return to Earth in another life?
They will decide.
Was I here before?
Stone Age, Crusades, and 1898.
Can you see my future?
Yes, but you can change it.
Can you influence my future?
Yes.
How?
If I told you, it wouldn't work.
Oh, yes, it would. As you will see, once I understood how her influence worked, it became increasingly easy to recognize Jean's hand in many significant events in my life, without ever once interfering with my free will. This account of my conversation with Jean is condensed but factual as I recall it. My mother witnessed the event and wanted me to persist with more questions. What does it all mean, Mother asked. Two simple truths, I replied. God is with us, and there is life after death. That is all we need to know. I have spoken to Jean regularly since then to thank her for her watchful, loving friendship, guidance, and help, but I had no further questions for some time. Nevertheless, her actions let me know very clearly that she was always nearby. Her messages, agreements, and omens were so undeniable. Life for me is often a matter of following the yellow brick road. Not always easy or without hazards, failures, sorrows, obstacles, and disappointments, but always great adventure. As God watches over fools, drunks, sailors, and children, so has Jean watched over me. She saved my life many times. For those inclined to think I may be subject to hallucinations, I add this note. One day in 2010, I was seated at a table in the Quincy, Florida airport terminal with Richard, a retired FSU oceanography professor who knew nothing about Jean. He suddenly asked, "Can you see the woman standing to your right with her left hand on your right shoulder?" "No," I said, "but I know who she is." Richard went on to describe her as pictured in this book and miming Mom as she pointed up with her right index finger. Later, Richard reported that he regularly saw Jean walking with me at the airport. I will further detail this event and the 1969 conversation in Chapter 25. Reunion. The year is 2027.
Good morning. My name is Michael Sousa. I called yesterday. I am here to see Captain Sousa.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Mr. Sousa. You spoke with me. I am Georgina Estes. Please call me Georgie. I told the captain he was having a visitor today. As you asked, I didn't mention your name. He is outside on the grounds with his wheelchair. As you will see, we are fortunate to have very large grounds with a lake and wooded perimeter. We can't always keep track of the captain, but he doesn't wander away, so we don't get too concerned. He lets us know when he is going to see the wizard, as he says. I see you share the same surname. Do you mind me asking if you are related? We like to keep track in case of an emergency.
I am the captain's oldest son. But please keep that confidential between us, if you will, Georgie. We haven't communicated for many years, and it might complicate matters for him to know who I am just now. I'm sure he won't recognize me with beard, glasses, bald head, plus extra pounds. I'm here to see if he will let me write his biography, so I'll need some time to see how it goes. I'm sorry to ask your cooperation in this deception, but I'll be using Sabino as my last name for now. Meanwhile, please call me Mike, all right?
Of course, I'll see to it, Mike. The captain has seldom had visitors in his 10 years here at Heritage Pines. Just a few old Vietnam squadron pals who call themselves the Pukin Dogs. I wasn't aware of any near relatives.
Oh, yes. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters, by a different mother. Plus, the captain has 10 grandchildren, not to mention several ex-wives.
Goodness, Mike, I had no idea.
Unfortunately, we have not been close or kept in touch, partly because his 31 years in the Navy kept him moving, including 6 Vietnam tours. Then, 3 days after retiring, he set sail for Europe aboard his sloop Wings. He left my life just after I was born, and I've seen him only several times. He and my mother were married only a year and a half and never lived together. So, as usual in these cases, he got the blame. But there are always 2 sides to the story, aren't there? I'm here to get his.
Yes, Lord knows there are always 2 sides. What a shame. I do hope it goes well, for both your sakes. Will you be in town long, Mike?
That depends, Georgie. Perhaps several weeks. I have taken a room at the Waterman's Inn and hope to visit daily. How is he?
Oh, quite well, really, for all his 94 years. He is a bit frail, as you would expect, but trim and relatively fit. He uses the wheelchair around the grounds, mostly as a walker and to have a chair with him. His eyesight and hearing are good. He is doing well on medication for a kidney condition and for slightly elevated blood pressure. He is on his 3rd pacemaker for atrial fibrillation. Mentally, he is alert. His Pukin Dog squadron pals affectionately say he is as grumpy as ever, though they do get on with some hell-raising here. One of them, JB, tends to get a bit frisky with the ladies, but the girls easily keep their distance. I hope you don't mind searching the captain out yourself. We are short-handed, and I like to stay near the office. Just follow the yellow brick sidewalk to the edge of the woods. You'll find him as far into them as he can get with his wheelchair.
It was as Georgie said. There was the captain, well into the tree line in his chair, covered with a Scotch plaid blanket, obviously asleep. But there was something quite unusual about the scene. Either the wheelchair had a very high seat, or the captain was floating motionless in midair, nearly 3 feet above it. It was hard to tell which, since the blanket hung down long enough on all sides to conceal the space beneath him. Not wishing to disturb the scene and to understand the sight, Michael stopped 20 feet away, remaining silent and motionless. But the captain stirred, apparently aware of a presence nearby. Fighter pilot instinct, perhaps. As he slowly awoke, so did the captain slowly descend the space between himself and the chair. He had indeed been levitating. By the time he was fully awake, the captain was normally seated. Who are you? Why are you sneaking up on me in my sleep, just when I was having a great flying dream?
Very sorry, Captain Sousa. I was just trying to avoid disturbing you. My name is Michael, but call me Mike. I am the visitor Georgie mentioned to you.
Well, Mike, do you have a last name?
Mike Sabino, sir.
No need for sir. Call me Captain, okay?
Yes, sir. Captain.
Am I supposed to know who you are?
No, Captain.
Then what do you want with me?
Well, Captain, I am a writer doing research for a book about Vietnam.
What's that got to do with me? You don't look like a writer. What have you written?
Nothing important, only job-related stuff. I'm just getting started with serious efforts.
Kinda old to be starting, aren't you? Not your first career, I take it. How old are you, Mike?
Yes, a late start. I'm 72.
I have a son your age named Michael, a liberal lawyer with no sense of humor. I told him a joke about a spick over 30 years ago, and he hasn't spoken to me since, just because his mother's name was Rodriguez, and he was raised to be in denial. Odd for him to think I'm biased since my father was born in the Portuguese Azores Islands, which makes me sort of spick myself. At least the Navy thought so. What's your daytime job?
I am a retired attorney, Captain, but I enjoy writing.
So let's start over, Counselor. What's this got to do with me?
Well, Captain, I wanted to learn to fly, but never took the time. I sometimes fly with my friend Philip, who has a 1948 Aeronca Champion, and he lets me fly it a bit, when he is with me, of course. Now I am interested in writing about Vietnam-era Navy carrier pilots, as a last of a breed since piloted conventional military airplanes and aircraft carriers are nearly history.
Why carrier pilots, Mike?
I've read that night carrier landings were the most dangerous and challenging thing ever done routinely with airplanes.
True. Every night carrier landing was as hard as the first one. Nothing routine about it for the guy in the cockpit. More tension than being shot at, the docs discovered. You say you want to fly, but haven't done much about it. Obviously, you don't want to very badly. It's still not too late for you, though. I flew my Semango motor glider until I came here. In fact, I still have it in my hangar at the county airport. As they say, it's all in the doing. So tell me why I should spend time with a wannabe who says he wants to write about flying. Anyhow, who the hell cares to read more old war stories about Vietnam? You'll never sell it.
You may have me there, Captain. Truth is, I have lived a very ordinary life. One town, one job, one wife, 3 kids, and retired. Not much adventure. I always hoped to live aboard a sailboat and cruise the islands. So I'd like to know more about what I missed. In fact, I'm not so much interested in Vietnam as I am in the colorful naval aviators who lived it. I'll publish and peddle the book myself if I have to. If not your story, someone else's. However, if it can be your story, I suggest we co-author the book. You'll get the glory, and we'll split the profit.
Yeah, sure, right, Mike. Glory and profits. All I have to do is live another 10 years and then figure out how to spend it all. One more time, Mike. Without the bull, why me? And how did you find me?
Okay, Captain, here it is. When I Google searched Vietnam Navy fighter squadrons, I got over 4,000 hits on the Pukin dogs, even though it appears that the squadron never did anything historic. Name and logo only. Why pursue it then?
Surely there had to be more than a name in bad taste. So I dug deeper on the internet. I finally found a reference to the Pukin Dog Dognet, moderated by SecDog J.B. Souter. I corresponded with him and wrangled an invitation to meet up with him and other San Diego dogs at one of their occasional dinner get-togethers. I don't have to tell you how it went. I was told that JB was in his usual fine form until the management, accompanied by a bouncer, asked us to please leave. One of the lady customers objected to his forward behavior. The San Diego dogs have to change watering holes frequently, so I came to understand the old fighter pilot adage, which earned the Pukin dogs fame for epitomizing, if you can't be good, be colorful. In fact, I would have chosen JB as my book subject, but he says he is writing his own, which I'm told he has been claiming to be doing for 50 years. Another Pukin dog who would have been an interesting subject was Engine Eddie Davidson, but he shuns alcohol and has already written his own books of memoirs and poetry about Vietnam. Plus, I just thought a teetotaling poet was too unheard of for an authentic fighter pilot, especially a Pukin dog, so I asked for JB's recommendation.
Since you may be an elder survivor, and you were back and forth to Vietnam for the entire 11 years, plus have some quite colorful personal history of your own I've heard about, here I am.
Well then, Mike, you will be disappointed to hear that I have written some poetry myself, even had one published, but never a book. I'm not much of a colorful drinker either. Just how long do you think you can hang around this fancy old fart's farm for your project?
As long as it takes, Captain. I'm staying at the Waterman's Inn.
This could take longer than I have left, Mike, so let's just give it a day or two and see what happens. Is that a recording gadget you have there?
Yes, Captain, right here, ready to begin.
There's a bench over there. Give me a push. Where do you want to start?
Tell me about the dream you were having when I arrived.
I told you I was flying.
What type of airplane?
No airplane, just me.
How were you able to do it?
Willpower and concentration.
How high did you go? And how far?
Not very high or far, Mike, because it's difficult to keep my attention fixed on the focused concentration it takes when you're having that kind of experience. Even in a dream, I'm too old to take a fall when someone sneaks up on me. Might scare me to death.
My apologies, Captain. What if you could really fly? What if you actually perfected levitating yourself into the air anytime you wanted, without risk, and could fly as far, high, and long as you wanted to?
Awesome. Close, I think, to what astronauts feel on their spacewalks. Probably very similar to my dreams. No doubt, it surely would be the greatest adventure of my life. On the other hand, there very likely would be severe complications.
How so, Captain?
Think about it, Mike. What if I strayed away from Heritage Pines? Georgie would have a fit. Worse still, what if I was seen in public, an old guy floating around the countryside?
I see your point. It would be headline news around the world, and the media would make your life a never-ending nightmare. So, Captain, I hear you saying that you don't really want to fly badly enough to actually do it?
Up yours, Mike. Maybe you're enough of an ass to have been a fighter pilot after all.
That's what my wife and oldest daughter tell me.
Of course I want to fly, Mike. It has been the dream of my life. But I'm no closer to it than I was 90 years ago, and there's no time left. So I guess the dreams will have to do, won't they?
But suppose you could really do it, in a limited way, in a secluded place, with help from a trusted friend like JB, perhaps.
JB? Good God, Mike, he'd write a book about it for sure. Go on TV talk shows and lecture tours, probably with my pickled remains on stage with him. But of course, he would very soon kill himself, or be killed, autographing the thighs of adoring women.
Well then, Captain, someone else thought it would be very hard to expect anyone to keep secret such an incredible feat, accomplished only once before in history.
Yeah, Mike, and look what they did to him just for walking on water. Anyhow, it's only a dream. A good one, though. Mike realized that there was going to be much more to this visit than getting to know his father and writing his story. He might help the captain to consciously experience his miraculous feat. Perhaps divine inspiration would assist. Meanwhile, there was a long story to be heard.
Have you dreamed of levitating before, Captain?
Many times. It began when I was 4 years old, though not exactly in dreams per se. I had frequent earaches that kept me awake nights. I found that rolling my head back and forth on my pillow would put me half asleep, and I could partially control my dreams. At first, from my bed, I saw myself up in the far corner of the ceiling, in the fetal position, looking down at myself. I learned to elevate myself, not often successfully and not for long, but well and often enough that I came to believe I could actually do it if I believed strongly enough and practiced a lot. It was a special area of my consciousness that was difficult to find and hard to hold on to. To test my progress, I often stood on our bathroom scales and concentrated very hard on lifting myself. But awake, I was never able to get to that special consciousness or budge the dial at all. When I was 6, my tonsils were removed and the earache stopped, so there was no need to roll my head to sleep. Just the same, I kept it up for years because of the flying dreams I could create. Awake, I tried to imagine what it would be like to see clouds from above them, especially during intense summer nighttime thunderstorms. Unfortunately, though, a few years later, I outgrew head rolling and lost the dream control ability. After all, appearing to be shaking your head no is not the thing to do when you're in the sack with a young lady, is it?
No, Captain, that would certainly be counterproductive. So, did you also give up the possibility of actually levitating?
No, Mike, even today I still strongly believe it's possible. But now I have to rely on random dreams. I feel that I lack enough willpower or confidence. Otherwise, I would have accomplished it. I was an insecure only child and an obvious disappointment to my father, who was a traditional dog-face army sergeant. In his eyes, I was afraid of everything, a coward. One day, Father stopped at an airport and said we were going flying in a friend's airplane. It was the first airplane I saw up close. As we walked toward it, I became enthralled with the prospect of my actual first flight. Of course, Father had no idea who owned the airplane, nor did he have any intention of flying. He just wanted to scare me. Instead, it was just the kind of life-changing, divine inspiration I needed.
How did you feel toward your father about that?
Not much, one way or the other. It was the 30s, the Depression was on, and a buck sergeant's pay didn't cover the bills. Mother was a professional seamstress, sewing nurses' uniforms at home. Besides playing trumpet in the 5th Infantry Band, Father played with dance bands and the Portland Symphony. He was also a poker dealer at night, so we didn't see much of him. Still, I felt enormous tension in the house and believed that I was somehow the cause of it. I was already looking forward to my escape from home. Are you sure you really want to hear all this boring ancient history, Mike? None of it has anything at all to do with Vietnam, does it?
Please bear with me, Captain. It has to do with how you came to be a naval aviator. Were you soon able to get that airplane ride your dad promised?
No, in fact, it turned out that he was deathly afraid of flying himself. It was not until after the war, when I was 14 and had saved enough money from my morning paper route for a 10-minute ride in a Piper Super Cruiser at a small grass strip in Columbus, Georgia.
Until then, how was your interest in flying sustained?
Father sometimes took me to the band quarters at Fort Williams. The musicians had fun seeing if I could make sounds on various wind instruments. My first success was a note on a flute, earning me the nickname E-flat. One of the men was a model airplane builder, and Father brought many of them home for me. At first, they were small, carved, solid balsa models. Then there were larger balsa stick and tissue built-up rubber-powered flying models, which I thought too much of to risk flight damage. Instead, I wound the propellers, got my eyeball as nearly inside the cockpit as possible, and pretended to fly inside the model around our small efficiency apartment.
Tell me about your other interests besides flying, Captain.
Girls, God, movies, and music, in that order, Mike.
Girls? At that age?
Oh yes, I was fascinated by them. The first time I saw the nude figure of a woman, I was astonished by her beauty. Her skin was as white as snow and faultlessly unblemished. I gazed at her entranced for a very long time. She was a statue of a Greek goddess, I guess, about 8 inches tall, on the table in our front room bay window. I was about 4 years old. The day after admiring it, the statue disappeared. It was forbidden? I had done something wrong? Of course, my curiosity was set ablaze. Searching for the hidden statue, I found a big, thick, hardbound library book in the hall closet, with color cross-section illustrations of the inside of a woman's belly with a baby in it. Wow, fascinating. No doubt about this being forbidden fruit. I was sitting on the floor inside the closet, door closed, with a flashlight, pondering the medical truth of creation, when Mother opened the door. I don't know which of us was more embarrassed. Nothing was said to me or reported to Father, I think, but of course the book went the way of the statue, never to be seen again, which only further heightened my curiosity. It was time for some serious field study. The first time I recall getting out of that apartment, about age 5, I ran across the street and found a 5-year-old girl to play You Show Me Yours and I'll Show You Mine with. Amazing. Sure beat the hell out of statues in medical books. Soon, I found myself in a circle of 5 more similarly inclined, sinister little boy and girl perverts. The highlight of our evil ways was when we found an abandoned, fire-damaged apartment building nearby, where we reveled in freeing ourselves of all garments and danced about in primal abandon. The end of it had to do with the complexity of buttons on children's clothing in the 30s. Tops and bottoms with suspenders were hopelessly complex, interconnected with way more buttons than necessary, and were primitive hindrances of free expression for a 5-year-old to deal with, to put ourselves back together for home re-entry. Mine was an especially impossible outfit, which defied reassembly, so I came home all disarranged. Of course, as mothers always do, mine immediately recognized what had happened. But to her everlasting endearment, Mother simply rebuttoned me and said nothing about it to me. More than 60 years later, I told Mother the story to see if she noticed or remembered. She had a good laugh and held her index finger to her lips. Shh, don't say anything about it to your father. Our little secret. There were few girls to play with for some time after that.
What about God, Captain?
Father was an old-world authoritarian, raised a Catholic in the Azores. Having married outside the church, he said he was no longer in good standing unless Mother and I converted. But Mother was a New England Seventh-day Adventist, which led to many very heated religious arguments, since both church dogmas preached that their way was the only way to salvation. Mother endured a lot of mental abuse from Father, but she always held her ground on issues important to her. She took me to church Sundays, often read the Bible to me, and taught me prayers, one I still use. Dear God, please hear my prayer this evening. Thank you for a lovely day, for the tasks that I have finished and the time I had to play. Please take away my sins, dear God, and help me to be good for Thee. Bless my family and my friends, and tonight watch over me. I was so well grounded in deep religious belief that I had an imaginary conversation with God when I was 5. He asked what I wanted most in life. My response was wisdom.
Have you had other imaginary conversations like that with God, Captain?
3 that were important. We'll get to those later, Mike.
Sure. Were your parents able to adjust to their religious differences?
If you call not attending church or ever discussing it much after we went to Panama an adjustment, yes. Mother, however, never stopped reading her Bible. She even wrote notes in the margins and composed several poems, though she was far from being evangelical about her religion.
How about school? Was it a welcome escape from home?
Lord, no, it was from the frying pan into the fire for me. It was awful. Right from the beginning, I hated it. I got off to a bad start with a hateful teacher the very first day in kindergarten, and because of my insecurity, I never adjusted well. Ever after, it was them or me, with teachers and the school system seen as obstacles. Because of our frequent moves, I attended 14 schools. Each move meant new curriculums and social challenges. I was an easy target for bullies, and I was academically lost most of the time. I was a slow learner with a bad attitude, a C student. I still have nightmares about exams not prepared for.
Tell me about that first day in kindergarten, Captain.
As much as I wanted to be out, I was too insecure. Mother had to take me by my hand into the classroom and seat me at a desk. This did not go unnoticed by my teacher and classmates. When the day finally ended with the sound of the dismissal bell, I leaped from my desk and started for the door. Be seated, children. I will say when you may leave, not the bell. We obeyed teacher, and the minutes dragged on. It seemed we were to be confined there for the night. It was more than I could bear, and I began to cry. I guess Father had reason to be disappointed in me. Taking the opportunity to unite the other students on her side, the teacher led the class in singing "Cry Baby Cry" to me. From then on, I disliked school, teachers, women, and my peers. I had all the makings for being a paranoid sociopath. I believe that many kids like me suffer permanent humiliation and ego damage from failure to adjust to the school system. There's no escape since school is compulsory, so the result is rebellious social behavior.
Were movies an escape for you, Captain?
Yes, I suppose they were, Mike. I was allowed to go to Saturday matinees on my own. Usually there were double feature cowboy films with cartoons and serials like Superman. I often stayed for 2 cycles. I liked the songs the singing cowboys sang. At home we had a wind-up Victrola and a record of Roy Acuff singing "She'll Be Coming Round the Mountain," which I played many times over.
How long did you live in Portland, Captain?
In 1939, Father was transferred to the Panama Canal Zone. Mother and I moved in with a family in South Portland. There I was given a small black and white kitten to care for and began ice skating after school until dark on a pond with small trees growing through it, very picturesque. There were 2 gangs at school, but since I was a member of neither, I was bullied by both. I spent weekend afternoons at the movies watching films like Frankenstein and Gulliver's Travels over and over until Mother retrieved me. A few months later, we followed Father to Panama. There, the model airplanes reappeared, but then started coming unfinished. That was the beginning of my lifelong model building hobby. I never knew who gave me those models, but he was a major influence on my life. At first, we lived so far off base that I missed almost a year of school, so I had to repeat the 2nd grade. The Army still had some cavalry horses, so I took horseback riding lessons on base. Chubby, my first assigned horse, was short and stocky. The last time I rode him, Chubby laid down and tried to roll over on me, so I picked up on some Army stable language. One day, Father had an alarm clock apart on our dining room table when I left. When I returned from the stables, Father was still working on it when I casually asked, "Are you still fucking around with that clock?" I swear, Mike, I have never seen a more shocked expression on a person's face. Of course, I had no idea what the word meant, but that ended my time around the Army stables. We finally settled into base housing, Skunk Hollow, at Albrook Army Airfield. At that time, Army was flying outdated P-26 pea shooters, and the pilots were doing their best to bang them up. We could tell when there was another accident because cavalry's get back on the horse thinking was to mass launch every plane and pilot on the base. The upside for me was the aircraft salvage yard, where I went every afternoon after school to play in the wrecked airplanes, a big step up from pretending to fly models.
How did you feel about the possibility that pilots may have been seriously injured or killed in those wrecks, Captain? Didn't the reality of mortal danger in aviation affect your desire to fly?
No, Mike, fear of death never occurred to me in an airplane except in the back end of airliners on low visibility landing approaches in rough weather, worrying if there might be some ex-naval flight officer at the controls.
Is that fearlessness usual with aviators, Captain?
Yes, Mike, not only usual, but essential. If fear takes over the controls, that pilot should be grounded. Of course, that does not mean that risks are to be taken lightly. As they say, there are old pilots and there are bold pilots, but there are no old, bold pilots. Flying teaches humility, since there are thousands of embarrassing ways to screw up. The survival trick beyond great gobs of luck is to always be aware of the risks and your own limits. The hair-on-fire Cavalier hot pilots don't last. One of the unique things about naval aviation was that night carrier landings are a great equalizer. Everyone had a bad night occasionally, and all his squadron mates got to watch it on live television.
Yes, Captain. I can see how the challenge and scrutiny would keep egos in check. So, life in Panama wasn't so bad for you?
Not bad at all. My parents worked. It was the big band era. In addition to the Glenn Miller type classics, Latin music was increasingly popular, with stars like Xavier Cugat and Carmen Miranda. Father led the 5th Infantry Band's 14-piece dance band, out front with his trumpet like Harry James, 2 or 3 nights a week at the officers' club. Mother went along to keep an eye on his female singer. I was glad to have the evenings home alone. By her own admission, Mother had little interest in being a homemaker and wanted to get a job. They had a hell of an argument about Mother going to work, but she won out and got a job selling jewelry at the Army Post Exchange. So I didn't see much of my parents, day or night. It sure suited me. My escape was progressing. At night, I protected myself with Father's late 1800s Colt Lightning .41 caliber black powder long barrel 6-shooter with which I fired caps. Father bought the Lightning when he first joined the Army in 1924 from a merchant sailor who said he got it in China. Supposedly, Lightnings were favored by Billy the Kid for its double action and the fit of the grips in his small hands. It felt great in my small hands, too. I still have that pistol.
Let's see, Captain. You went to Panama in 1940. Were you still there when the Japs attacked Pearl Harbor?
Oh yes, we were going for our Sunday drive off base when we were stopped at the gate and given the news. Father immediately reported for duty and was issued 40 rounds of ammunition with instructions to make every one count because that's all you'll get. Since the canal could be put out of commission with a single bomb, it seemed certain that the Japs would attack in order to slow replenishment of the Pacific Fleet, which had just been decimated at Pearl Harbor. If the canal were closed, East Coast shipping to the Pacific would have to sail far out of the way around South America's fearsome Cape Horn.
What was Panama like then, Captain?
Amazing. Almost overnight, everything changed. All lights, including auto headlights, were blacked out. Hundreds of barrage balloons were put up, and searchlights lit the sky. Thousands of Orientals, or anyone with slanted eyes, were rounded up and confined to tent cities. Soon, new P-40s replaced the aging P-shooters. Large rotary ditch diggers made trenches in the jungle for us to use as air raid shelters, which soon filled up with Panama's mud, vegetation, cockroaches, malaria mosquitoes, boa constrictors, coral snakes, tarantulas, scorpions, iguanas, and every other kind of critter known to the tropics.
Was there any enemy action?
One night at 1 a.m., the air raid siren sounded. We scurried off to our jungle shelters, but thought better of joining the critters in the ditches. I'm quite sure, however, that we would have quickly jumped into those shelters had a bomb exploded. Fortunately, it was a false alarm, and there were no other similar events.
I guess you didn't get to play in the P-40s in the salvage yard.
No, but I drew hundreds of pictures of them. It is still one of my favorite warbirds. On dawn patrol takeoffs, they flew so close to my bedroom window, I could wave to the pilots and hear their radio transmissions on my AM radio. Boy, was I ever energized to be a fighter pilot. I strongly hoped that the war would last long enough for me to get into it. But I didn't get into that one or Korea, though I did eventually learn to be careful what I wish for.
How long did you remain in Panama, Captain?
Mother and I were evacuated by troop ship in February 1942 to New Orleans.
Across the Gulf of Mexico, Captain. Weren't German submarines a threat?
If there were any Kraut submarines around, they surely hurt us. hopefully noting that we were all women and children, and left us alone.
Did you and your mother stay in New Orleans?
No, we took a long train ride back to Portland, Maine.
In February, after 3 years in Panama. That must have been quite a change.
You got that right, Mike. The only winter clothes we had were what the New Orleans Red Cross gave us. Mother unraveled a huge wool scarf and knit a sweater for me. It was 40 below zero for a week in Portland, so we hugged the radiators.
It was just you and your mother on your own.
No, we were taken in by a family, the parents, daughter, and granddaughter of one of Father's fellow band members. There were 6 of us in a small walk-up third-floor, 2-bedroom apartment. The granddaughter, Teresa, was a year younger than me.
I'm an only child like you, Captain, so I expect that must have been quite an adjustment for you, to move in on so many strangers.
Not really. As you know, only children get a boatload of attention and judgment from amateur adults who have had no practice or incentive to learn parenting. It was a relief and a blessing for me to blend into a crowd and escape. Fortunately, the Gunnards were a warm, welcoming, easygoing family. Best of all, Teresa and I became close friends.
Was she your first girlfriend, Captain?
Yes, in a way she was, but I was only 9 years old. So it never got past a one-time you show me yours and I'll show you mine. Otherwise, it was just plain good friendship, a brand new and very valuable experience for me. I was quite a few years before I got close to another girl. But what the hell does any of this have to do with your book, Mike?
Please leave the book to me, Captain. If I intrude too deeply into your privacy, please say so, and I'll back off. Otherwise, I'd like to hear your whole story and sort out the book later, okay?
All right, I suppose so, Mike. I assure you that privacy has never been an issue for me, especially now at my age. As my granny said, any publicity is good publicity. I just don't see why anyone should care.
Everyone, no matter how uneventful their lives, has a story that should be told, if for no other reason than family history. Years ago, I saw a PBS TV series production of a very highly praised autobiography that went on for many episodes about a girl growing up on the plains of Africa. The Flame Trees of Tika seemed to have almost no plot at all, yet I enjoyed it very much. It's all in the tellin', my granny says. Don't you agree, Captain?
I'll let you know after I read your book, okay?
Since it's your story, I don't expect you will have much criticism. Do you want to break for lunch?
No, I don't do lunch, but I'm sure Georgie will set you up in the dining room.
I don't do lunch either, Captain. Will you let me take you out to dinner one night this week?
No thanks, Mike. It's too much trouble. They're well set up for me here, and the food's suitable for an old salt who survived Navy grub, so why not join me?
I'd like that, but I'll take a rain check this evening. Since you have agreed to this, I need to unpack, set up my computer, and make some notes.
Okay, Mike. Tuesday is steak night here.
So the food's okay, and the grounds are nice. What's it been like for you here?
Honestly, Mike, I can't complain. As places like this go, it's probably as good as it gets. They take pretty good care of me. Best of all, they leave me the hell alone when I wish it, which is most of the time. Of course, they make all these homes look good to the folks who put their parents in them. Thank the Lord I haven't been a burden to anyone. I'm sure life would have been unbearable hell for all concerned if any of my kids had taken me in. I was in another home for a short time before this place. It was a cross between a hospital and a jail, more like a jail. Of course, it all depends on good management and the people they are able to hire. For good reason, there are darn few people who are suited or willing to work in these places, especially for the low wages paid. I can understand their view. Who the hell would suffer the thankless frustration of working all day, every day, with crazy, decrepit, cranky, fussy old bastards like us? Not me, boy. We sure don't make it easy for them, I can tell you. It takes a very extra special, nurturing, compassionate person to do it right. There just aren't many around, bless their hearts. Some of my fellow inmates are here because they want someone to do everything for them their way, and then bitch about it. Some, like me, are here because they have no choice and bitch about it. It's the aging that's the real son of a bitch. Everything about your body craps out and hurts. Nothing is easy, and you have to rely on others a lot. Most of my life I expected sudden death, so I never planned on aging, not that a plan would have helped. The worst thing about being here for me is that I really don't care to be around all the activities and people so much, especially nosy folks who get in your face like wannabe writers who want to make a buck on your story. As you see, there are no hiding places.
Hey, Captain, go easy on me.
Okay, Mike, sorry, just a sensitivity check to see if you were paying attention. Actually, I'm kind of glad to have you here for this. As a matter of fact, I am a wannabe writer myself, but like you with flying, I just never got around to it other than a few magazine articles and lots of dognet email. I began writing my great American novel about the time JB began his, but decided that while I could, living my story was more important than telling it. A good decision, I guess, since now you get to do all the work.
Suits me, Captain. That's why I'm here. I'm happy to meet you. I'm especially glad that you still dream of flying. As I hope you will see, in return for your story, I have one or two things to share which may be of interest to you. Perhaps an unexpected adventure.
Captain Kidd. What now, Mike?
Back to your story, Captain. Okay with you?
Sure. Where was I?
1942. How long were you in Portland, and where did you go next?
The suicide rate among GLs in Panama was extraordinarily high. So before the war, Army considered assignment there a hardship tour, limited to 2 years. Because Father could speak Portuguese, he was offered a direct officer commission as a captain to be immediately reassigned to embassy duty in Brazil. Father said he declined the offer because he couldn't take his family. However, I believe it also had to do with his lack of self-confidence to be an officer. Consequently, we rejoined Father less than a year later when he was transferred to a band at Camp Van Dorn, Mississippi, then publicly declared the worst Army base in the U.S. We lived in Liberty.
Liberty? An odd name for a Mississippi town. I don't recall hearing of it.
It was a tiny town 25 miles from Macomb, Mike, and you probably haven't heard of that town either. It probably still is a typical small southern agricultural town with a town square, a courthouse, small shops, and a large Baptist church, which I attended. We lived in a second-floor apartment over a vacant store on the square that had been unoccupied for years. Our nightly ritual was to get out of bed, turn on all the lights, bring out the brooms, and swat down the bats swirling around the bedroom, which we put in paper bags on the porch until morning.
Coming to that small town in the deep south, with your big city Yankee down east Maine accent, must have made adjustment difficult for you.
Actually, Mike, the Liberty kids were friendlier than Maine kids. You're right about the accent, though. That and my urban background combined to give some communication problems. In spelling class, for example, when asked to spell calf, I said C-A-F-E. When asked to spell cow, I said C-A-R. I needed speech correction class. We also learned, to our embarrassment, that Easter there was like Christmas for exchanging presents.
What did you and your friends do together?
I learned to fish for perch with a pole at a pond and catfish with a trout line on 7 Mile Creek, where I had a close-up with a water moccasin. My best memory was of my next-door friend Jason and me playing with our combined large collection of toy lead soldiers and associated cavalry and artillery pieces. We reenacted current European battles in my living room with furniture and bunched-up rugs, kids who paid 1 cent for admission, that we had personally witnessed these scenes by sailing to Europe nightly aboard the secret submarine we discovered in an underground waterway far below the basement of the old building I lived in. We called our expeditions The Secrets of S-O-U-S-A. Our excited audience bought our show, hook, line, and sinker.
What great fun! What was your experience with blacks there? I don't suppose you had seen many of them before then, had you, Captain?
No, I hadn't, and in fact, I don't recall seeing many of them in Liberty either. The farms were small and poor, so there may never have been large plantations with slaves there. It's also probable that many blacks went north after the Civil War. I have only one memory of blacks in Liberty. Jason and I sometimes pretended to be on a battlefield at a nearby gravel pit. We strategically located ourselves as lookouts at the edge of the cliff, on the edge of the pit overlooking the scene. There was only one small wood building about 12 feet square, with 1 door and no windows. One morning we saw a middle-aged, stocky black man approach the shack. When he knocked, a black lady opened the door to him. The man entered and the door closed. It was pretty clear to us that these were enemy espionage agents, sharing intelligence and planning an attack. We were sure that we hadn't been seen, so we held our positions and waited for their next move. After a half hour, the door opened, the man left, and the woman closed the door from inside. We waited another 10 minutes before the door opened again, and the black lady left in the opposite direction. We considered reconnoiter of the shack when they were gone, but it was time to go home for lunch.
Aha, I see, Captain. So you young spies had no idea what had actually happened.
Oh yes, Mike, sure we did. It just wasn't the subject for discussion between 10-year-old boys in Liberty, Mississippi in the 40s. Home life was different too. Since Mother wasn't working or going to the O Club evenings, she went back to her sewing hobby. She and I were in the living room, listening to the radio one afternoon during a thunderstorm, when a bolt of lightning shot out of the speaker all the way across the room between us. Gasoline was rationed, of course, so our weekend drives were curtailed. Father occasionally brought his trumpet home to practice, and I was allowed to experiment with trying to play it in the evenings out on the porch. God knows what the neighbors thought of the racket, blasting out across the square at night, but no one complained. Bless their hearts, I hope they didn't think it was my father playing.
How was your Southern Baptist Church experience there, Captain?
Excellent, Mike. I was sent off to Baptist Sunday school on my own, probably because my parents enjoyed Sunday mornings alone. I liked the atmosphere, the people, and the teachings. I fit right in, and it all suited my own religious outlook so well that I stayed after Sunday school for the regular services. I was particularly inspired by those beautiful old Baptist hymns. In fact, contrary to the negative image that many people have of simple country farm folk in the South, life in Liberty was a very warm, positive spiritual experience for me. But it was soon time to leave. Within a year, we were Colorado bound. Very different from Maine, Panama, or Mississippi for sure. Many thousands of troops were training at Camp Carson, now Fort Carson, in 1943. Consequently, family housing was so scarce that we lived in a two-room efficiency motel apartment in Manitou Springs at the foot of Manitou Incline and Pikes Peak for the entire time. I even liked school. I was no longer a C student because school grades were either satisfactory or unsatisfactory. I bet an outstanding teacher and I joined the school band, trumpet of course, though I truly was always a terrible musician, to the point where Father justifiably did all he could to discourage me. There's no future or security in it, he said. It's a bum's life with alcohol, drugs, and drunks in bars and clubs. The only people who can stand being around drunks are other drunks. Only military or studio musicians can have normal lives. Nevertheless, Mike, I love all kinds of music second only to flying. On to other things, though. My friend David and I built many model airplanes. We launched some of our rubber-powered flying warplanes on their first dramatic short flight with lit firecrackers in them. We also had BB rifles and played war in the nearby rocky Garden of the Gods. My misfortune was having an authentic German helmet, so the kids shot at me. Then we got bows and arrows and target practiced until we were ready to go big game hunting in the Rocky Mountains. On our first hunt, though, we encountered a big brown bear and decided that target arrows were not appropriate weapons for bear hunts. At home, I was unhappy. It was a rougher than usual patch for my parents. Mother and I weren't getting along well either, though she was working at the Post Exchange. There were many harsh words escalating from Father until one afternoon he exploded in a rage and declared that he was leaving. To me, he said, "I wouldn't be married to her if it weren't for you." Suspicions confirmed. Father then demanded to know who I wanted to go with. I chose Father. That did it, boy. No more talk of divorce ever again from him. The lasting lesson for me was that all three of us would have been happier if they had divorced. I thought that staying married for the sake of the children was a poor excuse.
Does that explain some of your own marital history, Captain?
The issue did arise. Was it a factor in your history, Mike?
Yes, as it must be in all marriages with children. Judging by the high divorce rate, many parents agree with you. My experience was mixed. I didn't have a father since my mother never remarried. My mother did a good job raising me, but I think that a good male mentor and role model might have saved me some wasted time after high school, as when your father steered you away from music and drinking. When the choice came to me as a parent in a failed marriage, I moved out into an apartment, but the wife and I remained married for the sake of the children and tried to be good parents. I have no regrets, but I do see your point.
It's a damned if you do and damned if you don't matter, isn't it? Either way, though, the biggest mistake would be to go through life with a burden of bitterness or guilt. We can only just keep on keeping on, doing the best we can.
Well, it appears you kept on keeping on with your flying, Captain. Is the Humongo still flyable?
Yes, it is. I have an excellent mechanic who keeps it in showroom shape.
Can you still fly it, Captain?
Could if I had the strength to spread and fold the wings, the agility to get in and out of the cockpit, and a tail dragger qualified pilot with me just in case. FAA classifies motor gliders with gliders, which means you don't need a medical certificate to fly one, or even a driver's license since you can solo gliders at age 14. All you need is a pilot's license, which are issued for life.
So strictly speaking, you're not actually required to have a qualified pilot with you.
Correct, Mike. That's a self-imposed condition. Remember what I said about old, bold pilots? I'm a real old pilot for reasons other than sheer luck.
Couldn't one of your pukin' dog buddies have flown with you?
You gotta be kidding, Mike. Those guys are nearly as old as I am, and they haven't flown in 30 years or longer. Besides, they weren't sober long enough while they were here to even drive a car. JB is the most current pilot. He and I had a dogfight over Quincy, Florida 20 years ago. I flew the Chimango, and he flew my partner Jerry's Super Cub. He was whining, "This ain't fair," as I had him like a grape in the fight. Then he bounced all the way down the runway on his landings, and that's with him sober. At our dinner banquet, Jerry awarded JB a second-place plaque for the dogfight and a certificate of completion for remedial flight training.
Do you think I could fly with you, Captain?
Ham, there's a thought. It would depend on how much of a pilot you are. How long since you last flew the Champ with your friend Mike?
2 months. He let me land it 3 times.
How'd you do, Mike, honestly?
Not perfect, Captain, but I didn't break anything. There was a sporty crosswind which made it challenging to keep a tailwheel airplane on the runway. Still, Philip was happy and said that if he were an examiner, he would sign off on my license.
Ham, as I said, it has been 10 years for me. I'd be rusty for sure, but safe, with perfect weather. As they say, flying is like riding a bicycle.
Let's go out to the airport one day and have a look at your Chimango, Captain. Maybe even see how well I do with spreading and folding the wings. Plus, whether I can get us in and out of the cockpit.
I'll think about it, Mike, but don't get your hopes high. I may well chicken out on this idea of yours.
Sounds good to me. Just say when, Captain.
Most important, Mike, promise that you will not mention a word of this to anyone, especially Georgie. She would be a nervous wreck.
I'm sure you're right, Captain. Now, unless there's more to say about Colorado, let's break for the day and resume in the morning, all right?
That's it for Colorado on this tour, Mike. Father's next assignment was Fort Benning, Columbus, Georgia. So this is a good stopping point for today. I'll stay here for a while longer. Please tell Georgie where I am.
Will do. See you in the morning, Captain.
God willing, 10 o'clock, right here. Georgia.
Good morning, Mike.
Top of the morning, Georgina. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Did you get settled at Waterman's Inn?
Yes, what a nice place.
Oh, yes, it has been a top 10 Chesapeake favorite for over 100 years. The captain is in a jolly mood. Your first meeting must have gone well.
I'm glad to hear that, Georgie. So far, so good. Has he gone to see the wizard this morning?
Yes, he said to send you to the same spot.
Good. By the way, Georgie, would there be a problem for you if the captain and I went into town sometime?
No problem, Mike. It would be good for him to get away. I only ask that you let us know when and how long you expect to be gone. Is that agreeable?
Certainly, Georgie. I'll keep you advised.
Mike saw that the captain was reading.
Good morning, Captain. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Good morning, Mike. No disturbance. I was reviewing the Chimango Pilot's Handbook. How are they treating you at Waterman's Inn?
Excellent, thanks. Nice place and excellent seafood.
Ah, yes, one of the best restaurants on the bay for oysters, crabs, clams, or rockfish, Mike. Most of the local watermen are either related to Bob Walschmidt or are good friends. So you can be sure everything is fresh caught. Plus, Mark, Bob's uncle, is one of the best seafood chefs around. It ain't cheap, but shyster lawyers can afford it.
Easy, Captain. Not all lawyers are bad guys.
Quite right, of course, Mike. It's just the 99% who give the rest a bad name. Do you know why sharks won't eat attorneys?
Professional courtesy. Very funny, Captain.
Well, Mike, you didn't have anything nice to say about the puking dogs yesterday, did you?
Touché, Captain. Glad to see you're reviewing your Hamongo handbook. I hope it means there's a chance we'll be flying.
There's a 15-knot wind this morning and a 30% chance of rain this afternoon. Those outer wing panels weigh 80 pounds, so you don't want to practice spreading or folding them in a breeze or rain. It looks better for tomorrow, but don't get your hopes too high, Mike.
Great! I'm looking forward to it very much, Captain. Shall we return to your story, then? It's late 1943, and I believe you were about to move from Colorado to Georgia, right?
Yes, Columbus, Georgia, near Fort Benning, where the paratroopers were trained. So there was lots of testosterone flowing around town, which brought them into conflict with the cops. No good reason for them being so macho, though. The only requirement for being a parachutist is to be heavy enough to fall out of an airplane.
What was it like for you to return to the South at age 11, Captain?
Good in some ways, near disaster in other ways. At least we were no longer staying at a motel. For the first 4 years, we lived in a 2-bedroom brick duplex on the perimeter of a playground in a project called Baker Village, 10 miles outside Columbus. Father went back to leading a dance band at the officers' club 3 nights a week, and Mother went to work at the post exchange. I was as glad to be more on my own again as were they. I got a morning paper route delivering to 110 customers on foot at 5 a.m., then back in the afternoons to try to collect weekly bills. I walked the 5-mile route until I earned $17 for a bicycle. I was gaining ground toward facilitating my escape. A good part of my route was in a black neighborhood. It was a good experience. They were good customers and accepted me as a matter of fact. Later in my 4 years with the route, my pal Joe Davidson and I were welcomed in their small neighborhood bar, where they sold us cigars and cheap peach muscatel wine, which of course made us quite ill. I had a low digestive tolerance of alcohol for many years after that introduction.
So you had some insight of what life was like for the blacks there then, Captain?
Not really, Mike, just a superficial impression from a white kid's perspective. Blacks were largely regarded as subhuman and were excluded from the white culture, except as a source of cheap labor. Everything, including water fountains, were segregated, whites only or blacks only. Otherwise, blacks seemed to be pretty much left alone in the rural area where we lived, and they appeared to be fairly well adapted to that. They seemed to find happiness in simple ways that white folks are never able to experience as well.
Was your friend Joe an Army brat too?
Joe was as much a real traditional Southerner as it was possible to be. His family owned a huge plantation with thousands of acres on Esquiline Hill near Fort Benning, which had been a working farm with many slaves before the Civil War. There were remains of the slave cabins, and the family still lived in their declining Gone with the Wind type mansion. Joe's father had passed away, so as the man of the house, he worked at their small grocery store near Baker Village. When we were old enough to own shotguns, Joe, Jerry, Max, and I often went on weekend camping and hunting trips on Joe's property. Though we said we were hunting rabbits and squirrels, we shot anything that moved, almost including each other on one occasion when a rabbit ran between us. I joined the Boy Scouts, too.
What was Joe's attitude toward blacks?
Good question, Mike. I saw no sign of bigoted prejudice in him. As I mentioned, he went with me to the Black Bar, plus we hung out at a small grocery store owned by an old black man named Henry, who was quite a cracker barrel philosopher. One day, for example, we got into a discussion about whether or not it was a sin just to think of sinning. His answer was, "You can't stop the birds from flying overhead, but you can stop them from building nests in your hair." Sorry to say, though, that Joe and I didn't always take Henry's wise counsel to heart. One night, we lit a candle with rags and twigs at the base in the corner of one of his abandoned old slave cabins and went to the movies at the village theater for an alibi. When we came out and looked toward Esquiline Hill, nothing was happening, so we assumed the candle had gone out and went home. About 2 a.m., however, I was awakened by sirens. There was the glow of a huge fire in the woods on the hill, so I got dressed and rode my bike to the scene. Joe was already there as we watched the house burn to the ground.
Were you caught?
No, Mike, it was a perfect crime. Joe and I never spoke of it, but I'm sure he felt even worse about it than I did. It might have been better for me if we had been caught. The consequences might have straightened out my sociopathic tendencies. Except for extreme good fortune, the thrill I got from taking dangerous, antisocial risks very nearly got me into serious trouble at several points right up to the day I was commissioned. Not sure how much I want to discuss those events, though. We'll see.
Understood, Captain. How was school?
Terrible. The Baker Village Grammar School was a county school. Most of the kids were bussed in from farms, so there was little interaction. Georgia had an 11-grade system instead of 12, no doubt reflecting the population's attitude toward education versus the need for the kids at home on the farms. Colorado had a 12-year system, of course, and grades were pass-fail. So Georgia had me skip the 6th grade, which put me back where I would have been if I hadn't been held back a year in Panama. Academics weren't much of a challenge. Still, I was a C student. The consistent comments on my report cards were, "whispers too much," and "could do much better." Neither of my parents had finished high school, and no one on either side of the family ever attended college, so there weren't great expectations or encouragement of me at home. Girls mature early in the South. Several of my 7th grade female classmates had already been married or pregnant. 2 others were sent to reform school. One of the boys was an ex-Marine who was bedding one of the 3 teachers we had that year. That teacher was fired, but the other 2 quit, literally ran out of the classroom under a barrage of spitballs we fired at them. Sweet revenge for that kindergarten bitch I had in Portland. One academic anomaly for me was winning the school spelling competition, then placing 4th in the county finals.
Sounds like total anarchy. Did you attend church, Captain?
The Ascension miracle may have been that when Christ was taken down from the cross, it was discovered that he was still living. Remember, the Roman soldiers had refrained from breaking Christ's legs as required in crucifixions. To assure the Romans that he was dead, Christ's followers proceeded with his burial. He was then rescued from the sepulchre, taken away into hiding, and nursed back to health. The few who saw Jesus naturally believed that he had risen from the dead. He had, in fact, returned from the grave. since the Romans would surely make certain of his death if it was known that he was alive. It was necessary to keep the truth a close secret and get Jesus out of town to a place where he would never again be seen publicly. According to Thiering, Christ ascended back to the mountain monastery where he had spent his missing years. Therefore, no matter how the Bible story of the resurrection is viewed, the miracle is that God did in fact save Christ's life.
So are you saying that the historical meaning in the stories are as relevant for you as the metaphorical?
For me, the most convincing truth of Christ's divinity is that by any measure, after 2,000 years, he stands as the greatest, most perfect, and powerfully positive, influential, and consequential person who ever lived on this planet. His messages of love, forgiveness, and direct access to God, as well as his promise of salvation and everlasting life through him, plus his willingness to suffer agonizing death on the cross for our sins, are all the persuasion I need to emphatically believe that Jesus Christ is the divine Son of God.
Again, Captain, how do the miracles figure in your faith?
Since I believe in God and Christ's fulfillment of his promise of the Holy Spirit, and as I consider the miracles of God's creations, and as I have had close personal experience with the Holy Spirit throughout my adult life, I surely believe with all my heart that anything is possible with God. Therefore, I do not harbor doubts about the New Testament miracles. Anticipating your next question, however, I will add that if Barbara Thiering's theories were to become proven facts, my faith would in no degree be altered.
How were you able to settle your consideration of Christ's miracles?
Exposure to academic Bible-based sermons experienced beginning 12 years ago by non-denominational Christian church preachers. It was significant for me to be reminded, for example, that the Old Testament has over 700 precisely detailed and fulfilled prophecies of the Messiah's coming.
How did it happen that you overcame your bias against churches to renew attendance, Captain?
10 years ago, I had a passionate affair with the widow of a squadron mate who happened to be a devout, born-again, fundamentalist Christian, who led me to attend the wonderful non-denominational Christian church in my neighborhood.
A passionate affair in your 80s with a church lady. Goodness, how did that happen?
A providential series of events at a crucial crossroad in our lives. But let's not jump ahead now. There are many providential adventures to relate, and little time to cover my story's next 70 years with Jean. We have gone astray on a discourse perhaps of little interest to readers. Nevertheless, the topic is relevant to the aim of recording my biography.
Understood, Captain. I have the feeling that we will cover more religious ground before we finish. Meanwhile, let's go back to Georgia in the mid-40s on a lighter topic. Did you continue building model airplanes?
Well, Mike, that is a lighter topic for sure. Not much modeling during the war. Balsa wood and related model materials were unavailable, so I worked on perfecting designs of kites and hand-launched folded paper airplanes. I tied a 10-foot string through holes in the wingtips of small recognition models and flew them in a circle. When the war ended, I quickly got into gas engine-powered control line models, a natural step up from the recognition models. I had the encouraging success of winning first place in my first contest with my first control line model, 55 miles an hour in a tri-state Class A speed event with a $25 engine as first prize. As it turned out, this was my beginning in lifelong competitions in both model and full-size cars, boats, and airplanes.
Wasn't that about the time of your first flight in the real thing, Captain?
Yes, it was, Mike. One fine Sunday afternoon, my friend Jerry and I biked to a small grass strip airfield where they were giving $2 10-minute rides in a 3-seat Piper Super Cruiser, as well as $5 rides in a 2-place glider. When we bought our $2 tickets for a Piper ride, we were told there would be a 30-minute wait. The glider was just being towed up, so we watched as it was released from the tow plane and soared peacefully. As it descended toward the airport, the nose of the glider dropped and it dove very steeply toward the runway. At the last second, the nose came up and the glider rounded out at about 10 feet above the runway. But the nose kept rising and rising until they went over the top of a loop and headed for the runway again for a second loop. As the glider recovered from the second loop, it made a tight circle to a graceful landing, rolling to a stop only a few feet away from us. When the pilot opened the canopy, we saw that his young soldier passenger was passed out cold in the back seat. Jerry and I were certainly impressed and damn glad we hadn't bought a ticket to fly with that pilot. After the passenger recovered enough to disembark, the pilot turned to us and asked, "Are you next?" "No, sir, we have tickets for the Piper." "That's me," he said. "Let's go." Jerry and I were stunned speechless, but it was too late to back out. So we climbed into the back seat, noting that the door had been removed. It seemed that we had barely gotten off the ground before we began doing every imaginable stunt in the book, not that we recognized any of them. Jerry and I were thrown all over the cockpit and had no idea what was happening. We were pulled down into our seats at 3 times our weight. The sky and the ground swapped places over and over. We hung upside down in our seatbelts as I saw my hat on the cabin headliner. The next moment I was sure we would be thrown out the side of the airplane through the missing door space. The pilot never looked back, but he must have been having a great old time trying to make us sick, because it seemed like we kept up the aerobatics for eternity. Though the flight may actually have taken only the 10 minutes we paid for, it was way more than we had bargained for. Thankfully, Jerry and I somehow maintained consciousness and didn't throw up, but we were damn sure glad to get back on the ground in one piece. I don't recall that we even looked at the pilot, much less thank him, as we beat feet to our bikes and made our getaway post-haste.
Quite an introduction to flying, Captain. Did it turn you off?
Not at all, Mike, but I was disappointed not to have had a chance to appreciate simply being in the air straight and level for a minute or two. Soon after that, I had my second flight with another pilot in an Aranca Champion. He put me in the front seat and even let me have some stick time flying it, which more than made up for what I missed on the first flight. Except for my dreams of levitation, flying was better than I had hoped it would be. Years before I flew my father's car from the back seat on our weekend drives through the hills and around the curves with his band leader's baton for a control stick. I had a small book by Piper called How to Fly a Piper Cub, so I knew what I was doing.
Great, Captain. Let's see. You were in Columbus for 5 years, from age 11 to 16. You said the girls matured early there, and you had developed an infatuation for them at age 4. So how was your passage through puberty in Baker Village, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't mind at all. I already told you that I didn't actually get laid for another 10 years, so you know I couldn't have gotten into too much trouble. Actually, though, Mike, I could not possibly have had a better introduction to intimacy. Baker Village teen social life in those days mostly consisted of informal soda fountain gatherings after school and movies at the village theater in the evenings or weekend matinees. It was a great group of about 20 kids. We knew each other well, we were the same age, and we were at the same level of innocence. We felt little social pressure or undue self-consciousness, so we were quite relaxed with each other. No one was going steady. I was financially independent and unsupervised. Then, spontaneously it seemed, we began having summer Saturday evening picnics at the clearing on Joe's plantation property, at the very same clearing in the woods where we had burned down the cabin. Now we set roaring bonfires instead. Refreshments were knee-high grape and orange sodas, hot dogs, marshmallows, and watermelons. Sometimes we smoked Indian cigars, which were long, hard 8-inch pods that grew on trees, or rolled rabbit tobacco, a pale weed leaf we learned about as Boy Scouts. Pretty naughty stuff, smoking weed, huh? So after several of these gatherings, it seemed quite natural for the old spin the bottle game to be introduced. Getting to kiss all the girls under such conditions was absolute heaven for me, but one girl stood out. Her name was Elaine. She lived only 1 block away after we moved to our new home, several miles from Baker Village. She was Jewish, and her parents owned a dress shop, so she wore a new dress every day. Elaine was tall, thin, a little awkward, and a bit plain. Like me, she was a mediocre student and an only child. She was cheerful and outgoing, but the kids mistook her innocence and malapropos for a lack of intelligence. Elaine and I clicked. Kissing literally took our breath away, so we did it a lot. Long, slow, light kisses, with only our lips touching for hours, days, weeks, months, years. Well, not exactly true, but touching was added very gradually. We didn't need to go further faster. What we were doing was all the fun we could stand, and there was no risk of ruining it. By the time I left Georgia 4 years later, we had progressed to being near nude in bed, with advanced mutual touching. So of course there were times when the urge to proceed with the rough stuff was strong. Fortunately, one or the other of us always backed off in time. Oddly, though we were a long-term item, we did not go steady or speak of lasting commitment. We both kissed others as well. In fact, Elaine was such a good kissing teacher that I became quite popular with other girls. In part, I'm sure, because I could be trusted not to push it too far.
Sounds like you had a near-perfect adolescence, Captain.
Almost, Mike, except I hated getting up at 5 a.m. to deliver newspapers 7 mornings a week. What little money I made was reduced by having to put some of it into a savings account. I desperately wished to quit, but the only way Father would allow that was if I found another job. Meanwhile, I spent my first earnings on a Whizzer motorbike and 2 records. One was Tchaikovsky's first piano concerto. The other was Tex Ritter doing rye whiskey on one side with boll weevil on the other. Finally, when I was 15, I altered my birth certificate to indicate I was 16, so I could get a work certificate to take the job as usher at the village theater. I worked weekdays 5:30 to 11:30, with Wednesdays off, weekends 1:30 to 11:30. 44 hours a week for $17.39 an hour, plus a free pass to other theaters for my night off. Obviously, my social life became limited, and there was no time for homework. But I loved movies, and there was a significant fringe benefit. Since the village theater was a social center for all my friends, it was a simple matter to let the girls in free, and conduct backstage tours where I demonstrated my well-known watch that glowed in the dark. Our movie screen was made of material with thousands of small holes in it, which we could see clearly through from backstage. The best part of my tour was kissing and hugging behind the screen, unseen by the audience watching the movie, but appearing to be watching us. The last time Elaine and I had alone, before I left Georgia, she suggested that we end the way we began, with long, light kissing without the touching. It was a perfect end to a wonderful relationship. Fond memories to this day.
How great for you both, Captain. Did you keep in touch with Elaine or ever see her again?
We did not correspond, but I did see her one time again when we returned from Germany 3.5 years later. I'll get to that.
Okay. How did you feel about moving to Germany, Captain? You lived in Columbus longer than anywhere before, and through your most important development years. Weren't you going to miss it?
Hell no. Leaving Columbus was the best move of my life, Mike, and just in time. Bad birds were building nests in my hair, and I was heading down a dead-end path. I seriously doubt that I would have made it to college, or any of the rest to follow. Elaine would have gotten pregnant, and we would have married. I would probably have been a truck driver. Moving meant a new opportunity to clear away the bird nests, reinvent myself, get back on track, and start over.
A good stopping point for us today, too, I think, Captain. Shall we resume tomorrow morning? Same time and place?
Lord willing, Mike. Did you say anything to Georgie about my Liberty Pass to the airport?
Yes, but I didn't tell her where we might go. She just wants to know when we leave and plan to return.
Okay, take this Chimango handbook and look it over. I have another one, so you can hang on to that copy while you're here. And here's Transition to Gliders, a training manual for power pilots. Aerodynamically, sailplanes are very sophisticated airplanes, and soaring is an entirely unique and challenging sport. Next to levitation, it is as close to being a bird as you can get. Although gliders are so safe and simple to fly, you can solo at age 14, but it takes a lifetime to perfect the art and science of soaring. Every day and location is different, and no one knows all there is to learn about soaring. As gliders go, the Chimango is a relatively large, heavy, and complex airplane. The wings unfold from 33 feet to 59 feet, about 12 feet more than most gliders, whereas most gliders weigh about 600 pounds and have a single wheel. Chimango's max is 1,700 pounds, and the conventional tail dragger landing gear is manually retractable. It takes some muscle to retract the landing gear, so that will be one of your co-pilot jobs if we fly. Of course, hanging an engine on a glider adds all the complexity of a power plane too. Plus, the Chimango has a manually operated 3-position propeller, climb pitch, cruise pitch, and feathered when the engine is shut down. So the Chimango is a much more complex airplane than the Champ you've been flying. You're pretty busy on takeoff and climb out.
Thanks for the books, Captain. I'll read them carefully.
No need to memorize, Mike. Just skim through the handbook. Procedures and limitations are highlighted. Read the transition manual at your leisure. Since my partner Jerry and I bought her in 2005, I have accumulated over 2,000 hours in this bird. It's like a part of me when I strap in, so I'll keep you safe. I'll see you here in the morning.
Material kin. Good morning, Georgie.
Good morning, Mike. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Sure is. Near perfect. Clear skies, light winds, and the forecast high is 76 degrees. If he's up for it, I'll be taking the captain for a drive later.
Wonderful, Mike. I'm sure he will enjoy that. He's waiting for you at the usual place.
Good. We'll let you know when we leave. I'll have him home before dinner.
Fine. I hope you both have a great day.
Top of the morning, Captain. Looks like a decent day for an airport visit, doesn't it?
Let's see what it looks like in a couple of hours.
Suits me, Captain. Did you get through the handbook?
More or less. Did you?
I skimmed through it for high points. Hopefully my legal fast-reading experience will carry me through today.
Well, we'll see. It's good to have confidence. Meanwhile, Mike, let's press on with this interview. Since you seem to want my entire biography, I'm going to ask a favor. For the benefit of my decedents who may one day be interested in family history and actually read your book, I ask to take this juncture to briefly tell what I know of my mother's immediate family. You can delete it later if it doesn't fit. Shall I proceed?
Lead the way, Captain.
We drove to Portland before sailing to Germany to visit Mother Ada's family. Her mother Grace and her husband Dan, plus Ada's 6 siblings, 1 older brother and 5 younger sisters and their families. As fate would have it, this was to be their final gathering of Grace's 7 children, who were all born in McGalloway Plantation, Maine, where the only industry was the lumber company my grandfather worked for. Grandmother Grace Bennett married Earl Hoyt at age 16 and bore him 7 children. Mother Ada, the second, was born April 28, 1911. 15 years later, Father Hoyt died on the operating table from an allergic reaction to ether during an appendectomy. Life in Maine was brutal in those days, especially during the harsh winters. Survival depended almost entirely on self-sufficiency. Grace did not fare well as a young widow and destitute mother of 7, to the point where the farm was sold and her children were boarded out to foster homes, except for older brother Merton and Ada, who were old enough to be on their own. Merton married a local girl, and the lumber company sent Ada off to a Boston girls' trade school to be trained as a seamstress. By the time I came along, Grandmother Grace had recovered and worked at the B&M Bean Factory, which greatly redeemed Portland's Back Bay sewage stench when the tide was out. The delicious odor of those 8-hour baking beans pervaded the entire city. Grace had an endearingly husky voice and laugh. She resembled the great actress Ethel Barrymore and had similar commanding presence. She was warm, soft, and loving, yet highly intelligent and strong. She truly was the queen of the family. I remember her with great reverence and affection. As her oldest grandson, I was her favorite. Late in life, Grace married Dan Benwell, a fellow B&M employee who had been an alcoholic to the point of having DTs. Grace refused his proposal unless he swore off. True to his word, Dan never drank again, and I have never known 2 people more vigorously in love and happy until they passed away in the 50s. Everyone loved both of them. Lesson learned, it's never too late. Mother's brother and best childhood friend, Merton, was an oddball, as are most maniacs. Early on, he married a McGalloway farm girl. They had 1 daughter, but were soon divorced. During World War II, Merton joined the Navy as a Seabee, as the construction battalion was known. He was reported missing when his ship was sunk in the Pacific, but thankfully turned up. After the war, he became a career fireman in Portland and once made front-page news for rescuing a baby from a burning building. Merton then married Tina, an attentive schoolteacher who was unjustifiably disliked by the family for her education, class, reserved ways, and pinched facial expression. They had one son, Leroy, who was still in jail last I heard. When Merton retired as a fireman, they moved to Naples, Florida, where he had an outboard motor repair shop until he passed from cancer in the 60s. Mother's sisters impressed me as exceptionally bright and independent women, each in their own way, yet very different from my mother, who was labeled with an undeserved rich bitch tag. It tells you something about Ada's sisters, that they could consider an army sergeant's wife a rich bitch, doesn't it? I could spend hours telling you just the little I knew about Ada's sisters. Briefly, though, they were very colorful, earthy, salty, intelligent, and strong-willed women, much like their mother Grace, only without her grace. Frances had 7 children, one stillborn, by her husband Tommy, a crude truck driver who stayed home only long enough to father Frances's next baby. They had a very stormy relationship, but an underlying everlasting bond. I admired both of them. Tommy and father got along well, though they had little in common. In my teens, I was proud to be allowed to play poker and go fishing with them at night off the piers in Portland Harbor, while they discussed women, comparing their relative traits to makes of automobiles. Cadillacs being tops, of course. It was a nice rite of passage for me. Tommy passed away in the 60s. Frances lived to a ripe old age and passed in the 90s, cared for by a devoted son who lived with her. Wilma was pale, thin, and frail. She also married a truck driver named Guppy, who was as pale and thin as she was, so of course they had 3 pale, thin children. Wilma later got the family's attention when she abandoned her husband and children to run off with a man to Florida. Marjorie was the sister most like her mother, and so was everyone's favorite. Stout, jovial, and bright, Marjorie, like Grace, was a commanding presence. Marjorie was married once, just long enough to get pregnant with her son Wayne before her Army husband shipped out to die on Normandy Beach during the D-Day landings. In the 50s, Marjorie had an unhappy affair which resulted in the birth of her daughter. She worked mostly in hospitals as a nurse's aide and was living in a trailer when she died of heart failure in the 70s. Pearl was the saltiest, toughest, most fiery and temperamental of the sisters. She and Jean, the youngest sister, were very close, as were Pearl and Marjorie, who played guitar and sang country western music together. Pearl first married an abusive bartender and had her only child, Kenneth. Pearl's second husband was career Army. Her third husband, John, was a retired postal worker. They moved to Tallahassee in the 80s to be near her son, Kenneth, when John had a severely disabling stroke and passed away in the early 90s, a week before my father. Pearl passed away in a nursing home with Alzheimer's disease. Jean was the youngest, prettiest, and most glamorous of the sisters. She married the brother of Pearl's first husband, who was also an abusive bartender, and had a baby girl. When Jean divorced, she asked my parents to take her daughter in. My father agreed, but only on the condition of adoption, his way of getting out of it, since he knew it would be unacceptable to Jean. We never knew for sure, but believed that the daughter was raised by her ex's parents in Erie, Pennsylvania. In 1949, Jean was working at a Boston nightclub as a cocktail waitress, cigarette girl, and photographer. With her during our 1949 visit was the owner of the club, an obvious mafia-type figure. I always had a sort of crush on Jean, though I rarely saw or spoke to her. Actually, it would be more accurate to say that I felt a unique spiritual connection with Jean, a recognition of her as someone I had perhaps known before. Less than a year later, Jean was found dead in her apartment with the unlit stove gas on. The police ruled it a suicide, but the family believed it was a homicide. 20 years later, Jean would reveal herself in my life in a very dramatic way. That Portland visit before sailing to Germany was important to me because I was old enough to be included as more than a child to be seen and not heard. We all visited the old family homestead in McGalloway, where the well-preserved farmhouse still stood. Several great photos exist of that trip, 2 taken at a dam. One was of the entire gang face on. The other was of everyone's backsides as they leaned on the dam railing. Father titled that photo, "The American Can Company." One Saturday afternoon, we have a great clam bake on the Back Bay beach with the tide out for clam digging. Fortunately, with the wind behind us. Lobsters, Italian sandwiches, now called subs, B&M beans, beer, and soft drinks complemented the menu. God knows how anyone survived eating those Back Bay clams. Soon, however, it was time to be off to New York City to board an Army transport ship for Germany. So that's it for Mother's folks in 1949.
Okay, Captain. I'm glad you told me about your mother's family. Perhaps you will do the same on your father's side as well.
Sure, Mike, we'll get to them too, but first, let's go to the airport.
Airport. Shall we bring your chair along, Captain?
No, Mike, we won't be walking much, but you can give me a push to the lobby.
Which way, Captain?
Left out the gate, stay on Route 4 across the Patuxent River Bridge into St. Mary's County, all the way to Leonardtown, about 20 miles.
How did you come to be in this area, Captain?
All 3 of my sailboats were home ported near here at Solomon's Island from 1972 to 88. Solomon's is technically an island only because there's a short bridge over a narrow inlet between it and the mainland. Basically, it was a small fishing village until the yachtsmen discovered it as one of the best and favorite ports on the western shore.
Why Chesapeake Bay, Captain?
For me, the bay is a uniquely outstanding place for a yachtsman, including old salts like me, who long ago swallowed the anchor. I even bought a lot on the edge of Calvert Cliffs in the 70s at the Chesapeake Ranch Club, just a few miles from here, but sold it along with everything else we owned when Susanix and I moved aboard Wings.
Only 65 miles from D.C. and an easy drive down Route 4. Yet this part of southern Maryland seems quite remote, Captain.
That's a feature I like, though southern Maryland is much more developed and well-traveled than it was before this bridge was built in the 70s, very much against the wishes of the locals on this side. Actually, once outside DC's Beltway in any direction except toward Baltimore, you soon find yourself in beautiful countryside and pleasant residential areas. We'll be taking the next right to cross the bridge. This area was first settled by Captain John Smith in 1639. In fact, St. Mary's City, near where we are going, was the first capital of Maryland. Hard to believe now, there's little there except St. Mary's College, a few restored buildings, an Amish settlement, and a replica of one of Smith's vessels. The main event was the Patuxent River Naval Air Station, home of the Navy Test Pilot School and the Naval Air Test Center, where all Navy airplanes underwent test and evaluation. These days, of course, the airplanes tested are mostly UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. Today's test pilots are mostly ground pounders playing video games with radio-controlled drones.
Do you feel that your days in aviation were the best?
In some ways, yes. If flying is about higher and faster, as many fighter pilots believe, then there were no improvements to airplanes after us, except in electronics and weapons. The F-4 Phantom was as good as they got. For the true romance and adventure of flight, however, I've always envied the generation of aviators before me who flew in the early days, World War I, the 20s and 30s, and World War II, when it was less about technology and more about personal skills, when wars were fought for clear good against evil causes, and we knew who the enemy was. In some ways, yes, if flying is about higher and faster, as many fighter pilots believe, then there were no improvements to airplanes after us except in electronics and weapons. The F-4 Phantom was as good as they got. For the true romance and adventure of flight, however, I've always envied the generation of aviators before me who flew in the early days, World War I, the 20s and 30s, and World War II, when it was less about technology and more about personal skills, when wars were fought for clear good against evil causes, and we knew who the enemy was.
I see your point, Captain. For me, flying the Aranca Champion is like turning the aviation clock back to the 40s, when the Champs first flew. In fact, Phillips Champ is a restored Army World War II L-16 Liaison Warbird. As you know, it's as basic and simple as airplanes get. Only essential flight instruments and no electronics. There's not even a starter. We have to hand crank the prop to start the 85 horsepower Continental engine. There certainly is a special romance in flying that kind of an airplane, low over the countryside at 80 knots. Quite different than sitting in an airliner at 40,000 feet, just under the speed of sound.
Quite right, Mike. The guys who fly airliners shouldn't even log their flight time. All they do is sit there monitoring the electronics, which do the actual flying and navigation from takeoff to landing. It was the great barnstorming aviators like Lindbergh who flew the rickety wood and fabric planes powered by unreliable engines with which they pioneered airmail and passenger routes day and night in all weather without electronics or navigation aids. They appreciated the true romance of aviation in ways we can never know. Okay, here we are. Turn right at the St. Mary's County Regional Airport sign, a pretentious name for a small country airstrip with only a 4,000-foot runway, no control tower, and little traffic. But that's what I like about it, simplicity. Just park to the left of that first hangar. I'll wait here while you slide the 2 hangar doors all the way to the side. The lock combination is 25-25.
Okay, Captain, doors open. What a beautiful airplane.
Oh, yes, she is. Much more so with her wings spread. Like sailboats, form follows function with sailplanes in an aesthetically pleasing way found nowhere else, except in sailboats and nature. See that long-handled dolly on the tail wheel, Mike? Just pick it up by the handles and push the bird straight out of the hangar. Then swing the tail to the right to line her up on the taxiway. It'll take some muscle. Max takeoff weight is nearly 1,800 pounds. Leave the tail wheel dolly in place. Things can get exciting if the tail swings while you're spreading or folding the wings. Go ahead, I'll catch up. Good work, Mike. Spreading them is the easy part. Folding them is more critical. If you lose it coming down, a winglet could go right through the top of the wing if the cushions slip out of place.
I can sure see why. Lifting those wing panels is close to my strength limits, and the angles are awkward. But I suppose it gets easier with practice. It would help if I were in better shape and 20 years younger.
Yeah, tell me about it, kid. You sure got my sympathy.
Well, this isn't the easiest airplane to get into, is it, Captain? Kinda tight spaces, and the reclining seats tilted back even more by having the tail down, with the open canopy partly blocking, makes it quite a twist and turn effort. I have to say that you manage quite well.
Considering my decrepit age, you mean, Mike? Couldn't do it without help, though, and as you'll see, getting out is even harder, a Simango feature which most ladies are not willing to endure. Only 5 women have flown with me in this bird. My fearless mother at age 96, my 2 daughters, an old Navy friend, Claudia, and Karen, who, bless her heart, was always very supportive of my extravagant hobbies, but subscribed to the Cole Porter lyric, "Flying too high with some guy in the sky is my idea of nothing to do." Will I get a kick out of you? You ready, Mike? All set, Captain. Okay, follow me through lightly on the controls. Say Mary's traffic, motor, glider 62 Sierra X-ray, rolling on 29, westbound. Tail up around 40 knots and let her fly off. Brakes to stop wheel rotation, then gear up, please, Mike.
I see what you mean about the strength needed to get the gear up, Captain. But it's great that it's all manual, without electric or hydraulic systems involved.
Yes, battery power is at a premium since I have averaged engine off for 2/3 of the flight time. Even if the battery dies, however, it's possible to air start the engine by diving at 100 knots. Now we'll shift the prop to cruise pitch by throttling back to 3,800 revolutions per minute and pulling the prop lever part way. Okay, now we'll cruise climb at full throttle to 5,000 feet, generally on this heading across the Potomac River into Virginia. It's all yours, Mike. Maneuver as you wish. I won't let you break anything. As you see on that placard before you, though, no aerobatic Gs.
Okay, I have the airplane, Captain.
After reaching 5,000 feet, the captain shut down the engine and demonstrated thermal soaring before turning the stick back to Mike.
Wow, Captain, this is magic! I can't believe I'm climbing 800 feet a minute and looking at a feathered propeller. We've already gained over 1,000 feet. Amazing! No wonder you love this airplane. It does everything. It glides so well. There's almost no feeling of descending, even when there's no lift. With no prop or engine noise, it's like having your own personal jet.
You got it, Mike, and consider this with no lift or wind from where we are now at 6,000 feet with a 34-to-1 glide ratio and 160 feet per minute descent. If we had complete engine failure, we would have over 30 miles and 30 minutes to find a landing spot. We can easily make it home from here, as we'll see. On winter days with no lift, I climb out to 10,000 feet or so in less than 20 minutes, shut down, and glide for 40 minutes at 60 knots. If I'm in more of a hurry, this bird cruises under power at 110 knots for a 600-mile range, burning less than half the fuel consumption of other light planes, and do it on much less expensive auto fuel. By the way, Jamongo is the Portuguese word for falcon. They were built by Aeromot at the very southern tip of Brazil and flown for delivery to the USA, 5,000 miles across the Amazon to Daytona Beach. One was even flown around the world in the 90s.
Amazing, Captain. I'm surprised I've never heard of Chamongos before. It does everything so well. It seems like the perfect recreational flying machine.
You're right, Mike. Unfortunately, few folks have heard of them. Well, it's time to head back if we're going to make dinner time. There's just one seating, so we'll be out of luck if we're late. I hope you don't mind. I told Georgie you were joining me. It's Tuesday, prime rib night, which is always a highlight of my week at Heritage Pines. They really do it right. Okay with you?
I'll be honored. Thank you, Captain. Good heavens. I had no idea we have been flying nearly 2 hours.
Like they say, time flies when you're having fun, Mike. Just point us east and see if you can find home field. I'll take it for the approach and landing when we get there. Engine off unless there's a lot of traffic in the landing pattern.
Do you always land dead stick, Captain?
Yes, if possible. It's a little easier than engine on and more fun to show off a little for the benefit of the power plane guys and the old-timer porch pilots who hang around the field. The feature of gliders that makes them easy to land are the spoilers, which are very effective speed brakes used to control rate of descent and speed. So you can lean toward the high, fast side on approach and use the spoilers much as you would throttle, only in reverse. Of course, if necessary, it's a quick and simple matter to restart the engine.
Intrigued. Seems like all planes should have spoilers, Captain.
I agree, Mike. In fact, some Mooney airplanes had miniature versions of them, and all fighters have speed brakes. Since jet engines are a little slow on acceleration compared to props, most carrier landing approaches were once made with the brakes out, making more power immediately available for wave-offs or bolters by closing the speed brakes as full throttle was added. Okay, I have the airplane. Spoilers now.
I see what you mean about spoiler effectiveness, Captain. Really throws you against the shoulder harness, don't they?
Yes, I have them full out now so we can descend rapidly, keeping the speed below the 80-knot max landing gear down speed. Gear extension is much easier than retraction, thanks to gravity, but I'll let you do the honors. Now, please. Good. St. Mary's traffic, motor glider 62 Sierra X-ray, entering high downwind for runway 29 dead stick, St. Mary's. Half brakes now, 1,000 feet per minute descent, left turn. St. Mary's traffic, motor glider 62 Sierra X-ray, left base, runway 29, dead stick. Rolling out of the turn on runway heading, a little high and fast, more spoiler. St. Mary's traffic, motor glider 62 Sierra X-ray, on final for 29, dead stick. Passing 10 feet, begin the flare, spoilers in a little, touchdown 3-point attitude, full spoilers out, prop lever to unfeathered, mags on, engine start, and turn off onto the taxiway. Well, we cheated death again, Mike. Take her to the barn, swing the tail wheel left to line us up for pushback, and I'll read the shutdown checklist to you. Then you can exit and give me a hand getting out. The disembarkation, wing fold, and pushback into the hangar done, they were soon on eastbound on Route 4. Well, you done good, Mike. What do you think?
Thanks, Captain. It's still sinking in. But what an incredible experience. I can't thank you enough. Soaring is certainly an entirely different world to itself. A man in a simple machine, as close to nature as it gets, like sailing, with unmatched serenity. I feel as though I have been meditating for 2 hours, even though it keeps you busy. You have to pay attention to flying the glider all the time, to react to all the subtle or dramatic changes in lift conditions, don't you? I was surprised by how tightly you have to turn, 45 to 60 degrees bank angle, to stay near the center of thermals. I was taught that you lose half your lift in tight turns.
That's correct, and that's why you carry extra speed in the turns, but the trade-off makes it worthwhile since lift is so much stronger in the center of typical thermals. I say typical because the greatest truth about soaring is that there are no great truths. Every day is different. During the summer, when towering cumulus clouds develop, I often ventured into them. The base of cumulus clouds here averages 4,000 feet and are formed by strong thermals below. When you first enter them, they seem quite benign. Often there is a smooth, steady 300 feet per minute climb. But as you get higher, the lift accelerates and it gets more turbulent. Then it often gets so cold and wet and turbulent, I had to tighten my shoulder harness to keep from hitting my head on the canopy. I've seen nearly 2,000 feet per minute sustained climb rate on the vertical speed indicator, and visibility so limited I couldn't see the wings. It becomes difficult to keep airspeed under control, with the needle rapidly fluctuating between 40 and 100 knots while keeping the lift centered. That's when I chicken out, pop the spoilers, and level the wings for the nearest exit. I've ridden these elevators to nearly 13,000 feet. Everything instantly goes back to peace and sunshine. When you leave the cloud, you turn to look back to see the impressive sight of what you've just been in and how near you came to the top. Sometimes I was close, but never all the way out the top. Then you look out across the skyscape to an incredible sight of being high above many of the other towering cumulus clouds. The instant change from hanging on for dear life in a wild roller coaster ride with zero visibility to the suddenly dramatic, peaceful, and magnificent view were simply some of the most breathtaking and satisfying adventures I ever had in an airplane.
Cloud flying sounds like extreme soaring, Captain. Is that where the flying expression, exploring the envelope, comes from?
Yes, it is, Mike. The envelope refers to an airplane's performance diagram, a graphic chart of an airplane's limitations, showing how slow, fast, and high, with other graphs of things like climb and turn rates, G limits, max range and speeds, etc. It's important for all pilots, but most especially fighter pilots, to explore and learn to fly his airplane most effectively to its limits by feel when the chips are down and the consequences final.
So fighter pilots are special, Captain.
Oh, hell yes, Mike. Just ask Chuck Yeager or any of them, and they'll look at you like you are the simplest sumbitch that ever walked. Truth is, the biggest difference is the size of their egos. Nevertheless, there is a difference in the nature of the fighter mission and the airplanes designed for it. As fighter pilots are fond of saying, there are two kinds of airplanes, fighters and targets. As nasty as war is, there's the unique nobility of just one higher and faster man in his machine against another in his machine in life or death aerial combat. There is a genuine lore that dates back to King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. So it goes with the territory that self-confidence can be as crucial to a fighter pilot as knowing his aircraft's performance envelope.
How do other pilots regard fighter jocks, Captain?
Mostly with tolerant amusement, I think. They're seen as girl-chasing, booze-hound, braggadocio kids, playing with expensive toys which have little practical value until they get bombs hung on them. The fact is that there has been almost nothing of the dogfights of World War II. Ever after the U.S. had unchallenged air superiority. So who needed fighters taking up flight deck space? Still, there was an undeniable, though irrational, social and professional hierarchy within the pilot community, which put fighter pilots at the top of the heap, followed by attack pilots and others, with multi-engine bomber, patrol, or transport pilots at the bottom. Oddly, the pilot selection systems in military aviation reinforce this hierarchy. I was in carrier squadrons of all types, and in my opinion, there's not a nickel's difference in the average level of pilot flying ability between squadron types.
Well, Captain, we have safely arrived at Heritage Pines with an hour to spare. I'd like to go to the inn to wash and change. May I meet you in the lobby in about 45 minutes?
Well, Captain, we have safely arrived at Heritage Pines with an hour to spare. I'd like to go to the inn to wash and change. May I meet you in the lobby in about 45 minutes?
Thank you, Captain. The pleasure and honor was mine, I assure you. Don't know about that naval aviator part, though. My grandpa told me that if I joined the Navy, I might never be sure who the father of my children was.
Mike, that applies to all fathers. Revelation. In the time to prepare for dinner, Mike came to the decision that the time was at hand for confessing his true identity to his father, tonight after dinner.
A great meal, Captain. Thank you. What a beautiful dining room.
Yes, it really is nice, isn't it? This building was built in 1937 as a private lodge by a wealthy Baltimore millionaire, with 27 guest rooms on the second floor overlooking Swan Lake, now occupied by residents who prefer hotel-style accommodations. The Heritage Pines folks have done a good job of maintaining everything in this building in its original configuration, condition, fixtures, furnishings, and amenities. The 20-foot high ceilings here in the lobby and dining room are all original local wood, with a variety of other woods used to inlay Indian designs. That huge stone fireplace there is functional. There's always a big cozy fire going in it when the temperature warrants.
Where do you live, Captain?
The rest of us live in the new quad facility down the street, which you haven't seen because it's hidden by a line of trees planted there for the purpose of preserving the original environment of this building. The building is in a square around a covered atrium. The ground floor is mostly game and meeting rooms, plus an office, small cafeteria, and nurses' station. There are 106 single or two-bedroom unfurnished apartments with small kitchenettes and living rooms. Housekeeping services are provided weekly. There are 3 16-passenger vans to haul us around to all kinds of activities, but many residents have their own vehicles. It all works out quite well. There's something for everyone. Would you like to sit a while here in the lobby?
Sure. A very impressive place, Captain. I can see myself somewhere like this one day if I'm lucky.
Lucky is the word, Mike. I have certainly had more than my share of it, for sure. Before we get back to talking about my life in Germany, let's talk about you for a change, all right?
There's little to tell, Captain. As I said, one town, one job, one wife, one family. What else can I tell you?
Well, let's go back to the question of why you are really here, Mike.
The reasons I gave you were all true, Captain. I want to write your story.
Yeah, Mike, I got that, but I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around why you want to do a book about a Vietnam-era naval aviator. You have obviously gone way out of your way to be here, so my question still is, why me? Really, Mike, is that the only reason you are here? The book?
Thank God he had already decided to tell the whole truth, Michael thought. He would have been in a hell of a fix if he hadn't.
To be truthful, Captain, not the only reason. Someone told me a lot about you, and I wanted to meet you.
Someone, like your mother Emma or your wife Martha, maybe?
When did you figure me out?
The day before you came here.
How?
No stranger has been here to see me in years. So when Georgie told me someone was coming, I got curious and called Bob at the Waterman's Inn to find out who had reservations. Guess whose name popped up before you changed it to Sabino? You're an old fart yourself now, but the Sousa mark on you would have given you away anyhow, despite the facial hair and glasses. Didn't you think it was odd that I didn't ask any probing questions about your family, hometown, or background? I was sparing you the eventual humiliation of confession. So why this charade, Mike? And what's your motive after all these years?
I sincerely apologize for the deception, Captain. I thought you might not want to see me. I guess the reason for coming was closure, whatever that means. And I am serious about the book. I do want to tell your story, partly so I can try to understand you and myself better. What little I know about you is quite colorful. I sure hope you don't think I'm a buzzard circling for an inheritance.
Inheritance? Now that's amusing. Obviously, you have no idea what these homes charge. In any event, I followed my granny's advice and made myself worth more alive than dead. So, should I call you son?
Yes, sir.
Touché, you got me there. Mike and Captain it shall be. We never got closely acquainted with the dad-son bit, did we? But if you have any axes to grind with me about that, go for it and get it over with. Note this, however, on balance I have no regrets. No one is putting me on a deathbed guilt trip. Nevertheless, I promise to listen as patiently as I can and tell you anything you want to know.
There will be no axe grinding from me, Captain. Life with my mother, plus my own failures as a husband and father, long ago erased whatever blame I assigned to you in the past. No one can justly judge a marriage from the outside, can they? I'm here to know you and myself better by writing your story. I hope that we can be friends. That's all.
That's fine with me, Mike. So be it. Truly, I am happy that you are here. I'm not sure that telling my side of the story will accomplish anything positive. I have no wish to affect your memory of your mother. The important thing is that she seems to have done a fine job of raising you. History between me and her is of little consequence now. In any event, in the interest of keeping my story in context, I'd like to stay on some semblance of a timeline. So I'll say just one thing about your mother for now. We made our peace with each other several times. Over the years, during subsequent failed relationships, it occasionally crossed my mind that, everything considered, Emma and I might as well have made a better effort at making a go of it. At the time, however, that was not an option, as you will see. Early on, your Martha stayed in touch with my mother, so she had a positively biased source of information on me.
I agree that it will be better to keep events in sequence, Captain. I don't have urgent questions now, but there's no need to be concerned about my image of my mother. Her version of your story was pretty transparent, and I found her correspondence with the Navy about your marriage, so I already have a good idea what happened and why. She had a way of making life difficult for herself, pioneering single mother's rights. You are quite correct, though. Emma was a very loving mother, and she did her ultimate best to raise me right. I miss her very much.
I'm sure you do, Mike. She was a special lady. Well, it has been a memorable day, hasn't it? Shall we call it a night and sleep on it?
It has been a perfect day, Captain. Thanks to you for it all. The Chimango flight and dinner was fantastic. All along I felt guilty about my identity deception. I had already decided to come clean with you tonight, but feared the consequences. I can't express how relieved I am that you made matters easy for me.
Since I knew all along, Mike, I share your guilt by not clearing up the matter right at the beginning. So let's just call it even and move on. With regard to us moving on, one more thing while we're at it. I'm sorry we got so crossed up with our last communications 40 years ago, when I got fed up with Martha's inconsiderate behavior toward my mother on her Bermuda cruise, and you took Martha's side. After that, I simply did not see how I could reach you. Then, when you separated, it seemed too much time had passed to fix it better, to let sleeping dogs lie.
I'm sorry about that too, Captain. All I can say is that those were difficult years. By the time I got back on track, it seemed too late to me too. So, can we call that even as well, and move on?
Absolutely, Mike. Let those matters rest in peace. It has been a perfect day for me as well. I'd like to ask you to bunk in my place. To save you some money, at the rate we're going, you'll be here a long time. But I'm in a one-bedroom apartment, and there simply isn't room, I'm sorry to say.
Quite all right. I'm very comfortable and well settled at the inn. Besides, I wouldn't want to risk wearing out my welcome, Captain.
Okay, then let's call it a night and resume same time and place in the morning. Germany. Mike answered his phone at Waterman's Inn.
Good morning, Mike. It's Georgie. I hope I didn't disturb you.
Not at all, Georgie. Is everything all right?
Oh, yes, I just called to ask if you would stop by my office a little early before you meet the captain. There's a matter I'd like to discuss if you have time.
Sure, Georgie. Is 9 o'clock okay?
Perfect. See you then. Mysterious, Mike thought. What's this about? Maybe she heard about our Humongo flight and a butt chewing is coming?
Good morning, Georgie. How are you?
Good morning, Mike. I'm fine, thanks. Did you enjoy your flight with the captain yesterday?
Uh-oh. Looks like I've been busted. Yes, it was a most enjoyable flight, Georgie. I hope you're not upset. We just didn't want to worry you. The captain is very safe and competent. Plus, I have some pilot experience too. How did you hear about us?
Just teasing, Mike. I wasn't worried or the least upset. After all, the captain is old enough to make those decisions for himself, isn't he? And he has been flying for some time, right? One of the busybody porch pilots, as the captain aptly calls them, called me last night. Small town, you know, so it doesn't take much to make the news. Since the captain's airplane is distinctively different, it's easily recognized. As far as I know, this is his first flight in a number of years, so I do admit that I'm relieved to hear it went well. I'll bet he is really happy to have you here now.
I think so, Georgie, and so am I. In fact, I took advantage of the good mood last night to confess my identity. It turns out that the captain knew all along. He called Bob at the inn the day you told him about a visitor to see who had registered. I had to use my real name to use my Visa card, so it was easy for him to blow my cover. Anyhow, he says the score is even between us since he didn't say something earlier. Now we can drop the Sabino alias. Thank God.
That's great, Mike. I'm so glad. I take it that you may be here longer than you thought then.
Yes, Georgie, possibly. So far in his story, the captain is only 16 years old. Now, with the flying and my identity resolved, this may be a long-term effort.
In that case, the reason I asked you to stop by this morning is that I may have some good news for you, Mike. As happenstance would have it, an upstairs room here has become temporarily available, one of the nicest, in the back overlooking the lake. The gentleman, Major Underwood, who lives there, has accepted the pleas of his daughter to live with her in England. Since he is not sure that it will work out, he has retained the room by paying the rent a year in advance. He put his personal effects in storage. Otherwise, his is the only room with the original 1937 furnishings. I took the liberty of discussing your situation with the Major by email, and he has very graciously offered the room to you, rent-free, with the understanding that you may have to vacate on short notice should he decide to return. The only expense for you would be your meals in the dining room. How does that sound?
As happenstance would have it, Georgie. It sounds perfect. I just hope the captain wouldn't feel that I'm closing in on him. I'd hate to wear out my welcome.
Yes, he does value his privacy, I know, but I think you'll work it out. Your book project seems an ideal link. Flying will be a wonderful bond, too. So why don't you have a look at the room? If you like it, discuss it with the captain, and we'll go from there. Here are the keys. You may take the stairs, but it's a bit of a climb with our high ceiling down here. So better still, ride the original Otis elevator up over there on the other side of the hallway by the desk. It's room number 103.
Thank you so much, Georgie. I'll get back to you later today.
The room was gorgeously furnished in the style of the 30s, with a massive carved mahogany cannonball bed with matching dresser and bedside tables, complemented by Tiffany lamps, an extravagantly ornate oriental carpet, rich colonial blue velvet drapes, crystal chandelier, and cheerfully patterned wallpaper. The large marble-tiled bathroom was fitted out with original-style gold-plated fixtures, including a bathtub with lion's claw feet and a separate shower. The ambiance of the room, with the tranquil view of the lake and the woods beyond, gave Mike the feeling of having been transported 90 years back to the days when the lodge was built. It all seemed very fitting to Mike's mission of recording his father's past. After all, since levitation is possible, why not time travel? Surely some force was at work. Call it what you wish, happenstance, providence, or divine intervention.
Good morning, Captain. Sleep well?
Yes, indeed. In fact, I had a Chimango flying dream last night. I saw your car out front early. What's up?
Georgie called to ask me to stop in to see her.
Uh-oh. I'll bet she got wind of our flight from one of those nosy porch pilots. Probably Peg-Leg John.
I don't know who called her, but you are correct. However, that wasn't what she wanted to talk about. Georgie seems fine with our flying. She says you're old enough to decide. The topic was Major Underwood's room.
Oh, yes, fine British chap. The Major left here 3 weeks ago to stay with his daughter at the family home in England. Her husband, who was titled nobility, passed away recently and left her to manage their home, which is something of a palace. One of those estates which are affordable only if they are open to public tours. George should fit in quite well as an authentic guide. He is a very agreeable and intelligent raconteur, as all Brits seem to be. He said he is keeping his room here, in case being a castle keeper doesn't work for him. Don't tell me the room has been offered to you.
That's it, Captain. I just looked at it. It's perfect, and the price is right, free. But I'm not sure I should take it. I wouldn't want you to feel I was crowding you.
Crowding? Nonsense, Mike. Makes great sense. By all means, take it. Heritage Pines is big enough for the both of us. If I didn't think so, I wouldn't be bashful about saying so, would I?
No, I don't think you would, Captain. I understand that bashful is an unlikely trait to be found in fighter pilots, right up there with humble, I hear. Okay then, I'll take it. I do love this place, and it will save me a bundle. I hope Major Underwood enjoys being a docent, because at the rate we are going, this book project may take a while. I'm glad you had another flying dream. Do you think our flight inspired it?
Yes, I do, Mike. I had pretty much lost hope of flying the Chimango again. None of those porch pilots will fly with me, or anyone else for that matter. It would take a stick of dynamite up their butts to get any one of those tree-sitting, nose-picking turkeys airborne. All they do is hang around the ready room, playing solitaire, pointing the scheming finger of scorn at everyone else, and convincing themselves they are the most enlightened intellectuals of the century. They're such screwballs they actually believe they invented a perpetual motion machine, which they have somehow been unable to demonstrate for 20 years. I had all the fun I could stand with them early on, but when the pukin' dogs are in town, I set them loose on them. The porch pilots will never get over those episodes. Anyhow, as you said, let's get on with passing through. Where were we?
It's May 1949, Captain. You're 16 and just passed through Portland, Maine for a family gathering en route to Germany.
Right. My parents and I boarded a troop ship in New York for a 10-day passage to Bremerhaven. It was Mother's and my third ocean passage, but the first with Father. We saw little of him, though, since the men and women were in separated berthing spaces. It was a smooth trip in fair weather all the way, after winter storms and before hurricane season. I loved being at sea again and spent every minute on deck watching the waves. From Bremerhaven, we traveled south by train to Augsburg. It had been only 4 years since the end of the war, so there was still much evidence of the vast scope of destruction on the landscape, as well as in the faces of the people, especially in the British and Russian zones, where the victors' emotions ran deeper and their reconstruction interest did not. In the American zone, there were fewer signs of devastation, but it was difficult to adapt to the Germans' prolonged, expressionless stares at us. Cities like Nuremberg were 75% destroyed, estimated from the evidence of aerial photos. Nevertheless, streets had been cleared of rubble, and old ladies carried stones and bricks to rebuild the shells of cathedrals and downtown buildings. Old men had small children pick up GI's cigarette butts for them. The trains, buses, trucks, streetcars, and cabs were running, but there were few private vehicles except bicycles, motorbikes, and motorcycles. There were no signs of a functioning economy. The only business operating was the black market, against a law which was rarely enforced. Nearly all GIs and dependents, including us kids, sold or traded ration post-exchange cigarettes, coffee, candy, and food with the Germans. The most popular currency was cigarettes, which were rationed 1.5 cartons each week at the PX for $1 per carton. We kept 5 packs to smoke and sold the carton on the black market for $20 in marks, a very generous allowance for a kid over there in those days. Many families took advantage of the market by trading for priceless antiques, but most GIs found other ways to spend their money. Beer and wine sold in the beer halls for 12 cents a liter, and we're talking serious beer, Mike, up to 16%. Then consider the fact that there were 8 million more German women than men after the war. The Jews were not the only ones killed in World War II, nor for that matter the only ones to die in Nazi concentration camps.
Captain, you're not suggesting that the Germans were victims, are you?
Of course not, Mike. Except for children, there are no innocent civilians in wars. All adults share the responsibility for their nation's acts. Hitler had good reason to believe that he was carrying out the will of the German people. But did you know that all the Nazis in Germany had been killed? There was not a single one left alive anywhere. We knew that because all the Kraut survivors proclaimed that they always hated Hitler and had never been Nazis. Those hundreds of thousands of Sieg Heiling civilians filmed at places like Nuremberg in 1939, plus the animals who ran the camps, all dead. Imagine that, Mike. All dead. And of course, not a one of the survivors had any idea what was happening in the concentration camps until we rounded them all up and marched them through the camps immediately after the war, with everything in place just as we found them, with thousands of stacked up rotting corpses shot in the backs of their heads when the bastards ran out of gas for the ovens. I'm simply pointing out the numbers, Mike. Millions of German women were aging widows with children, but without financial means or homes. Marriage and job opportunities for women were nil. The rich GIs were obviously the most natural and attractive survival option.
As a baptized Southern Baptist, Captain, how did you feel about such behavior by these women?
I found it difficult to believe in hell, Mike. Many German women were making survival choices in desperate situations that their American sisters would never have to face. So German women would be damned, but American women saved? Everyone believes he acts on rational reasons for the choices he makes in life and death situations. Who's to judge?
What about the morality of the GIs, Captain?
Not for me to judge, Mike. Many young GIs were enjoying their first freedom away from home in a foreign land and did not handle the booze well. But I don't want to give you a one-sided impression. Historically, virtually all of our military men behaved admirably overseas in peace as well as war. By 1949, few of the GIs in Germany had experienced the war firsthand, so they felt little animosity toward the Germans. Many GIs compassionately contributed to the survival of the elderly and children in the villages and on the farms. As in all wars, millions of GIs came home with war brides, sometimes much to the chagrin of their families. Imagine what it was like to take a girl from Munich home to the folks on the farm in Mississippi. I expect there were many regrets and unhappy outcomes for all, Captain. War isn't the only possible hell on earth, is it? Indeed not, Mike. I had already seen many of these war brides married to guys in fathers' bands in the States before we went to Germany. German women were accustomed to the authoritarian oppression of European men and courts, but very soon learned their U.S. rights over their kinder, gentler American husbands. It was a gruesome thing to witness. I should have learned that it is not possible to import a foreign wife into the U.S. and not to expect her to change into an American, but I didn't.
I look forward to hearing more about that. But how were the Germans governed? And what was their attitude, Captain?
During that transition to self-rule, the American zone was governed by the State Department's HICOG civilian government. The Army administered operation of many of the hotels and resorts. Army military police did a good job keeping the GIs out of trouble, and the German police kept civil order. The Germans were compliant because they were just damn glad the war was over and that they were not in the Russian zone. Their defeat was complete, and there was no fight left in them. The closest thing to a German uprising was when they successfully stopped the army from chlorinating the Munich water system, the prime ingredient in their beer. Still, the trains soon ran on time again, as they were famous for doing under Nazi rule. American dependents were housed in homes of owners who were generously compensated and resettled elsewhere. In the interest of boosting employment, each American household was provided a full-time maid. U.S. high schools were consolidated at major cities like Munich, Frankfurt, Nuremberg, and Heidelberg. I attended Munich High, a 2-hour train ride from Augsburg, which meant the boys' dormitory for me, with most weekends at home. Hallelujah, escape. There were only 200 of us in the entire student body at Dependents School Division for the High School Department, Munich, Germany. The boys' dormitory at 85 Harthauserstrasse was a 3-story private mansion with a swimming pool and tennis court in Harleching, one of Munich's finest undamaged residential neighborhoods. Our dorm supervisor was an Episcopal minister who was on a sabbatical leave of absence from the ministry to dry out from drug abuse, apparently without success. He stayed in his room when we were there, even during mealtime. We very rarely saw or heard from him. Consequently, we were on our own, without supervision. We came and went at any hour of the night, and there was no minimum drinking age in the Munich beer halls and nightclubs. Free at last. The GIs, who were under much stricter supervision and restrictions, hated us with a passion. Why should kids have so much more freedom than they had? Fortunately, we were smart enough to realize that if we didn't keep a lid on our actions, our fathers would be in trouble with the army, and our freedoms would quickly end. The Munich girls' dorm, on the other hand, was an entirely different matter. Security went to the opposite extreme of a near prison. They had a controlling middle-aged bitch, Mrs. Mansour, known as Mrs. Man-Sour, always visible, to the point of entering the girls' rooms unannounced at all hours. Bused to and from school, the girls were otherwise allowed out only for supervised activities, such as our teen club. Boys were allowed only in the living room after school, before dinner. German security guards, armed with automatic weapons, patrolled the dormitory grounds day and night, and warned the girls sneaking a smoke to go back inside off the balconies. So, compared to the kids of parents stationed in Munich and living at home, we dorm boys were far freer, while the girls living at home were much freer than the dorm girls.
Quite a change from Georgia. Captain. But with all the availability of beer and German girls, wasn't there even more opportunity for those bird nests in your hair?
No, Mike. Thankfully, the changes in Germany were all positive. We rarely interacted with Germans. It was May, near the end of my junior year, when we arrived, so I had only 6 weeks before summer vacation at home in Augsburg. Academically, I was way over my head, but the outstanding teachers made allowances for kids like me, and I felt very thankful for the warm welcome of my classmates.
Well, that was a short escape from home for you then. How did the summer go, Captain?
Surprisingly great, other than a curfew. Father said that if I lived at home until I was 90, I would still have to be home by 11 o'clock. No doubt he was encouraging my permanent escape, too. Initially, I sometimes hung around the band quarters with Father, who was now a master sergeant and acting band leader. I especially enjoyed rehearsals and started practicing on a baritone, but that ended in tears of frustration for me when I was unable to play a difficult passage well enough to satisfy Father's impatient rage. I didn't go back and did not touch another instrument for 10 years. Otherwise, as always before, I was left to my own devices. My only schoolmate in Augsburg was Johnny Bell, a tall, blonde, curly-haired, blue-eyed, slap-happy, and agreeable pal a year younger. We rode our bikes for miles into the countryside and through the pristine Bavarian forests, where trees were planted in rows and all undergrowth was cleared away. There was little traffic on the roads, and bicycles were by far the most used vehicles, so bikes were safe to ride anywhere. On one outing, we found a riding stable and rented horses, my first ride since Panama. We rode the horses into the woods, slowly because the horses weren't responding to our urgings. As soon as we turned around, headed for the barn, however, we had a hell of a fast ride home. Augsburg was a relatively small city, noted during the war for being home to the Messerschmitt airplane factory, which manufactured their most widely used fighter of the war, the Bf-109. Only the twisted steel beams of the factory remained, and there were no signs of reconstruction interests at the site. About the only businesses open were Gasthaus beer halls, where besides 1-liter mugs of beer, the fare mainly consisted of delicious breads, pickles, and wurst. At home, we had Elsa, our likable, tough, hard-working, sinewy, middle-aged maid. Also with the house came a dirty, all-white cat with the shakes. Shaky was dirty because she didn't groom herself. Except for that and being shaky, which we ascribed to shell shock, she was normal. Then my parents bought a puppy. Not just any puppy, but Brando von der Maria, the son of the champion Schäferhund of all Germany, Krallo von Houndstetten. Brando and I got along beautifully. When he was small, his doghouse was big enough for both of us, and he loved to roughhouse as hard as we could. He would bite without ever breaking skin, just hard enough to raise fast-healing welts. Brando loved Shaky, too. They ate from the same bowl, and Brando often picked up Shaky by the scruff of her neck, vigorously shaking her back and forth, with tail and legs a blur. Shaky took all this with good nature, but when she tried to walk away, Brando often flattened her with a big paw on her shoulder and picked her up again for more shaking. Mother feared for Shaky's survival as Brando grew. Then Shaky disappeared. Meat was hard to come by for Germans, and it wasn't uncommon for them to eat dogs, so there weren't many running loose in the hood. Boxers were rumored to be their favorites. Schäferhunds were so revered and expensive, however, they hardly ever ended up in a stew. Finally, Mother confessed to having given Shaky to Elsa to dispose of to a hungry family. Tells you something about Maine farm girls, doesn't it, Mike? Anyhow, a few weeks later, as the song goes, the cat came back, and there was no more talk of eating Shaky. Brando was so happy to see her, he gave her a good shake. One afternoon, Johnny and I were walking down Main Street when we noticed two girls looking in a shop window. The shop wasn't open, but there was a window display of women's clothes announcing the date of a grand opening. Language was not a problem for Americans, since most Germans had been taught proper British English in school and spoke it better than we did. If a girl would not speak English, it was assumed that she did not wish to be seen with Americans. These girls appeared to be our age and were nicely dressed. One wore tight gray slacks, revealing a most lovely round derriere. This was my first encounter with a German girl, so I was nervous. Still, bolstered by Johnny's courage, I approached. I was relieved that they didn't run away, and they did speak English. Lola, the girl in slacks, looked as good from the front and was very charming. "Whatever Lola wants, Lola gets?" I asked, quoting a popular song. "Of course," she replied with a demure smile. I was in love. The four of us walked to the park and sat on a bench. It turned out that the girls were not German. They were Lithuanian displaced persons, DPs, living in a nearby compound. Lola's real name was Grarina Benevicus, perhaps the Lithuanian version of my middle family name, Benavides. Finally, we asked them to dinner, and we went to the Cave, the place to go in Augsburg, appropriately decorated with stalactites and stalagmites. Many GIs were there with young ladies from the same DP compound, which also had an 11 p.m. curfew for the girls. Unlike the Munich High girls' dorm, however, there were no set visiting hours at the compound, and everyone stayed up late partying in the grand living room. So Lola and I had little time alone, except on long walks and chats in the park. To pass our time together, Lola often asked me to make up stories, which I accomplished from the plots of the hundreds of movies I had seen, some 6 times over while working at the village theater. As fate would have it, however, Lola was soon to leave. She was being sponsored by a farm family in Castana, Iowa, and therefore had to keep herself together, meaning no sex. That's what I meant in response to your bird's nest question, Mike. Still, it was a wonderful experience. Our last night together, I blew curfew. We went to Lola's room, and I didn't get home until daybreak. Nothing was said about it. It turned out that one of the band members was dating a girl at the compound too, and he had been keeping my father informed about me and Lola. So I guess they cut me some slack that night.
Did you hear from Lola after she left for Iowa, Captain?
Yes, I'm glad to say I did. I was highly honored when Lola wrote that she could be happily married to a boy like me. I hope she was. A boy like me would be lucky to be married to a girl like her.
Great, Captain. A nice story. I guess your introduction to intimacy with Elaine was good training?
Yes, Mike, right on through the next 7 years with 4 more girlfriends and 2 casual encounters with older German women. Was it my karma or providence? Still, I rationalized that I was keeping my eyes on the prize, flying. Besides, I further rationalized that intimacy might be the best part of loving for me. Perhaps to be lost after graduating to the rough stuff.
Quite a summer, Captain.
Yes, but after Lola left, Johnny's older brother, Kay, arrived, and I saw little of Johnny after that. So I spent a good deal of time riding my bike alone. One day I stopped in the woods and sat on the ground next to my bike, twirling a pedal. My thoughts turned to flying, wondering if it would come to pass for me. Soon I was in an imagined conversation with God. "How badly do you want to fly?" he asked. "More than anything," I replied. "More than life?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Suppose I tell you that if you fly, within 10 years as a pilot, you will have to sacrifice your life in combat to save a comrade. Would you do that?" God asked. "Yes, I would, God," I said.
Well, Captain, you did fly, and I see you are still living?
Thankfully, yes, Mike, but the dramatic rest of that story will come. Summer was over, and it was time to go back to school for my senior year. There was such a high turnover of students during the summer that I was something of an old-timer at the dorm, so I settled in quickly. Of course, there was more cohesion among the local Munich kids since they had the summer together. Nevertheless, there was an open welcome and genuine camaraderie among all of us. Army brats truly are a uniquely outstanding bunch of highly mature people, Mike. Since there were so many coming and going, with such little time to get acquainted, the girls formed a society called the PPDs, Pookie Peroxided Dames, named for the identifying streak in their hair, pretty racy stuff for 1949. One of the PPD functions was to expedite pairing up girls with boyfriends. My PPD designated girlfriend was a lovely tall girl named Virginia Ginger Carmichael, who suited me fine, except that she was a dorm girl from Berchtesgaden, so we had little opportunity to get acquainted. Sound familiar? Our only private lights-out time together was during a gathering at one of the PPD's homes while the parents were away. Since we were virtual strangers, it was rather awkward. At the winter formal dance, December 21st, 1949, I wrote in Ginger's dance card, "Ginger, I will remember tonight, and you, the rest of my life. I think you're the swellest girl I've ever known, and I like you very much." A few days later, Ginger said that she would rather not go steady any longer. Still, there is a photo of us together at the girls' dorm in the yearbook.
Was that a word-for-word dance card quote, Captain?
An exact word-for-word quote, Mike. I wouldn't make up something so corny now.
Very impressive memory, Captain. How is it that you recall it?
I have a good reason to, Mike, as you will see, much later.
You must have been heartbroken when Ginger dumped you.
I didn't take the heave-ho too hard, Mike. Soon after, there was a tug on my jacket sleeve in the school hallway. It was so dark I could barely see that it was Orally Winky Jones, a PPD member who wrote the In Tune with the Teens column in the Army's Stars and Stripes newspaper. "We're having a party at Jones' house Saturday night. Want to go?" she asked. "I'm supposed to go home this weekend," I replied. "Call your parents and tell them you're not coming," she said. And so I did. One of my serious flaws with women is that I am easy. All the PPDs except Orally were in established relationships. A few had gone all the way. So shortly after the party began, the other couples drifted off to various rooms and the lights went out. There I was, sitting on a couch in the dark, engaged in heavy petting with a stranger named Winky, my new steady.
Any port in a storm, Captain?
Yes, well, there wasn't much of a storm, Mike, but it was a hell of a port. Aurelie, a junior, was a town girl living with her mother Helen, two younger sisters, baby brother, and stepfather Clayton, a high-ranking civilian public relations director with the HICOG government, who looked exactly like Teddy Roosevelt, in a two-story harlotching mansion. Helen was an exceptionally dynamic, intelligent, and interesting woman. She had been a professional student at the University of Chicago during the Depression. That is, she had 8 years of college without earning a degree because she only took courses which interested her. She had authored several published children's books. As it is still, the University of Chicago is regarded the capital of socialism. In Helen's time, intellectuals in many countries cited the Depression as a failure of capitalism and embraced communism as the alternative solution. They weren't promoting armed revolution. They just wanted change and were quite open about it. Wendell Willkie, a viable presidential candidate, represented the Socialist Party. Helen was one of those who supported him. After divorcing her husband Mackie, Helen moved to a commune in Greenwich Village with the girls and came to know most of the famous people associated with the communist movement. Many of them were later called before the infamous witch hunt McCarthy congressional hearings. By then, however, Helen had married Clayton, bore his son, and moved to Munich. Helen was an avid antique collector and spent every dime to take full advantage of black market opportunities. She warehoused a huge collection of antique art, furniture, silver, crystal, statues, and 2 Steinway grand pianos, enough for 3 later Vermont auctions to sell the things she didn't wish to keep. Reflecting the financial dedication of her efforts, as well as her past commune lifestyle, Helen reduced family expenses to a bare minimum to finance her black market activities. For example, Aurelie had a winter coat which was obviously made from a white Army hospital blanket. Compared to my quiet, ordered existence, Helen's home was total chaos to me, but it seemed to work okay for them. Pretty, Aurelie resembled Audrey Hepburn, though not so thin as she. She was a standout in school society. I was no genius, but I was riding high too. I lettered in football and track, and I was elected president of the student council. Aurelie and I were a hot item. For the next 3 years, we spent much of our time together. In the evenings, Aurelie's family retired to an upstairs living room and left us alone downstairs, where we turned out the lights for hot and heavy sessions of petting. Aurelie was so passionate that she sometimes fainted. Still, no rough stuff. We were also such fast friends that we were virtually inseparable. Aurelie fit in so well with my friends that they voluntarily included her as one of the boys in our activities. Dave Dixon, a senior Munich resident who seemed destined to be a Supreme Court judge, made a certificate proclaiming me and Aurelie as the Duke and Duchess of Harleching. The only disagreement Aurelie and I had was that she said she wished to have 4 children. I wanted no more than 1 because of the disarray I saw in her home. It was during this time I began sailing. Lake Starnberg, 35 miles south of Munich, is at the foot of the snow-capped Bavarian Alps. The yacht club was being used as an army recreation center, but the Germans operated the marina, where we were told that we needed a license to rent a sailboat. I had earned a Red Cross life-saving card that summer for a job as lifeguard teaching preschool kids how to swim at the boys' dorm pool for 50 cents an hour. We successfully convinced the marina manager that my Red Cross card was my sailing qualification. Wanderer was a beautiful 35-foot classic varnished wooden hull racer with no engine. So it was miraculous that we landlubbers were able to sail her out of and back into the marina without a scratch. After that, we spent many great summer days sailing Wanderer on the lake. One highlight was a going-away party for Dan, who was leaving to attend Army Officer Candidate School. To celebrate the occasion, the 5 of us bought a 40-liter keg of Maibach beer at the Hofbrau Brewery, where I had an incident. When we came out of the brewery, we found the gate locked where we had entered, so we decided to climb over the iron fence, which was about 10 feet high, with iron spear-like spikes. As I jumped down, my class ring caught on a spike and stripped it off my finger along with a good bit of flesh. It looked so awful that we decided that a trip to the emergency room was in order. The German doctor on duty, who had obviously been through the war, looked at my finger and said, "Ach, superficial wound." He simply wrapped it up and told me to come back in a few days. When I did, the army doctor was horrified when he unwrapped it. "My God, who did this?" he exclaimed. Nevertheless, it healed well. But if that ring had been a little stronger, I would have lost the finger. Anyhow, the 5 of us set out to sea aboard Wanderer, provisioned with the 40-liter keg, more than 2 gallons each, for Pete, Chuck, Les, Dan, and me, with no food aboard. After several hours, Chuck noticed that we were sailing inside the course of a yacht race. When a girl on one of the boats waved back to him, we joined the race. We saw that we weren't gaining, so we began cutting inside the race course buoys. Even then, we fell so far behind that we gave up pursuit, tied the main sheet to the tiller, and tacked and jibed around in circles with no one at the helm, which was fortunate, because on one circle we discovered Chuck in the water and hauled him back aboard. Since no one saw him fall over the side, Chuck would undoubtedly have drowned in the icy water if we had sailed a straight line. I still have photos of the event, but the only thing I remember after that was that each of us ordered 2 big hamburgers when we sailed back to the club, whereupon Pete, Chuck, and Dan passed out cold, sprawled on the lawn, leaving Les and me to eat 10 burgers, which of course made us very sick. American youth at our finest hour. One Sunday, Aurelie and I found that someone had run Wanderer over an underwater piling and sunk, so we rented a rowboat instead. We were more than a mile from the marina when a sudden vicious thunderstorm swept down on us from over the mountains. In a flash, we were in the midst of lightning and blinding rain, driven by 40-knot winds. It took all my strength on a single oar on one side to keep us pointed toward the marina. Still, we were being blown farther away as the waves built higher and higher. I waved to a passing motorboat, which came by to toss us a tow line. However, our elation was short-lived. We were towed at such high speed that our bow rose so high that water came in over the transom. When I went forward to try to level the boat and ask our rescuers to slow down, the entire rowboat dove underwater and broke the tow line. Aurelie went under with it, but I got a glimpse of her hair on the surface before she sank and pulled her up as the powerboat circled back to help us aboard. After they dropped us off at the club, and just as we approached an iron bridge across the docks, it was struck by lightning. Some people came to help me get Aurelie to the bar. She was shivering hard and began to go into shock when she overheard that a 5-year-old boy had been lost over the side from a sailboat in the storm. She soon recovered, though, when we wrapped her up in towels and blankets and got a few shots of brandy into her.
Well, Captain, that was quite an introduction to life at sea. I see why you are so thankful for Jean's interventions. Did you live in the dorm the rest of your time in Germany?
No, Mike, the timeline is fuzzy in my memory about my parents' movements in Germany, but briefly, during my senior year, Father was transferred to Munich to take over a band from a drunk. Just a short aside about Father's leadership style. For 6 months in a row before he arrived, the Munich band had been awarded a live goat presented to the unit with the highest VD rate. In his first meeting with them in the band room, Father stood before the men with a straight razor in his hand and announced that the next man to contract VD in his band would lose his dick. The following month, the goat went to another unit and never returned. Father had a way of convincing men that he was dead serious and entirely capable of carrying out such threats.
I see that your father did not subscribe to a theory Y outlook on people as being honest, trustworthy, self-actualized, hard-working, and intelligent.
True, that's the way things were done in the Army then. Father was a Theory X person for sure, which says people are basically stupid, lazy, and dishonest. He epitomized the old traditional tough but fair dog-faced sergeant. He was an always right, perfectionist disciplinarian. His approach to leadership was to make his band so outstanding and successful, no matter how much ass-busting it took, that his men were proud to be in his bands. It didn't work that way for me. Though I admired and respected him in some ways, I felt no affection for him. If he stayed married to Mother for my sake, as he claimed, he blew that part of his life away.
Frankly, Captain, the way I see it, your father provided you with security, as well as strong, valuable guidance and role model example at just the right times in your life.
Quite true, Mike. As far as that goes, I was damned fortunate to have a good role model. So I won't defend my feelings further now. How could I? You weren't there, were you?
Sorry, Captain. Honestly, I did not mean to be judgmental. Please understand that some questions are meant to draw out some deeper emotions. I guess it's my courtroom experience backing up on me. Sometimes it is necessary to bear down on witnesses when you're going for the truth.
Come on, Mike, that sounds good, but it's not about truth in a courtroom. It's about badgering a witness to win a case, isn't it?
Sometimes, but not always. I'll keep in mind that we are not in court.
I've touched a nerve here, haven't I, Mike?
All right, Captain, if you wish. I didn't arrive here with a high degree of either affection or animosity. How could I? I only saw you several times, and you never did anything to cause me to believe you cared any more about me than your father did for you. So, I had reason for feeling the same about you. The revelation for me was when I had pretty much the same relationship with my own kids. Hopefully, now you will find some benefit in telling your story. The most valuable possession to many of us old guys is our stories, but no one wants to hear them. This is different. I truly do want to hear them. Shall we move on?
Not quite yet, Mike. I am long retired from tilting with windmills and those who do. As I told you, I have no regrets. One psychologist who once wrote about men as fathers, relative to women as mothers, summarized it this way: mother's love is constant. Father's love is earned. Even the mother of a serial killer will always love and forgive her son unconditionally, no matter what. Not so the father, who would more likely support execution of the SOB. One reason women were denied the vote for most of our history was the agreement that they tended to see the world through a kitchen window with the eyes of children, and are more likely to be ruled by irrational emotions. Women are genetically destined to bear and love children. Men, on the other hand, are designed to fight, hunt, and chase girls. Simple as that, just the way God created us. Marriage is a social invention, mostly for the purpose of raising children. The awful truth is that once Dad has done his impregnation and security duties, Mother naturally turns her love and attention to her children and shuts down on the old man in the inevitably correct expectation that he will stray to other beds, thereby socially justifying herself in cleaning him out in court. In Latin countries where divorce may not be considered an option, and after good Catholic mothers bear all the children they can stand, it's not unusual for fathers to take a mistress. As long as he's discreet about it, mother gives tacit approval. So, Mike, I believe that infidelity and divorce is frequently not the husband's decision, though he may well not recognize it because of the guilt and punishment assigned to him. Another psychologist wrote that whereas boys once traditionally grew up alongside their fathers on the family farm or apprenticed in his profession, the Industrial Revolution resulted in separation between father and son, leaving boys in a female-dominated environment at home and at school. With less male identity, men tend to spend their lives with women like their mothers. But enough of that speech. I am grateful to have the opportunity to tell my story. I welcome your challenges too, Mike, as long as your expectations are realistic. After all, we are just two guys who happen to be related, trying to do our best in life. Now, where were we?
Okay, Captain. I'm glad for your views, which may be typical of fighter pilots. Nevertheless, my sense of it is that is only the public side of you, and that there is, or once was, a warmer side.
If so, Mike, I lost touch with it. A saying in naval aviation is that everyone shits on the good guy. There's no place for good guys in the cockpit of a fighter. The grisly truth is that most aerial combat victories are won by pilots who sneak up on their victims and shoot them in the back without them even knowing there was someone behind them. I must admit, however, that one value of recalling my youth now does stir up innocent passions and dreams. However chauvinistic some of my views may sound, I did once strongly believe that there was no higher purpose in life than to achieve a lasting, loving relationship. When I found myself in unhappy situations where that was not possible, I resumed the search. My own fault was in making wrong choices. I was too easygoing into relationships, but too demanding in expectations once in them. The fact is, however, that there is no way to predict how a marriage will work until you're into it, is there? So I was married 6 times. However, note the fact that I averaged 12 years and tried not to repeat the mistake of marrying the same type of woman twice. As Elizabeth Taylor once said, at least I was honest enough to marry them all.
I can relate to that, Captain. Back to Munich in 1950, your senior year, you said that your father was transferred to Munich, so you had to leave the dorm to live with them. Back to captivity and an 11 o'clock curfew.
Yes, but since I had Aurélie in my life most of the time, it didn't seem bad this time. The days flew by so fast, I cannot recall details now, but it was a good year. Thanks to Clayton's position, we saw all the Munich opera productions from Hitler's box. Our senior class trip was a voyage down the Rhine River aboard Hitler's yacht. Before graduation, however, Father was transferred back to Augsburg, and I went back to the dorm. First, another story about Father. Although he was still a master sergeant, he had served as the band leader in his 2 previous assignments, which is a warrant officer's job. When Father checked in at Augsburg, he discovered that there was a captain in another unit who had been assigned administrative command of the band. Father immediately went to General Abrams' office and demanded reassignment. If Father was not to be the commanding officer, he wanted no part of it. After considering the demand, General Abrams dismissed Father with the promise to take care of relieving the captain, and went back to reading. When the general looked up again, Father was still standing there. I said, "I'll take care of it, Sergeant." Dismissed. Father replied, "General, I'm not leaving until you tell the captain he is relieved of responsibility for the band." General Abrams called in his orderly and told him to inform the captain he had been relieved, and said to Father, "I admire your spunk, Sergeant." They became good friends. Abrams was determined to have Father promoted to warrant officer, but Father could not pass the band leader physical exam because of an eardrum punctured in childhood. Father said he also didn't want the promotion because it would mean a $60 pay cut. General Abrams took out his wallet and said he would make up the difference. It wasn't just about the pay, though. Because warrants were socially considered commissioned officers in the Army, promotion would entail all the mandatory social obligations for both of my parents. Father was uncomfortable with that prospect because of his Portuguese accent and his 10th grade education. Mother, in spite of her similar education, however, was not so socially unsure of herself and loved the idea of moving up from enlisted men and their wives to officers and their ladies. Eventually, General Abrams was successful in Father's promotion. During that second time in Augsburg, Brando and I went to police dog training school at a field with bombed-out buildings and craters. I was given bean bags with my scent, which I left at various locations across the field and hid in a crater while Brando tracked me down. He learned to trot away from me as long as I pointed with my arm held out. When I dropped my arm, Brando stopped, turned, and sat facing me until I put my hand on my chest, whereupon he ran to me and sat at my feet, facing me. Of course, he also trained for the usual tasks, like walking very close beside me without a leash. When I stopped, he sat in place for as long as I stood there. Brando was magnificent, and we loved every minute of it, despite Brando's failure to complete the certification because of his fear of gunfire and a diagnosed blood anemia. I traveled a good bit that year, too, but let's do the next chapter on that. It's too much to include in this one. Also coincidental that summer was the expansion of the University of Maryland Overseas Extension to a full-time junior college program in Munich. The Maryland Overseas Extension had been established because the services were pushing officers without degrees to get one. Maryland conducted accelerated 6-week classes in non-lab arts and science courses at U.S. bases from England to Africa. Maryland was able to attract outstanding professors because they could transfer from one base to another as often as every 6 weeks, expenses paid, living in bachelor officers' quarters, dining in the officers' club, and with PX and commissary privileges. It was an outstanding opportunity for them to see Europe and get paid for it. The Munich program was expanded to a day program to accommodate dependents who had graduated high school and were remaining in Germany until their fathers were transferred back to the U.S. Although the Korean War was hot and heavy, dependent boys living outside the U.S. were not required to register for the draft. Besides, like the faculty, out-of-town students were also dormitoried at the BOQ, and then, of course, Aurelie was still at home during her senior year at Munich High. So, there were lots of good reasons for attending UM Munich. It wouldn't be a financial burden to my parents either, since I paid my tuition with the savings from my 5 years of working Georgia jobs. My escape was back on track better than I ever dreamed. 55 of us enrolled in that first class, Many had been out of high school more than a year, and there were nearly the same number of men and women in the BOQ building we had to ourselves. The women had the entire second floor, and we had the third floor, 2 to a room, without supervision of any kind. For the most part, the women dated officers, and the men dated German girls. Kenny, a pretty good trumpet player, got a running start at becoming an alcoholic. One evening, we carried him to his desk before class and put a pencil in his hand as he stared unblinking off into space. Another classmate celebrated his birthday with 19 shots of cognac. We were not sure he was still living when we deposited him on his bathroom floor next to the John. Things started to get out of hand when one of the men's rooms was furnished with wall-to-wall mattresses for group gropes with Fräuleins. One night, my roommate Dick woke me up with a nude girl standing next to him, and he asked if I would care to have her, which I politely declined, recalling Father's razor. One of our dorm mates was a 14-year-old black boy from Texas named Ulysses. His father was an education director with the HICOG government. Ulysses had been educated at home and had never attended public schools. His immaturity, education, and cultural background had not in any way prepared him for us. He was so ignorant and superstitious that we called him useless. When someone got a rubber Frankenstein mask, an idea was born. One night we told Useless that a criminally insane and armed inmate had escaped and was last seen somewhere on base. I guess we overdid it, because Useless wouldn't go to sleep. He came into the study room every few minutes in his pajamas with a steel pipe, scared to death. When it looked like he was going to stay up all night, we all gave up and went to bed. Later, someone came to wake me up. Useless had finally gone to sleep. So I got into costume with the mask, trench coat, scarf, and gloves. We fired a blank pistol in the hallway, and there was lots of shouting as I stomped toward Useless's room. Because he had the pipe and we needed some light, another guy ran into the room ahead of me with a flashlight. I threw open Useless's door, and the flashlight provided perfect illumination for my mask. Useless froze with eyes wider open than I ever imagined possible. Then he jumped under his blanket and covered himself up, screaming at the top of his lungs. There were no repercussions from his father, except that soon after Ulysses left school. There was one other mask event, though. One night I wore it down the middle of a dimly lit street off base with a few of my buddies out of sight. As I approached a streetlight, a German on a bicycle came toward me. When he was close enough to see the mask, he did something I never saw another German bike rider do. With an expression of total horror, he stood up on the pedals and sped quickly down the street. Fortunately, sanity soon overcame the frivolity, and life settled into a reasonable academic atmosphere. Dick and I even built a couple of model airplanes. His was an original free-flight model designed to resemble a hawk. It successfully flew out of sight on its first flight because we put too much fuel in it. The faculty and the courses were a great intellectual awakening for me. For lack of anything better, I was a history major. Many of the faculty stayed on at Munich rather than moving to other bases, so we were pretty much a big happy family. Several of them regularly dined with us and even weekended with us at the Garmisch ski resort atop a 2.5-hour tunneled cog rail ride inside the mountain to the top of the Zugspitze, which had a hotel with the highest bar in Europe. It was operated for the Army, so rooms were $1 a night, ski equipment was 75 cents a day, and drinks were a quarter. At that altitude, far above the tree line, 4,000 feet straight down to the valley on the east side, it didn't take many drinks to do the job. Aurelie and I shared a room on these superb weekends, and it was great to spend all night alone without her family nearby. Needless to say, there were times when our self-imposed celibacy nearly went by the board. The Zugspitze was a great place to learn to ski. The southwestern side was a shallow slope without rocks or trees. There was no lift, so we had to climb up to the edge of the cliff, point our skis down the slope, and just go straight, fast as hell, until we fell. Because of the altitude, we could still ski in May in shirt sleeves. By then, there was a thick crust of snow on the surface, which skis could not penetrate, so we really went fast as hell then. Problem was, if you fell on an elbow with your sleeves rolled up, the crust would badly scratch up an arm. One memory that stands out was the time the psychology professor and I braved a blizzard that was blowing so hard we had to crawl up to the top. Blowing snow so limited visibility that we came within a foot of crawling off that 4,000-foot cliff. Hot-buttered rums at the bar tasted especially good after that adventure. In February 1951, I went to Frankfurt to take the physical exam for the Navy ROTC scholarship, which amounted to tuition, books, fees, uniforms, and $100 a month to any of the 55 best universities in the U.S. and a regular commission on graduation. I was so nervous about the eye exam that my armpits dripped sweat like a leaky faucet, even though I was sitting on a table in my underwear with the windows wide open. I flunked the exam because my blood pressure was over 200. I was convinced that my high blood pressure was due to a sympathetic nervous reaction, so I checked into Munich Army Hospital for a heart check, where they documented my heart condition every hour for 3 days. Thankfully, it was normal. The following year, I returned for another try. My pressure was still above normal, but I had a formal statement from an Army doctor to Navy summarizing my hospital checks. When I appeared before a review board, I was asked why I wanted to join the Navy. I said that I wanted to fly. I was asked why I didn't join the Air Force. I couldn't very well say that it was because Air Force did not offer a scholarship, so I said that I also wanted to go to sea. I was selected as an alternate, so I had little hope of continuing college when we returned to the U.S. My backup plan was to apply for the Naval Aviation Cadet, NAVCAD program, which required only 2 years of college, but with my blood pressure problem, I could no longer count on ever getting a pilot's license, much less a Navy scholarship. I did not have the slightest idea of a backup career plan or ambition. My future looked bleak indeed. Aurelie's mother, Helen, must have believed I was no longer a viable prospect and told my parents that I was seeing too much of Aurelie. After all, I was only the son of an uneducated immigrant enlisted man and his wife. My parents, bless their hearts, blew Helen off by telling her she should settle the matter with her daughter. They would not tell me who to see. This was the first indication I had of Helen's disapproval, though there were two related mysteries I did not understand until years later. Since Clayton was with the State Department, they had 30-day annual vacations in the U.S., for which they rated transatlantic passages aboard luxury liners like SS United States. Aurelie returned from her 1950 summer, devastated. She cried a lot, but refused to say what had happened, except that she had a very bad encounter with her father, Mackie, when she visited him in New York. Whatever had happened, the effects did not go away. I knew it was serious, and I had a nagging feeling that it was important to our relationship, but orally would not reveal it until 1968. The other mystery was my misgivings about Clayton's character, although I couldn't pinpoint any reason for it. Then, as the time for us to leave Germany approached, the sky brightened for me. A Navy letter arrived congratulating me for becoming a primary candidate for the NROTC scholarship. I was to go to the University of New Mexico at Albuquerque the coming school year on a 4-year scholarship. Father was so impressed that he actually shook my hand, congratulating me for doing it all on my own. Navy had accepted that my high blood pressure was not serious, so there was hope for the best. Thank God, I was back on track. A good stopping point before talking about travels in Europe, Mike. Don't you have to tell Georgie you are taking the Major's room?
Yes, Captain, and I want to start moving in this evening and check out at the inn after breakfast there in the morning. So I'll see you at 10 in the morning at your spot at the end of the Yellow Brick Sidewalk.
Okay, Mike, see you there. Observation revealed. Morning, Mike. Did you get moved into the Major's room?
Good morning, Captain. Sorry I'm late. Yes, I'm moved, but I have some settling in yet to do. Think it might rain.
Not according to the forecast, but the satellite picture shows a warm front approaching from the southwest, so an afternoon thunderstorm wouldn't be a surprise.
Last night I dreamed of flying in one of those towering cumulus clouds you described, Captain. Most likely inspired by our Himango flight. What a wild ride and fascinating adventure. The popping out into the skyscape was priceless. Not much compared to your actual flights in them, though, I suppose.
Last night I dreamed of flying in one of those towering cumulus clouds you described, Captain. Most likely inspired by our Himango flight. What a wild ride and fascinating adventure. The popping out into the skyscape was priceless. Not much compared to your actual flights in them, though, I suppose.
Ah, yes. Dreams can take us anywhere without limits, can't they, Captain? Especially your flying dreams. And there's often such a thin line between them and reality.
Yes, Mike, after all, some of the most significant events of our lives occur entirely within our own minds. Our imaginations, inspirations, and dreams can become important realities.
As with levitation, Captain?
I think so, Mike, but you might say I'm an eccentric to believe that.
Not at all, Captain. Doesn't everyone strongly believe in many things they have never seen or experienced firsthand, which defy scientific proof? God, for example? Wouldn't life have much less meaning without dreams, aspirations, hopes, faith, and beliefs? Weren't many great scientific discoveries inspired, born, and nurtured inside scientists' heads? I happen to believe in levitation too, Captain.
Have you dreamed of it, Mike?
More than that, Captain. I think I witnessed it.
Really, Mike? You think you witnessed levitation? Tell me about it.
I once saw a man appear to lift himself several feet out of his chair.
What do you mean, appear to, Mike?
Well, there was a blanket over him, and I couldn't see the space between him and his chair.
Was this some kind of carnival sideshow, magic act, or film?
No, Captain. There was no one else around, and I'm sure the man didn't know I saw him. There was no discernible reason I could see for him to be putting on an act.
What happened then, Mike?
Nothing. I was so astonished I didn't know what to do. As a stranger, I didn't want to challenge him or intrude on his privacy, so I just watched and did nothing.
Did you ever go back?
Yes, Captain. But that was the only time I ever witnessed the event. Nevertheless, I truly believe that what I saw was genuine levitation.
Mike, does this have anything to do with what you meant when you said you had something to share with me when you first arrived?
Yes, Captain.
There's more to it then, isn't there?
Yes, Captain. That man was you. You weren't dreaming. You were actually flying, just as you described your dream to me.
A long silence followed.
Well, well, a good thing I didn't try to fly too far or too high, wasn't it, Mike? Why didn't you tell me this before? And how do I know you're not putting me on? After all, you were deceptive about your identity, and there is no proof of your story.
Captain, just as I have no proof, neither do I have any reason to fabricate it. I didn't tell you before because I hoped you might eventually trust me enough to help you learn to consciously achieve your lifelong goal of flying.
Another long curtain of silence fell between them. Instead of elation, as might be expected with such incredibly good news, the captain seemed to be totally deflated. He just sat with his head bowed and his hands tightly clasped, perhaps in prayer. Mike, this just became a long day for me. I believe what you say, but I need a time out now to ponder this. I see that we can expect some weather through here this afternoon. So take the rest of the day off to get settled in your new quarters while I gather my thoughts and consider how to proceed from here. Okay?
A good idea, Captain. I'll await your call for our next meeting.
When the captain did not come to the dining room for dinner, Mike consulted Georgie.
The captain said he would have dinner in his room this evening, Mike. That's not unusual for him. He has a small kitchenette, and he keeps several pots of spaghetti and stew he made in his freezer for such times as special events in the dining room in the evening, like birthday or anniversary frivolities. I hope there's nothing wrong?
No, Georgie. We were at a point in his story where he wanted to take a break. Plus, the rain was approaching and I needed to settle in and make some notes. I'm really happy with the room and this place altogether. You do an outstanding job managing it. In case he hasn't told you so, the captain loves it here too.
That's good to hear, Mike. I mostly have to judge how we're doing by the number of complaints. It goes with the territory in this business, and I know the captain wouldn't be bashful about offering suggestions if he was unhappy with us. Like him, most of the men here achieved positions of authority in their professions. They were accustomed to being in charge, plus living in their own homes where things were done their way, so they are more than helpful on occasion.
I'm sure you get lots of rudder signals, Georgie, not to mention government regulations to deal with. Coming to a place like this may be one of the hardest adjustments a person ever has to make. I can see that it would be like being guest in a stranger's home and having nothing meaningful to do or contribute. Did you ever see the British comedy series about a retirement home, Waiting for God?
Oh, yes, Mike. We have the entire series on DVD in our library. I love it, even though it portrays the home's manager as a greedy, selfish jerk. But the folks here mostly don't care for it. They complain about the British accents being difficult to understand. But I believe the scenes simply strike nerves too close to home to be funny to them. As Garrison Keillor would say about aging, it's not for the timid. Especially now that medical science has given us a life expectancy of nearly a century. Our social systems haven't kept up, so we spend a third or more of our lives in retirement, with a 65% probability of our final 3 years in an assisted living, memory care, or nursing home. Before coming here, I worked at another retirement community operated by our parent company, which is a much grander scale facility than this one. There, they have 4 types of accommodations: 2- and 3-bedroom duplex homes, full-size apartments, smaller assisted living apartments, and nursing care rooms in what is virtually a hospital. Heritage Oaks has a single, large buffet-style dining room, which doesn't work very well for physically impaired seniors. However, there is another, smaller, sit-down dining room at the apartment building. The idea there is for seniors to begin easing into the assisted lifestyle early on, rather than wait for drastic changes later. So, those communities prefer not to take in older folks and discourage them by charging an exorbitantly high, non-refundable entry fee.
Fenceless cul-de-sac retirement communities don't appeal to me. There's too much of everyone getting in each other's face. I guess they are okay for highly gregarious people, though, who are the ones who adapt best to places like this. Like the captain, I'd rather put it off as long as possible. He was retired from the Navy in 1986, with over 30 years active service, when he was only 53 years old. His father enlisted in the Army in 1924 at age 18 and retired at age 48. He passed nearly 40 years later. So both my father and grandfather spent close to half their lives in retirement. It's not easy for middle-aged band leaders and fighter pilots to begin new careers at age 50, Georgie. Fortunately, the captain saw the writing on the wall after seeing his father flounder for a while before he went into his lawnmower repair shop at Pacific Beach. So he was well prepared for retirement with lots of interests and hobbies.
Yes, Mike, the captain seems to have maintained a more positive and optimistic outlook than most folks I know. At his age, he is extremely fortunate to be as alert and healthy as he is.
Amen to that, Georgie. Naturally, I didn't know what to expect, so I am elated to find him in such good shape and with a clear memory of his past.
Indeed, Mike, though I'm sure that writing his memoirs has helped a lot with that.
Oh? He didn't mention that. He just said that he wanted to write his autobiography, but had been too busy living it.
Oh dear, Mike, I'm afraid I may have spoken out of turn, though he didn't indicate that it was not to be mentioned to anyone.
No problem, Georgie, I assure you. It makes me feel better about my identity deception. Besides, his writing has obviously made it much easier for him to tell his story, and for me to co-author it. The important thing is to get it into print. Hopefully, he will also agree to narrating it on CD or DVD.
Good idea, Mike. That would especially benefit his children and grandchildren who barely know him.
Gives him something to look forward to also, doesn't it? This project reminds me of an outstanding film, Little Big Man, starring Dustin Hoffman.
Yes, we have that in our library too. It gets shown at least once a year. I think it's also one of the captain's favorites. The situation was much the same as yours, isn't it? A reporter interviewing the very old last survivor of Custer's last stand. The best therapy there is for old folks is to find an interested ear to tell their stories to. Unfortunately, that rarely happens, so we need to encourage more seniors to write their memoirs. We have had some success with volunteer students' assistants in recording oral histories, but it takes a special talent to be accepted and to do it well. Perhaps you should consider volunteering your services with others here after finishing the captain's story.
Georgie, at the rate we are going, I'll be lucky if I live long enough to finish the captain's story.
European travels and paternal kin. Good morning, Mike. Hope I didn't call too early. I wanted to catch you before breakfast.
Not too early, Captain. I've been up for some time. Will you be having breakfast in the dining room?
Not this morning. That's why I called. I'm just having cereal and coffee here. Can we meet at the usual place about 10?
Sure, Captain. See you there.
Mike was relieved by the positive sound of his voice. and arrived at their park bench ahead of the captain, but soon saw him approach down the yellow brick sidewalk, pushing his wheelchair at a good clip, using it like a walker.
Captain, you make good use of that chair.
Yeah, you should see me in Walmart with a shopping cart. I go through that place like shit through a goose. Listen, Mike, I've thought it through. First, it's a good thing that it was you to witness my flight, and that no one else knows. I have been extremely fortunate to have a number of such providential events in my life. By the way, as you will see when we get to 1969, Providence in my life is a wonderful lady named Jean. That's all I'll say about her for now. Second, knowing now that I have actually achieved levitation certainly gives new meaning to dreams come true. However, I don't see that I can do much more about it, except await my next flying dream and hope that I can progress toward a transition to consciousness without losing concentration. Your part is to keep an eye on me as we press on with this interview and hope it leads to something.
Sounds good to me, Captain. With Jean's help, I'm sure you shall succeed. Have you considered another try at returning to your childhood dream device of rolling your head back and forth on your pillow at night? It worked for you then to control your dreams. Perhaps it could work even better now that you know what is possible.
Good idea, Mike. I'll work on it. But my neck doesn't like that kind of exercise these days. I have a constant pain and restricted movement, I think caused when I relaxed too much on a carrier landing and my head snapped forward, aided by the weight of my helmet. Meanwhile, as I recall, we were going to talk about travels in Europe.
Right, Captain. The recorder is running.
In the summer of '50, I rode with my parents to Paris. Father was going to the Paris factory for a Selmer trumpet because they were hard to find. Paris was incredible, Mike. Unlike Venice, brochures or travel documentaries could not describe it. You simply had to go there to experience the unique atmosphere, culture, spirit, ambiance, lifestyle, or whatever it's called. For me, the most notable feature of Paris, especially after Georgia and Germany, were the gorgeous high-fashion women. Fashion being braless, very low necklines, virtually down to the waist. It was a common sight to see couples kissing and hugging on street benches. Several times I saw those couples apparently meet for the first time. The scene was stark contrast to Munich, where women were typically stocky, without makeup, bundled up in drab tones of gray and brown, unshaved legs or underarms, and natural body odors in preference to perfume. The Selmer factory told Father they were making instruments for export only, so he set out to find a used one in a music shop. This occupied most of his time, leaving Mother and me on our own to tour the Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame Cathedral, museums, and art galleries. Of course, we were not spared Father's frustration and impatience with his unsuccessful trumpet search, so Mother and I retaliated as a team to make life even more difficult for him. Looking back on a photo he took of Mother and me sitting on the cement steps of a museum, pouting, Father had more of a sense of humor about it than I gave him credit for. Needless to say, since I had no time on my own, my Paris adventure was limited to day tours. Nevertheless, I was able to visit Harry's New York bar just long enough to join the International Barfly Association to get the manual, directory, and famous fly-on-a-bar lapel pin so prized by everyone at Munich High. At that time, There was an IBF bar in many major cities on the planet, but it was 20 years before I found another one, and that turned out to be an embarrassing event I'll tell about later.
I imagine the French were much friendlier to Americans following their liberation from the Nazis than they are now, Captain.
I'd say they were only less unfriendly, Mike. The French have always been so stuck on themselves they can barely stand each other. Nevertheless, Paris was the most memorable city I ever visited. Frenchmen had some justification for their superior attitude, though no excuse for their unpatriotic history, I'd say.
Where next, Captain?
My friend Pete Sell was born in China. His father was a Lutheran missionary there until the Jap invasion was imminent. "Tell it, brothers and sisters," says the preacher. "Come forward now and confess your sins to the Almighty, and all hear that you may be saved. Tell it now, brothers and sisters. Tell it. Oh God, I am a miserable and unworthy sinner." "Yes, brother, tell it now, tell it." "Oh Lord, I had sex with my neighbor's wife." "Yes, brother, tell it, tell it." "And I have sex with my neighbor's teenage daughter." "Yes, brother, tell it, tell it." "And I had sex with my neighbor too." "Yes, yes, yes, brother, tell it, tell it." "And then I had sex with my neighbor's dog." "Brother, I don't believe I would have told that."
I see a point, Captain. Why tell your readers things about you they would rather not know? On the other hand, leaving out the negatives is dishonestly one-sided, isn't it? I guess it comes down to how far you want to reach out to your readers. Perhaps your kids would be disappointed, but considering your history and family relations, why should that really matter to you now? So what was it, Captain? Tell it. Tell it. Did you have sex with Pete's dog?
That's my boy. Chip off the old block, aren't you, Mike?
Just comes natural, doesn't it?
For you, maybe, but I had to work really hard at it. I came in second place in the 1984 Asshole of the Year vote because I was not a quintessential asshole like the winner. But we'll get to that another time. To answer the question, though, no, I didn't screw Pete's dog, but you might have thought I had as far as he was concerned.
How do you feel about it now?
I wouldn't be recalling it now unless there weren't some sadness. But these are things we need to forgive ourselves and others for. There's no good in bearing baggage, is there?
Not if the learning experience was beneficial. I take it the matter didn't resolve itself between you?
No, it didn't. Soon after, Pete went to work for Radio Free Europe in Munich. Then he left for Muhlenberg College in Pennsylvania, where he had been awarded a full scholarship by an anonymous sponsor. My father was right about Pete's father being a spy, though. He returned to a Navy admiral's uniform as a director of the Office of Naval Intelligence.
Did that surprise you, Captain?
Yes, it did, Mike, on two levels. First, that my father was so sure of it, without knowing any more about Pete's father than what I told him. Second, that there was nothing about the Admiral's demeanor or appearance to cause me to think he was anything more than what he said he was, an ordinary, paunchy, rosy-cheeked, middle-aged Lutheran minister doing missionary work.
I guess he was good at spying, and that's why he was an admiral?
True. One thing I enjoyed most about the Navy was the informality of plain folks dedicated to getting the job done with little regard for rank or regulations.
Surprisingly different from the perception most people have of a rigidly authoritarian Navy, isn't it?
Yes, Mike, probably because of the public images remaining from the brutal life in the days of sail.
Where next, Captain?
A few weeks after the Venice trip with Pete's family, I was on the road again with my parents, bound for Lisbon via northern France, Spain, and Portugal.
Thank you, my grandmother, very much.
El falla nada.
Good one, Captain. But how did you get by with the language the rest of the time there?
There was a man in the village in his 30s who had been raised in the U.S. and spoke English.
How did you get through it?
I'm not sure. I just mumbled and smiled and hoped my translator would fix it up for me, which I believe he did, thank goodness. I did not see the girl again.
What was life like in San Miguel?
Simple, poor, and backward. The volcanic Azores Islands, named after their soaring birds, is 1,000 miles west offshore from Europe. Except for the U.S. Air Force Base at Terceira, the Azores was largely cut off and ignored by the mainland Portuguese government. I had the feeling that the clock had been turned back at least 200 years. Few roads were paved, few villages had electricity. Most homes were small, primitive stone cottages. The women wore black mourning shawls. Hospitals were crude. The government was oppressive, and few people were educated. Social life was largely centered around the Catholic Church and religious festivals. The people seemed to be waiting to die, a trait I noted in all Catholic rural populations, but more prominent with the Portuguese, who are said to be happy to be sad. Despite their poverty, however, people were very warm and friendly. At all the many homes we visited, we sampled their large variety of homemade wines and liquor, some very potent. By the end of the day, after making the rounds of visits, we were reeling. Father said that as a child, he always drank wine instead of water. Perhaps the wine was more sanitary than the water supply. An example of oppressive taxes was the requirement to have a license for cigarette lighters and a high tax on matches. Since there was a cigarette factory and virtually all men smoked, necessity mothered invention. Men lit their cigarettes by striking steel on flint into corn silk and blowing it into flame in their hands. The most revered and educated people in the villages were the priests. The Britannia priest I met was well respected for being social and down to earth. One told me, "The road to hell is paved with priests' heads." One day, however, I was presented to a group of 5 very young priests who were in agreement that Europe would be better off if the Nazis had won World War II.
Amazing to hear such an outrageous statement from young priests. To me, that implies approval of the Holocaust. Do you suppose they were taught that in seminary?
Possibly, but that view is not unique to Catholics. Many Europeans despised the Jews. For good reason. They feared Russia far more than the Nazis. But enough of that. Back to San Miguel. The Portuguese are known as men of the sea because so many are fishermen. But the fishing industry in the Azores was primitive. Since the islands are volcanic, the coast is steep, rocky, and open to the hostility of the Atlantic. There are few harbors. There was only one place near Britannia where small boats could be launched and recovered. Each morning, the fishermen manually maneuvered their 12-foot dinghies down a steep, narrow cliff trail to the water. 4 to 6 men rowed the boats out to sea and fished with hand lines over the side all day, and then hauled the boats and their catch back up the trail in the evening. The Azores was the last place on Earth where whales were hunted with rowed longboats and hand-thrown harpoons. While we were there, 2 14-meter sperm whales were brought in, so I went down to the factory to see them when they were hauled ashore. I had my picture taken next to one, holding a large bamboo fishing pole. I have never smelled anything else nearly as strongly offensive.
Are they still whaling that way, Captain? Didn't the Save the Whale folks object?
Because it was such a dangerous profession, and so few whales were killed, Azores whaling was not on anyone's Save the Whales hit list. Nevertheless, typical of Portuguese ways, whaling went by the boards because the government failed to renew their license. My guess is that the oversight occurred because the fishermen could not pay the required bribe. As in many third world countries, government workers in the Azores were not paid living wages, and it was understood that tips were the common form of subsidy. Today, all that remains of the Azores whaling industry is a museum in Fayal.
No doubt not missed by the men who risked their lives going down to the sea in longboats after them. You mentioned volcanoes. Are any still active?
Yes, but on a relatively small scale. In the early 50s, one erupted on Fayal, which evacuated the island for a short time. The result was a modest expansion of the shoreline. There is a region on San Miguel Island where the ground is so warm that the vegetation is tropical and the ponds and streams are quite hot. The locals bake some meals by burying them underground. However, there have been no active eruptions there in modern history.
Sounds like a catastrophe waiting to happen.
Perhaps, but less certain than the floods, fires, mudslides, and earthquakes of California. And there has been no mass exodus of the West Coast.
Is there anything more you'd like to say about that Azores visit?
Just that the greatest benefit to me was meeting my grandmother Alexandra. What a magnificently outstanding lady. She was strong, intelligent, kind, and loving, even in her 90s. On the other hand, the most inexplicable aspect of the visit was Father's benign disregard for her. It was a long time later before I came to understand the Portuguese psyche, which also gave me insight into myself. But we'll get to that, Mike. There's a lot of Portuguese in you too. So let's end this chapter here.
Okay, Captain, as you wish. May I join you for dinner?
Of course, I'll meet you there. Albuquerque. In July 1952, with Navy orders to the University of New Mexico, I returned to the U.S. with my parents. Shall we pick up the story there, Mike?
Sure, Captain. The recorder is running.
Our flight to New York from Frankfurt, aboard a Flying Tigers chartered C-54, was memorable. We were routed via Ireland, but diverted to the Azores because of weather. The airplane was packed with soldiers and dependents. The lone stewardess had more than she could handle, with kids crying and running up and down the aisles. We were well out over the Atlantic when a fat tech sergeant who insisted on smoking cigars called out loud enough for everyone on the plane to hear, "Stewardess, stewardess, come here. Look out on the right wing. There's oil all over it coming from number 4 engine." Naturally, it became deadly quiet in the cabin as the stewardess looked out to confirm. Still loud enough for everyone to hear, the fat sergeant demanded, "Why didn't they fix that before we took off?" That was the last straw for the overworked and harassed stewardess. She stood up with her hands on her hips and snapped back, "Sergeant, if they kept this plane on the ground for everything that's wrong with it, we never would get in the air." And she stormed up the aisle to the cockpit. When she returned to the cabin, she sat on the arm of a front chair and put her head on her arm on the top of the headrest until we landed at Santa Maria, Azores. All remained still in the cabin. After landing, it was announced that we would stay overnight for an engine change. The next morning, the word quickly went around that the Air Force had refused to give the Flying Tigers an engine. So we reboarded and took off for Newfoundland anyhow, with new oil all over the right wing as before. We arrived at Newfoundland at night in a hellacious thunderstorm to refuel and re-oil the leaky engine, and then took off right back into more thunderstorms for the rest of the night into New York City. I had the window seat directly behind Father and could see that he was perspiring nervously. The turbulence kept everyone buckled to their seats. Frequent flashes of lightning made it appear that the propellers were stopped. Oh boy, I thought. Here's my chance to get even for the time in Portland when Father tried to scare me about flying. Look, Dad, both engines on our side have quit. I wonder if the other ones quit too. Father just froze and didn't say anything, but I could see his collar soaking in sweat. I wasn't the only coward in the family after all. Sweet revenge. Thank you, God.
Weren't you frightened too, Captain?
No, I was fascinated. I finally had the chance to see night thunderstorms from inside, between, and above them. Mother wasn't scared either. She was always fearless. We had Father's number.
See, Captain, there was some compensation in having a father around after all, wasn't there?
I suppose so, if you look at it from the dark side. Anyhow, this trip was to be the last of my time at home. Father had orders to the Army Band in D.C., but didn't want to be in such a high-profile job. Somehow he was successful in getting his orders changed to Fort Carson, Colorado Springs. On the drive west, we diverted to Columbus, Georgia for a few days to put our home up for sale. So of course I called Elaine. She drove right over to pick me up in her shiny new black Buick sedan and handed me the keys. She had matured a lot and looked great. We drove around to visit our old gang. Now, charming, graceful, and self-confident, Elaine outshone all those who had considered her dumb and awkward. Her parents had set her up in business with her own maternity boutique across the Chattahoochee River in Phoenix City, Alabama, and she was obviously doing very well. We also stopped at the Baker Village shop to say hello to her mother, who made it clear that she was not happy to see me back in town. That mattered little to Elaine. She was very glad to see me. I sensed that we could easily pick up where we left off. However, I felt compelled to tell her about Oralee, and there was no kissing or touching. She said that she had been engaged too, but ended wedding plans when she found she couldn't go through with it. Nevertheless, to my astonishment, Elaine announced that she would move to Albuquerque too. At this point, Mike, I should have taken more interest in the distinction between Elaine and Oralee. Though it meant a 4-year separation, and despite my protests, Oralee chose to be an English major at the University of Vermont. Elaine, on the other hand, after a 3.5-year separation, with no expectation of ever seeing me again, plus knowing I was engaged now, was ready to leave her home and business to move to Albuquerque to be with me.
What happened, Captain?
Nothing. I never wrote to Elaine or heard of her again. Out of loyalty to Oralee, I told myself.
Ever regret it, Captain?
Not really, Mike. Though I certainly retained fond feelings for Elaine and thought of her many times over the years. I believe that my nostalgia had more to do with lost innocence than love. After all, we grew up together through adolescence in a very successfully intimate way that I could never recapture with others. In retrospect, I see that Elaine was smarter than me in recognizing that was love. Perhaps I was blind to my own feelings. But that's the way it is with boys, isn't it?
Yes, Captain. Some would call it immaturity, but women say that all men are out of touch with their feelings.
Yes, Mike, I like the way a recently divorced actress once put it. Sure, women can fake orgasms, but men can fake whole relationships.
Next stop, Albuquerque, Captain?
Yes, Mike, as we drove west through Texas and into New Mexico, I had a growing sinking feeling. As we descended from the Sandia Mountains on Route 66 east of Albuquerque, it looked like we had landed on the moon. It was a clear, dry day with unlimited visibility to the horizon 100 miles west, without a tree or hill or any sign of life, just desert sand and sagebrush. Yet the road sign said Albuquerque was only 15 miles away. We knew that Route 66 ran straight through the middle of it, and we could see the road on the western horizon. But there was no city. As we approached, we began seeing a few rundown gas stations, motels, gift shops advertising Indian turquoise jewelry, and a rattlesnake zoo. Nothing was said. We were totally speechless until Mother finally began laughing. Father and I joined in, but it was one of those laughing spells which comes from believing that nothing could be this bad. Finally, we saw that the reason we hadn't seen Albuquerque was that it was hidden in the valley of the mile-wide and a foot-deep Rio Grande River. As we drove into town, it was more of the same type of businesses we had seen approaching, just more of them. It was apparent the entire city was stretched out along Route 66 and was literally little more than a wide place in the road. The last straw was driving onto the university campus. Instead of an ivy-covered community of scholars, the damn place looked like what I imagined a Navajo reservation would be. All the buildings were mud huts. Yeah, I know, Mike, adobe. How quaint. A big lump formed in my throat. Mother cried. She told me later that she cried all the way to Colorado Springs to have left me in such a dismal place. As excited as I was to be moving forward, I remembered how beautiful Bavaria was and what a great time that had been in my life. I missed Germany. Sorry, Mike. I know that it's your hometown I'm running down, and I know how it has changed into a much wider place in the road since the 50s, but it's still no place I would choose to live.
I don't get it, Captain. Everything was going your way just as you always hoped. You were far away from home on a full scholarship, sailing smoothly on toward a degree, a Navy commission, and flight training. You had it all in the palm of your hand. What was missing?
Quite right, Mike. I had no legitimate reason to complain. I simply felt depressingly lost and out of place. Germany had been so good, nothing could follow it. There, I was with a close group of classmates I loved, and I was socially successful. I had lettered in sports, elected president of the student council, and declared the Duke of Harlaching. I had been raised above the self I had been before by wonderful people in a grand environment. In Munich, I was a big fish in a perfect little pond. For certain, there was no hope for that in Albuquerque, where I was doomed to remain a small fry in a very unattractive big desert.
How did you cope with it then?
I worked. Not at academics, where I did poorly, barely keeping my head above water, but at a series of part-time jobs.
Why did you work? Didn't the scholarship include tuition, books, and fees? Plus $50 a month?
Yes, Mike, but it wasn't enough. My parents had to send $80 a month to cover my room and board. I was not happy to still be dependent on them.
What jobs did you have?
The first semester I lived in the dormitory, a zoo with no chance to study amidst the calamity. The only good thing was that my roommate, Ernie Suazo, introduced me to Spanish culture and, against his will, to your mother.
Against his will?
Ernie and I were at the campus bookstore when my breath was blown away by one of the most beautiful women I had ever seen. She was in tight jeans and a turquoise sweater, silver belt, long black hair, and flashing dark eyes. Ernie knew her and spoke to her, but he didn't introduce me. Later, I asked Ernie to arrange an introduction, but he was reluctant. You don't want to know her, Manny. She is bad news. He refused to elaborate, but I persisted until Ernie finally included me in a family home social event with Emma Rodriguez attending. We dated on and off for the next 3 years, but she allowed little more intimacy than kissing, even though we sometimes spent the night at her apartment. My old karma in relationships remained unchanged. Just as well, I thought. I was being loyal to Aurelie and avoiding risks which could upset the future. As an NROTC midshipman, I was subject to the same regulations as a Naval Academy midshipman. Marriage or pregnancy was a Class A offense with mandatory expulsion.
Ah, I see where this is leading, Captain. But what was Ernie warning you against?
He never said more than that Emma had once run away to be married. Her parents had them arrested on their wedding night and had the marriage annulled, so I assumed she was underage. I never raised the subject further with Emma, and she didn't offer the story, but she did admit to a prior marriage in the paperwork for ours. Perhaps you can elaborate?
This is news to me, Captain. I know nothing about it. But it says something about your relationship that you didn't discuss it, doesn't it?
What it says is that we were not very close.
Then why did you go on seeing each other for 3 years?
Good question, Mike. I can't speak for Emma. She was mysteriously exotic. I understood she was artistically gifted as a dancer and singer on stage, but I only saw impromptu dances at her apartment. She said she was a part-time UNM student, but I didn't see evidence of that. I do know that she was working for an attorney. I enjoyed being with Emma because she was bright and eccentric. Mostly I enjoyed her company and introduction to Albuquerque's Spanish culture. Castilian Spanish, she said, I suppose to distinguish herself from being Mexican or Indian. Not that it mattered to me. The warm social gatherings of families and friends were uniquely special to me. Toddlers to grandparents contributed to the entertainment with songs, dances, or poetry. It was a great getaway from superficial campus fraternity life into the kind of genuine warmth I had felt in the Azores. I was surprised to discover, however, that there were strong prejudices on both sides between Hispanics and Anglos in Albuquerque. I had never thought of myself as Hispanic, nor experienced any kind of bias. I discovered that I was passing as either Hispanic or Anglo without being either one.
Weren't you a fraternity member, Captain?
Yes, Ernie and I went through fraternity rush, just to confirm our negative attitudes against them. But to my surprise, the Kappa Sigmas were different. Many of the members were Korean War veterans and football players. The atmosphere was genuinely informal and friendly, without the phony social attitudes of the other houses. In any event, they were better than the chaos at the dorm, so I applied. I thought Ernie had also, but that didn't happen, so I rarely saw him again. Much later, I learned he had been blackballed because he was Hispanic, and that I would have been as well, except that someone checked with the registrar to find out where I was from. I was okay. I was from Germany.
How did you feel about that, Captain?
I have little respect for fraternities. I learned that in those days, most fraternities and sororities, including Kappa Sigma, also had membership restrictions against blacks and Jews written into their constitutions. I believe the restriction against Hispanics was an informal Southwest add-on. In the early 50s, Congress passed a law against racial or religious membership restrictions in private organizations or public facilities. Even so, there were no blacks, Jews, or Hispanics in our chapter.
Did you go along with that, Captain?
As a matter of fact, no. When I left the chapter, it was headed for its financial demise and is no longer on the UNM campus. I never heard or asked what happened. Next time I visited, 1969, it was a vacant lot.
What are your feelings about that now? Were there no bright spots in fraternity life?
Actually, yes, Mike, it's good you asked. I don't mean to be totally negative. Our initiation was a memorable hoot indeed.
Very clever. What other fun and games were there?
There were several ingenious winner-gets-a-prize competitions.
Good grief. What did the sorority sisters do for initiation fun?
I have no idea, but it does spark one's imagination to consider their relay races, doesn't it?
Who knows? They might really brand me this time. What were fraternity social functions like?
Equally inventive. We had BYOB, pan parties, at the Rio Grande.
Sounds like fun. What jobs did you have?
Well, let's see. First, I was a houseboy at the Kappa Kappa Gamma sorority house.
I'm surprised, Captain. From what I know, you rarely passed up such opportunities. So what was your academic experience like at UNM?
Bad start. I had enhanced my Navy scholarship application.
So you switched majors then?
No, I struggled through the rest of the second semester. I was overjoyed to discover that all of my credits from Maryland, I'd just gone from being a freshman to a senior.
But why psychology instead of another major, Captain? Why not? Psychology was relatively easy and interesting. There are greater benefits to higher education than job training, aren't there?
Yes, indeed, life enrichment and disciplined thinking among them. Speaking of the Navy, what was the NROTC program like? Academically, we took a professional development course each semester. Beyond that, the North unit was much like a fraternity, only better, I thought. My best friends at UNM were fellow midshipmen, Dave Sanchez and Max Sloan.
If I have the dates right, Captain, you graduated in June 1955, 5 months before I was born. So you were at UNM only 3 years instead of 4. Why didn't you use all of the Navy scholarship?
You have the dates right, Mike. No, I did not use the 4th year of the scholarship. My favorite professor, Dr. Keston, who taught all the child psych courses. There were several reasons. First, I would have had to take statistics courses. Third, Orly was graduating. Most of all, I just wanted to get the hell out of town. I was simply sick of school and Albuquerque.
Was I a factor in that last reason, Captain?
No, Mike, my mind was made up the year before.
Didn't you see Aurélie at all during those 3 years?
Very little, Mike. It's a long drive from New Mexico to Vermont.
Your cop karma wasn't working very well in those days, was it?
We sustained the relationship on the strong bond we developed in the 3 years in Germany.
Didn't Aurélie visit you in Albuquerque?
No, Mike. Presumably money was the obstacle. Still, it was a sore subject. Prolonged absences do not make the heart grow fonder, as we later discovered.
Didn't you see your parents at all while you were at UNM?
Oh, sure. I drove to Colorado Springs for holidays, but Mother was working at the Post Exchange, and they lived in a small 2-room apartment, so I didn't see much of them and slept on the living room couch. 2 of the trips were memorable, however. One of my frat brothers, Bill Thompson, was from Pueblo, 40 miles south of Colorado Springs, so I sometimes drove with him. There were 4 of us in a beat-up Ford going home for Christmas '53 when one of the water pumps sprang a leak. The garages were already closed for the weekend, but we were able to get the owner of an auto parts store to sell us a pump, which we had to change ourselves. The 2 water pumps on flathead Ford V8s were also engine mounts, so there was lots of grunting and cursing required to change one. In the process, we lost all the antifreeze, and the temperature was forecast to go well below 0 on our route through Raton Pass. But we figured we would be okay as long as we kept the engine running. In the long climb up the pass, however, the engine got very hot. We assumed that the new pump was leaking, so lacking other available fluids, we all peed into the radiator, to no avail. What we failed to realize was that the water in the radiator had frozen, which stopped circulation to the engine, so it was steaming hot. The engine finally quit altogether, and we were stuck near the summit of Raton Pass at 1 a.m. with no traffic and temperatures which froze local thermometers at 40 below 0. Our only hope was to bundle up as much as possible inside the car and hope for the best. Fortunately, several hours later, a Good Samaritan stopped and gave us all a ride to Pueblo. Another trip was even more eventful. My roommate, Bob Bogan, had a 1932 Model B Roadster hot rod, which his girlfriend refused to ride in. So Bob and I bought a 1940 Plymouth 2-door sedan, and I got to drive the Roadster a lot, including one spring break trip home alone. It was 1 a.m. on the road between Pueblo with no traffic when I saw the headlights of a car pull onto the highway behind me and close the distance very rapidly to dangerously close behind me, and just stayed there. My speedometer wasn't working, so I was guessing speed with the tachometer. I could probably have outrun the bastard, but something told me to just hold the 3,300 revolutions per minute I had been cruising at. Finally, the car shot past me, and I saw that it was a state trooper. Not long afterward, I saw the headlights pull out again, and the event repeated 3 times before the cop gave up on me. I got home about 2 a.m. When I got up, the news was all about a state trooper who was shot 3 times and killed at about 1:30 a.m. on the Pueblo-Colorado Springs highway. There was only one witness who said he saw the cop on the side of the road behind an old convertible with a young male in a leather jacket in the cop's passenger seat and the interior lights on. I fit the description. Later, since my parents weren't home, I decided to go for a ride on the same route north toward Denver. A short way out of town, however, I saw a police roadblock ahead. There I was in a leather jacket, driving an old convertible, and had been on the road from Pueblo when the cop was shot. So I stupidly whipped a U-turn across the median and sped off south. Fortunately, I got away with it. Otherwise, God knows my picture would have been on the front page of every newspaper, and the evening TV news would have had film of me in handcuffs being led away to jail, and who knows what after that. They never did catch the killer, so I would have been the only suspect.
How fortunate for you, Captain. Someone was surely watching over you that time.
That time and many others, Mike.
You have mentioned the Navy summer cruises. What were those like?
My 1953 summer cruise was aboard Shannon, a destroyer converted to a mine layer, home-ported in Norfolk, Virginia. There were over 100 of us mids aboard. Half were fourth class, the others first class, that is, freshmen and seniors. Also, half of us were NROTC, the rest were Naval Academy. The Naval Academy mids were tightly bonded and naturally looked down their noses at us amateur sailors. They knew how to spit shine shoes. We all displaced the lower rank sailors, so of course we lived and worked like them, bunked 2 feet apart in hot, cramped compartments. Standing 2 separate 4-hour watches a day as helmsmen, bridge lookouts, boiler and engine rooms, etc., we were otherwise occupied with scrubbing, mopping, and chipping paint, or conducting drills. There was precious little spare time and no place to hide. The officers, including the captain, were aloof and kept their distance from us and the hostile crew. Much of the crew appeared to be waterfront rats who enjoyed taunting us. For example, several petty officers in the engine room had fun grossing us out by displaying their advanced cases of venereal diseases and dwelling on the morbid details of their disgusting sex lives. It was not a happy ship by any means. We were bound for Brazil and Trinidad in company with the carrier Saipan, cruiser Macon, and several other destroyers. Getting there, of course, meant crossing the equator and all the traditional fun and games accompanying initiation of polywogs in ceremonies conducted by the shellbacks. For this cruise, that meant we could expect some serious physical abuse by the crew, who were all shellbacks, reveling in the opportunity to dish it out to us lower than the lowest layer of whale shit on the ocean floor, future officers. In preparation, the shellbacks rigged a framework on the gun deck to support a canvas-lined pool with a high platform attached, as well as other ominous-looking torture devices. We polywogs decided that the best defense was an offense, and 3 days before crossing, we revolted. Some enterprising polywog poured acid in the pool, which burned large holes in the canvas. Then we stormed the gun deck to tear down the structures, which resulted in some hand-to-hand engagements, ending when 3-inch fire hoses were turned on us. One mid broke an arm when he was blasted off the gun deck to the main deck. Similar revolts were taking place on the other ships, and one polywog was lost overboard. This was serious stuff, Mike, and it got worse. The shellbacks finally put down our rebellion the day before crossing. All us polywogs were corralled into the mess hall, with the lights and ventilation turned off, wearing just our underwear. The next day, the ceremonies began by taking us out of the mess hall, one at a time, blindfolded, crawling on hands and knees on the steel decks, with shocks administered by a bare electrical wire to ensure submissiveness, before being forced to crawl through several 2x6 bottomless canvas laundry bags sewn together to make a tunnel lined with fuel oil and garbage. To speed us on our way, shellbacks beat us with 4-foot lengths of flat 3-inch fire hose, shillelaghs soaked in seawater with nicely cord-bound handles. From the tunnel, each polywog was led to the royal court, commanded by King Neptune himself and his queen, to face charges of grave misconduct and sentencing of punishment. Also present at court was Davy Jones and the royal baby, who was the fattest, hairiest, ugliest, and grossest boiler room sailor aboard, dressed only in a diaper. Homage to the court was paid by each pollywog by kissing the royal baby's fat, hairy, greasy, bare belly several times with a helping shove to the back of the head. Amazingly, all our revolt damage had been repaired, so the next station was in the stool at the top of the 10-foot tower above the pool filled with fuel oil and garbage. Each pollywog was pushed backward off the stool into the pool and then led to the royal dentist chair, where the royal medicine was administered down the pollywog's throat with a grease gun. The royal medicine was a masterful concoction designed to cause projectile vomiting. Polywogs were then led to another chair to be administered the royal antidote by the same means and with similar violent results. After more tunnel crawling and other stations I can't recall, the last obstacle was running the gauntlet down the line of shellbacks, swinging fire hose shillelaghs before being washed down with fire hoses to clear away the oil, garbage, blood, and tattered remains of underwear.
Good God, Captain. Does the Navy still permit that?
Well, they still were in 1971 aboard the carrier America when we sailed from Cuba via Brazil, Cape Horn, and Australia to Vietnam, and then across the equator again, going the rest of the way around the world, coming home. Thank God I had already done it. With the vast expanse of flight deck and more than 6,000 sailors aboard, imagine what running the gauntlet was like for the polywogs on that cruise.
How do you prove that you are a shellback, not a pollywog? Do they just take your word for it?
Lord, no. An official entry of the crossing is made in each shellback's Navy service record. Plus, he is presented an 8x10 certificate from the domain of Neptunus Rex for framing, as well as a wallet-sized replica. Anyone who could not provide absolute shellback proof was assumed to be a pollywog and made to go through the initiation again. I carried my shellback card in my wallet for 30 years.
For good reason. That's the most brutal ceremonial naval tradition I have ever heard of. What do they do aboard cruise ships?
It varies, but I believe the ceremony is little more than a cute costume party in the ballroom.
How do the merchant ships conduct the ceremony?
I don't know, Mike. There aren't many crew members aboard merchant ships, and most have crossed many times. Still, given their usual multinational mix of waterfront rats, I imagine that some polywogs get worked over in some grisly ways best not contemplated. At any rate, only Navy shellback records will get you out of doing it the Navy way.
What was Brazil like in 1953?
A mixed bag. We were the first U.S. Navy ships to visit in 11 years, and we were told we might not be welcome because of communist leanings and anti-U.S. sentiments. Half the task group went to the capital, Rio de Janeiro, with the carrier Saipan, and we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil's largest city. I'm glad to say that the natives were friendly. I met a tall, gracious, and lovely young lady at a command performance embassy reception who was coincidentally named Maria Rodriguez. She spoke not a word of English, nor I Portuguese. We dated very properly all 10 days in port, and I even met her parents. But the only advanced conversations we had were when we encountered my pal Dave Sanchez, who did his best translating for us with his Spanish. After touring Maria aboard Shannon, one of the chief petty officers told me that she was the most beautiful Brazilian girl he had seen, a very high compliment considering the competition. In Dave's translation of our final conversation, Maria declared her intention to visit me in Albuquerque. I didn't take it lightly since her family approved and appeared to have the means to send her.
What came of that, Captain?
We exchanged English-Portuguese letters with Dave's translations for several months. But when she confirmed her intention to visit with proposed dates, I backed off. It was going to be way too complicated, expensive, and time-consuming for me to host her properly. Plus, for her and her parents, it would probably mean we were engaged if we weren't already. So I put off responding with polite regrets and never heard from her again.
I guess that episode was similar in some ways to being presented with the young lady during your Azores visit.
Exactly. Good training. While Portuguese romancing may advance slowly, it seemed that wedding plans proceeded at light speed. Scary business, Mike. As I was to learn the hard way, the Spanish culture can be similar.
So how did the old world Portuguese match with the Brazilians?
From my perspective now, having visited Brazil 3 times, compared with 4 visits to the Azores and a year living in Portugal, and despite the fact that most of the Brazilian Portuguese descended from the Azores, my impression is that there is little similarity between Brazilians and other Portuguese. The traditional cultural and religious constraints imposed in the Old World vanished and went to the opposite extreme in Brazil. Rio's Ipanema Beach and Carnival are about as free and far removed from Old World Catholicism and the traditionally happy to be sad Portuguese image as it is possible to get.
Are you saying that the Brazilians tend to be less moral by comparison?
Not really, just freer from artificial constraints. Underneath, I think most people want to have morally decent lives. The beaches and carnivals can give an exaggerated impression, whereas daily lives are conventional. For example, the first night ashore, Dave and I went to a bar where there were several single girls who appeared to be prostitutes. One of our shipmate midshipmen was sitting with one until the girl erupted emotionally and drove the midshipman away from her table. He came over to sit with us, confirming that she was a prostitute, and confessed that he had insulted her. We could see that she was shedding tears. Finally, the mid, feeling very remorseful, returned to her table and apologized profusely. When we sailed out of Sao Paulo, I saw her on the dock crying and waving her handkerchief to that midshipman. What he and I learned, and I saw in all countries outside the U.S., is that prostitution is a socially accepted profession, sometimes even honored as geishas are, and that those women, like all others, deserve to be treated with respect, whether or not you use or approve of their services. I'm reminded of a great line in an old movie you may recall. The story was about a socialite who is attracted to a professional assassin who only sleeps with prostitutes. So she poses as one to get him to bed. The next day at lunch, she asks her older and wiser girlfriend why such a man would only date prostitutes. Her friend replies, "Because he knows what their price is. He doesn't know what our price is."
Are you suggesting that all women set a price for sex, Captain?
To some degree, yes, but that's not as cynical as it may sound. Some Eastern cultures place very low value on women and allow no opportunities outside of marriage except prostitution. In general, Western women are much more practical about taking advantage of supply and demand. Most often in women's marriage decisions, security is the price. After all, raising children requires it. So, women need a reason, but men only need a place. We suffer from a flaw in God's design, which gave us a mind and a penis, but the blood supply to operate only one of them at a time.
Too true, I fear. Pitiful, isn't it? So, where to next? Trinidad, wasn't it?
Ah yes, Trinidad is a beautiful, lush, tropical, mountainous island in the West Indies, off the coast of Venezuela, and at that time was still a British colony. Port of Spain, the capital, was the most colorful contrast to any place I had been. Populated mostly by black descendants of slaves, plus American Indians and East Indians, Trinidad is the home of calypso music, steel drums, and limbo dancing, which were in their prime then. Max, David, and I went ashore mid-morning with bathing suits under our uniforms, intending to go to the beach. On the way, however, we stopped at a cabaret and had a 15-cent rum and Coca-Cola, and another, and then another. The only other customer was the youthful remains of an expatriate American who appeared to have spent the night on the floor, semi-revived for more debauchery. He was dancing with one of the bar girls to the calypso music of a three-piece band. On my third rum and coke before noon, I could easily see myself as the wasted American if I stayed in Trinidad a week. During a break, the guitarist-singer came to our table and sang verses describing each of us to a T. It was dinner time when we left. So much for the beach. After a fine Indian meal, we followed the sounds of a steel band to another cabaret where the bar girl waitresses were taking turns dancing under the limbo pole with a very thin guy who must have been nearly 7 feet tall. More rum and cokes. The mood was magic. Several sailors ventured onto the floor and did the Navy proud with their performance. 3 of the girls came to our table and stood behind us, rubbing our shoulders. The girl behind me explained that though she was heavy, that was a good thing, because the fat made her tighter, and she offered to satisfy me for $5. Then she ran her left hand down my chest to my crotch, where she was visibly shocked to find no trace of manhood, which had been well compressed by my tight bathing suit. As she stood back, she said that if I could satisfy her, she would give me $5. Thus ended my closest encounter with a black girl. Not so for the sailors, though. Even for the deep Southerners, the color barrier quickly dissolved.
Different attitudes and different latitudes, Captain.
Exactly right. Even in the 50s, the differences were socially artificial. They always were, as we have learned more about the lives and loves of folks like Thomas Jefferson.
So, was that the extent of your romantic adventures in Trinidad?
Not quite. The 3 of us returned to the Indian restaurant for lunch on the following day. 3 attractive Indian girls were there, so I invited them to join us, and I introduced us as Tom, Dick, and Harry. Since they were married and just having a girls' day out, it was all quite innocent, until one of the girls said her husband was traveling off the island, so if I came to her house the next day for lunch, she would cook me a real Indian meal. I accepted with every intention of going, but thought better of it after sleeping on it.
Excuse me for saying so, Captain, but you were a 21-year-old cherry boy. Either you were in masterful control, or you were pretty damn shy.
Just shy, I think. One of my exes teased me about being a monk in a previous life. Maybe so. I have always been fascinated by Gregorian chants. Still, I truly loved women and wanted nothing more than a close, loving, and lasting relationship. I just couldn't loosen up for one-night stands with strangers, and I was wary of getting girls I cared about into trouble. Foremost, I meant to observe at least one of the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
It sounds more like you were just scared, Captain.
Have it your way, Mike. You may be right. Whatever the reason, as I said before, I felt that door would lead me to leaving behind important hopes and dreams of the future. I was correct.
Okay, we covered the ports. How was the rest of that cruise?
Awful. Without dwelling on it, it was by far the most negative Navy experience I ever had. The foul nature of the crew was exacerbated by the attitude of the officers. Life at sea aboard Shannon was miserable. Destroyers never stop rolling, even in calm seas. So you have to hang on to something every step or risk injury on slippery decks. There were long lines for awful meals with an extreme shortage of silverware. So you had to take the dirty silver from a man leaving the table or eat with your hands. A deep dislike developed between the equally numbered Naval Academy and NROTC midshipmen. One day, when we were all together in the cramped crew's compartment below decks, we got word that the entire University of Oklahoma sophomore class of 40 midshipmen had been killed in a Navy plane crash. One of the Naval Academy mids was overheard by an Oklahoma mid to make the extremely distasteful observation, "Well, we all move up 40 numbers." There was very nearly a full-blown riot, and it might have been better if we had cleared the air with one, for the bitterness did not diminish. Everything went sour as we were enveloped in hostility toward each other and the Navy. Another mid and I intentionally disgusted the rest of the mids by generating a phony discussion and survey of heterosexual oral sex, an unacceptable topic in those days. One of my jobs was first loader on a 4-gun 40mm mount, which meant feeding 30 pounds of 4-round clips into a cannon firing at a rate of about 2 rounds a second, which caused me to jump a foot every time it fired. Once during gunnery, practice with live ammunition firing 5-inch guns and 40mm anti-aircraft guns at a target sleeve towed by an airplane. We were steaming downwind at the speed of the wind, so gun smoke enveloped the ship and obscured the target from our view. Controlling the radar gun director, a first-class mid called for a ceasefire to wait for the smoke to clear. But in his zeal to commence firing again, he prematurely locked the gun director onto the tow plane, and a number of rounds were fired at it before ceasing. Several rounds exploded near the tail of the tow plane, fortunately without damage or injury.
The captain must have nearly dirtied his pants at the prospect of losing his command, as he saw a mid shoot at a tow plane.
No doubt, but he surely would not have been missed by anyone aboard. He was a lousy officer and ship handler. To cap off the cruise, he stopped the ship dead in the water 50 feet from the dock, and we had to haul it in by hand. I wasn't going to be missed either. In part as the result of our sex survey, I was ranked last in aptitude by my peer midshipmen. So in 6 weeks, I went from number 1 in my class to dead bottom. Good for me. Screw the Navy.
Kind of makes me wonder how you made it in the Navy, Captain.
Me too, Mike, and you ain't heard nothing yet, though that cruise was the low point in my attitude. Father once told me that I was too rebellious to succeed in the military. Fortunately, however, naval aviation was more forgiving of leadership styles than the Army or Air Force was. I damn sure would not have succeeded as a black shoe destroyer sailor.
I can see why you ended up loving the Navy so much then. Your second cruise was better?
Yes, for the second-class cruise, our 6 weeks was split between amphibious warfare orientation in Norfolk, Virginia, and aviation indoctrination at Corpus Christi, Texas. There was little worth noting, except that I got to drive a landing craft and had my first ride in a Navy single-engine SNJ trainer, similar to what I first flew in flight training. One day at the Corpus Navy Exchange, Dave and I found a baby skunk, all wet and abandoned in the bushes. Since it was too young to odorize us, we took it back to the barracks, dried it off, and gave it some water. We decided to try to keep it as a pet, so we took it to a veterinarian in a shoebox to have it deodorized. On the way, however, we noted that our little flower friend had begun to develop that capacity. Since it was Saturday, the vet put our flower in an outside cage. When we called Monday, the vet said that Flower had passed away. We believed, however, that Flower bought himself a ticket to heaven by fully developing his defensive mechanism over that weekend.
Too bad. I've heard that skunks make good pets, and they are cute little critters. So that brings us to your last cruise?
Yes, Mike, but first I need to back up to early that year to tell about your mother and me. I will keep the account as factual as I can recall, without vindictiveness. I hope that you can accept that I'm relating this only because it's an event in my life and others too consequential to pass over lightly. For you, some of this may be in the category of, I don't believe I'd have told that. We can delete later, but I want to tell it all to you this time. Plus, there were repercussions to others besides you, your mother, and me.
Understood, Captain. I'll do my best to stick to my role as a reporter and separate personal reactions.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. I hadn't seen Emma for months because of her barriers to intimacy. It was just too frustrating for me to spend the night fully clothed with her, with little more than kissing permitted, and the balance of our relationship did not compensate. So, I was very surprised one Saturday afternoon at the house when I was told there was a girl out front who wanted to see me. There she was, long wavy black hair, tight white sweater, and riding jodhpurs breathtakingly gorgeous. After driving a while in her car, I asked where she wanted to go. I was stunned when she said to a motel. There was little doubt what was coming, but I chose to go along, one step at a time. What man can ever understand what goes through a woman's mind when she makes these decisions? In the motel, barriers were lowered, and whatever doubt I had about the extent of her intentions were quickly extinguished. Everything was happening way too fast for me. After all, this was to be my first time. Obviously, I was not her first. I panicked and told her I couldn't go through with it because, as she already knew, I was engaged to Aurelie and I was not in love with her. It was a bad scene, Mike. Emma collapsed in tears, humiliated. You know how women's tears work on us. I felt like a complete jerk. So I apologized profusely and tried my best to console her. In my view then, when a woman sincerely offers her body, it is a kind of sacred act which no man should reject cruelly. That's how naive I was. My consoling worked too well, however. Things heated up to the point where the main event was imminent. There was just one stipulation by Emma. I had to promise not to pull out. It had something to do with her being Catholic, but at that point I agreed. Afterward, I was remorseful and fearful of the possible consequences. A few weeks later, I flew to Denver to take the Navy's aviation flight aptitude test and physical exam. I had two concerns. First, my high blood pressure history. Because the Army said it was just a nervous reaction to having it taken, I had daily readings done at the campus clinic to accustom myself to it. It worked, My pressure dropped to a consistent 110 for years after, but I couldn't be sure how I would react in this all-important examination. Secondly, I wasn't sure of my eyesight. I had worn glasses for several years in Georgia. There was no remaining problem I knew about. Still, there was cause for concern. Pondering the possibilities during the flight to Denver, I had my third imaginary conversation with God. "Is flying still the most important goal of your life?" he asked. "Yes, it is," I replied. "Would you sacrifice anything for it?" he asked. "Anything," I said. "Would you give up orally?" he asked. That stopped me for a minute before I replied, "Yes."
Wow, God asked you hard questions, didn't he? First your life, and then Aurélie. What happened?
Everything went well in Denver. No problem with my eyes or heart, and I had their first ever perfect score on the flight aptitude test. At that time, Navy's test, developed during World War II, was the most accurate job aptitude test ever devised.
Great, so you're on your way to flight training. Home free.
Not quite, Mike. When I got home, Emma came bouncing up to me with a broad smile and announced, "Guess what, Manuel? I'm pregnant."
So God was having you make good on your choice, wasn't he?
No doubt, Mike. That would surely end my relationship with Aurélie. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Emma wanted to get married immediately, supposedly just to legally legitimize the birth. I explained that I could not be married until I was commissioned in September, following my final summer Navy cruise, or I would be tossed out of the NROTC program and lose my entire Navy future. Emma wouldn't hear of postponing the wedding. Figuring that I would put it off and skip out on her after the cruise, Emma reported me to the Dean of Men, and I was called into his office. Although the dean had no authority in such matters, I was lectured on doing the honorable thing. That wasn't so bad, but Emma's next act was a call to my parents to be the first to tell them they were going to be grandparents. The first I knew of the call was when Father showed up to intervene. After meeting Emma, his advice to me was to marry her and move in with her, and then tell Navy about it during the cruise before I was commissioned. He also advised me to tell Aurélie goodbye and never see her again. Otherwise, she would make me suffer for it the rest of my life with her. Next, Emma threatened to report me to the CO of the NROTC with the attorney she worked for in tow. She was going for the throat and didn't give a damn about the consequences. The only concession she made was a promise that her attorney would take care of the divorce following the birth free of charge, no strings attached. Her only purpose, she insisted, was a legitimate name for the child. There was no realistic choice left. I was in a corner with no practical option remaining but to marry her and hope for the best with Navy. Needless to say, however, the only feeling I had for Emma was hatred, especially after her best friend confided to me that Emma told her the pregnancy was intentional. My parents, especially Mother, never believed that I was the father, though I never dwelled on it. Nevertheless, Ernie Suazo was right about Emma being bad news. I should have listened to him. Finally, Emma and I were married in a civil ceremony with a few of her friends attending. I kept my head down and mouth shut in what must have been among the most unhappy shotgun wedding ever. The mood was sustained when a sandstorm canceled graduation exercises and diplomas were mailed out. It was a great relief to graduate and leave Albuquerque for summer cruise aboard the battleship Wisconsin from Norfolk bound for Scotland and Denmark.
Would you have returned after the cruise for the marriage, Captain?
If Emma hadn't been so hatefully aggressive, yes. I suppose I might even have tried to make a go of it, given the chance. That option was never proposed until it was far too late. Looking back, it's obvious that Emma wasn't interested in marriage. After all, she never spent a day of her life cohabitating in one, did she?
No, but because she was Catholic, she felt she was always married to you.
I know she said that, Mike, but do you really believe it? Even discounting her former annulled marriage, there is the fact that she and I were married outside the church, so it was never blessed, and we never lived a single day as a married couple. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. If that rationale gave her a socially approved crutch to lean on, I was a very happy camper to be leaving Albuquerque with Bob driving his new Pontiac sedan, towing my 1929 Ford Roadster hot rod.
What happened to the 40 Plymouth and Bob's 32 Roadster?
Glad you asked, Mike. There are two more Albuquerque stories to tell involving the Roadsters. When Bob's parents gave him the Pontiac, he sold his 32 Roadster, and we sold the Plymouth. I then owned the 40 Ford Coupe for a short time, but sold it to buy the 29 Roadster. It was a beautiful classic hot rod, which won first place at the State Fair Auto Show that year. The father of the kid that owned it was a car dealer, and the kid also had a classic canary yellow 51 Mercury Coupe. When the kid was arrested on his second marijuana charge, the police told the father to get the kid out of the state or he was going to jail. So his father sent him to UC Berkeley. Since he could take only one car and preferred the Mirror, I sold the 40 Ford and bought the Roadster for $500. Bob was into drag racing, so I tagged along by racing the 40 Coupe and then the 29 Roadster, but I didn't see much fun in that, so I just had fun driving around town and the open roads. I never came closer to death than one afternoon taking a mountain curve too fast and came within inches of skidding off to a 2,000-foot embankment. Hey, that reminds me of another one I'll back up and throw in here. On a visit to Colorado Springs, I took Mother for a ride on a mountain dirt road in my 40 Ford Coupe. When I took a curve too fast and the right rear wheel went off the road on a steep embankment, Mother stuck the heel of her right brake foot shoe right through the floorboard. Another one of our little secrets we never shared with Father. So here's the other 29 Roadster story. While the whole family was in Munich, I sometimes went to the Armed Forces radio studio to watch Father's band record radio shows, where I met the sergeant announcer for Hillbilly Gasthaus, the most popular radio show in all of Europe. The show came on at 3 p.m. after Outpost Concert Classical Music Show with the announcement. Now let's listen to some good music. Well, guess who I ran into on campus one day? That announcer. He was out of the Army attending UNM, so we hopped into the Roadster and went to a Mexican bar for a beer. He happened to have a pint of bourbon with him, so we got good and blitzed. Interestingly, before the Army, he had been a radio soap opera actor in New York. But when he followed me into the men's room and stuck his tongue in my ear while I was standing at the urinal, I knew it was time to go home. I don't remember much about what happened, except fighting him off as we rounded a curve. When I came to, I had busted out my 2 front teeth on the steering wheel after we had gone through a telephone guy wire and hit a large tree. The whole front end was bashed. The gas tank and battery in the rear had pushed the back of the seat forward, and my passenger was unconscious with his forehead into the windshield. Thankfully, he soon regained consciousness, and we parted company, never to meet again. I walked to the fraternity house and woke up Jim so we could tow the Roadster home, but when we got there, it was gone. By then, I was sober enough to call the police to report it stolen. They have it towed. Their comment was that they didn't see how anyone had lived through it.
Fools, drunks, sailors, and children. Right, Captain?
You got it, Mike. I was damned lucky. Turns out that the Roadster wasn't so badly damaged. I found a great body shop that straightened the frame, knocked out the dents, and painted it as good as new for only $200. My front teeth were another matter. After a dentist told me what needed to be done and what it would cost, I asked if he could patch me up well enough to last until I was commissioned in 3 months, so the Navy would take care of me. He did some grinding and installed temporary caps for $40, and I was good as new for a while. One more Albuquerque Roadster story. Since it was a classic hot rod, without fenders or bumpers, I bought 2 motorcycle fenders for the front wheels and 2 trailer fenders for the rear wheels. One of my pals, who drove for a mortuary, said I could use their paint booth and equipment if I came in at night while he was on duty. While I was painting, he had a call to bring in a body from the hospital. When he asked if I would like to see the embalming procedure, I reluctantly agreed. The body was a thin old lady in her 80s, laid out on a tilted slab with her blood being drained down the side grooves, while the mortician was beginning the cosmetic enhancements. I was surprised by my unemotional reaction. It's amazing how lifeless a dead body is and how impersonal the procedure is. There really isn't much to it.
I'll take your word for it, Captain. You had some close-ups with life and death in Albuquerque, didn't you?
Yes, and there's another one I almost forgot, perhaps because it falls in the "I don't believe I'd have told that" category. I was sitting in my room one night talking to 3 friends when a brother who was a married photographer at Lovelace Clinic joined us. Since he didn't live in the house, we didn't see him often, but we had seen some photos he had taken at the clinic. The most spectacular one I recall was a series of the side vertical cross-sections of a frozen, stillborn human fetus. On this occasion, however, he asked if he could speak privately to me and one other friend there. He had been asked to recruit 2 volunteers with our general physical features to be sperm donors for an artificial insemination attempt, a pioneering procedure at that time. They would pay us $25 each for each attempt for up to 3 monthly donations. We had no idea what the procedure was, but of course we agreed. $25 was a lot of money to us, and such an interesting way to earn it. Sure beat giving blood. The doctor was a short, round, rosy-cheeked man who surprised me with his shyness. He explained that this was for a couple who were childless because the husband was sterile. Instead of adoption, they preferred this option. The procedure, it was explained, was simply to mix the sperm from 2 donors, for anonymity, on the back side of a diaphragm and insert it into the vagina at the precisely right time. I had to sign legal papers to declare that I would never attempt to learn the identity of the mother if we were successful. Finally, the doctor handed me a urine sample type plastic cup and directed me to a restroom down the hall where I was to deposit the sperm. That was it. Simple as that. So down the corridor I went with my little specimen cup to what was nothing more than a closet with a toilet and a sink. Pretty sterile atmosphere for this kind of donation, not even any reading material. So picture this, Mike. There I am sitting on a toilet, trying to inspire myself, and an intern opens the door and stands there in shock as several nurses look in. It seemed like an eternity, of course, before the intern backed away, closing the door. Good grief, Charlie Brown. Now what? It wasn't easy, but it worked. The wife got pregnant first try, and that was the end of my professional sperm donor career. I was batting 1,000 in those days.
Is this a good stopping point for this chapter?
Pensacola. Next morning at the lodge for breakfast.
Good morning, Captain. Sleep well?
Yes, darn it, too well. It's getting to be a long spell since my last flying dream.
Have you tried rolling your head on your pillow at night?
Yes, but like I said, my neck is stiff and the pain is distracting. I may not be able to recall that talent.
You got through the pain of earaches as a child. Maybe your neck will limber up if you keep trying. Meanwhile, flying your shamango might be inspirational.
I've been thinking that too. I called a glider instructor I know, Sam Steele, to see if he might be willing to instruct you for your license. He flies an old Cub out of Salisbury on the eastern shore, 60 miles east, so it would be fairly simple for him to fly here. He is willing, but it wouldn't be quick or cheap, Mike. What do you think?
I'm game if you are willing. Since I'm not paying room rent now, it would be affordable, I think. What are the requirements?
It's not too bad for a glider license, which includes motor gliders. No medical certification or even a driver's license required, and you can solo at age 14. You need only 10 solo flights, which can be done in the landing pattern, before your flight exam. Of course, there's also a written and oral exam on federal aviation regulations. If you flew every day, you could finish up in a couple of weeks with my help. But there are always weather delays or aircraft and instructor availability, which could stretch it out for months.
That might take quite a chunk out of our time for the book, too, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. On those days you fly, which would require only a couple of hours, we could carry on with the book after dinner. If we finish the book and you leave before getting your license, you would still be ahead if you got your license at the glider port east of Albuquerque.
Sounds good. I'd love to do it. Very generous of you to trust your hamango to me, Captain.
Not really. Consider it compensation for doing the book. Besides, like us, it's not good for the shamango to just sit idle, and I'll have an aerial chauffeur into the bargain.
After breakfast at the end of the yellow brick sidewalk, what do you suppose they got these bright yellow bricks, Captain?
I don't know where the clay came from, but I'm told that the man who built this lodge in the 30s was a great fan of the Wizard of Oz film and had the resources to have bricks made any color he wished.
What a great film, wasn't it? Its appeal to young and old alike never goes out of date. Why do you suppose?
For me, it's the universally wonderful gospel messages delivered in a most charming way. Although the great Oz, like all wizards, turned out to be a fake, his simple lessons were the greatest gifts one could wish for. The only difference between the straw man and someone with a brain was simply the matter of a diploma. The only difference between the Tin Man and someone with a heart was a gold watch testimonial. The only difference between the Cowardly Lion and someone with courage was a medal. And finally, all Dorothy needed to find her way was to realize that there is no place like home. During Vietnam, I saw many lions scrambling for medals, doing dumb things or grossly exaggerating the truth to get them to prove their courage and ensure promotions. The thing was, Mike, we all knew that in many cases medals were awarded for phony events, so did nothing to prove courage or heroism. Same thing with degrees, gold watches, or ruby slippers. As the Dalai Lama said, we are all Buddhas within, but I digress. We left off with leaving UNM and Albuquerque behind, didn't we?
Correct. Recorder running, Captain. You and Bob towing your roadster to New Jersey.
Against Father's advice, I decided to face Aurelie for our farewell. We had been very close in Germany, and we had been engaged for 6 years, so I wanted closure. I was not prepared for what happened. Aurélie had been in the care of a psychologist. There was nothing very unusual in that. Everyone in Aurélie's family saw psychologists at every bump in the road. I was very surprised, however, that Aurélie was totally forgiving and declared she wanted to go to Pensacola with me.
Goodness, Captain. God let you off the hook, didn't he? How did that strike you?
Strike is the word. I was highly elated that Aurélie was so willing to forgive and forget. On one hand, I was still committed, but on the other, I had written off chances of our future together. Plus, I really wasn't sure I needed the added complexity in my life at this point. Just the same, I was cautiously hopeful that things might work out somehow. We wouldn't arrive in Pensacola until late September, and your birth was due 6 weeks later. If Emma was true to her word, I could be free again as early as the end of the year. Aurélie and I could pick up where we left off as planned after getting to know each other again. At that point, any positive possibility in my personal life looked good to me, Mike.
Sure. Besides, you had more important priorities then, didn't you?
Flying, you mean? Hell yes, damn tootin' I did. Does it make me a bad guy because I held my priorities to be more important than your mother's or Aurélie's?
Okay, shall we leave it and move on?
Listen, Mike, when you put yourself in the judge's seat with a rhetorical question like that, you're not getting by with, shall we leave it? If you wave a red flag in my face, stand by for a ram. We covered axe grinding at the beginning.
Good call, Captain. Quite right. I'll do better.
Okay, so I boarded the battleship Wisconsin, Norfolk to Edinburgh to Copenhagen, and return in 6 weeks. What a magnificent city Edinburgh is. What wonderful people. I loved every minute there, even though I was assigned to shore patrol duty. There was not a single incident. None of us could even buy a drink in the pubs without the Scots taking us in and picking up the check. There was a heat wave, 74 degrees, warmest it had been in 10 years, and people were sitting in the parks with their faces into the sun like sunflowers, soaking it in. Afternoons in the park, there were bagpipes with kilted dancers and crossed swords on the ground. We were pulled in to participate. While there, several sailors married women they met the year before. My impression of these wonderfully cheerful and feminine ladies was that a man could be happily married for life to any one of them. Of course, part of the picture was the reality of Scottish life. Because of family land ownership and economic conditions, men had to wait until their mid-30s for their inheritance before they could afford to be married. American sailors had an advantage.
Did you have a romantic adventure there?
Romantic adventure? Are you kidding? Wasn't I already in enough deep doo-doo?
You certainly were. Copenhagen next?
Yes, a wonderfully colorful city, but cold and unfriendly compared to Edinburgh. There were several shore patrol incidents. I was glad not to be involved.
How did you feel about your second exposure to the Black Shoe battleship Navy?
Pretty good compared to the destroyer crews. Our battleships were the all-time queens of the seas, beautiful lines and a hell of a lot of firepower. When we fired all 9 16-inch guns broadside, it moved the ship 12 feet sideways. Everything was first class compared to destroyers.
So you were commissioned immediately at the end of the cruise?
Not immediately. The captain went ashore as soon as we docked, and I have to sit on my butt for 3 days awaiting his return. September 2nd, 1955, the 10th anniversary of the Jap surrender, aboard Wisconsin's sister ship, USS Missouri. Ironically, on the next passage, the CO ran the Wisconsin aground, going up the river to the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard for decommissioning, thereby also decommissioning his career.
Did you heed your father's advice to tell Navy you were married before you were commissioned?
Yes, I did. During the cruise, I asked the chaplain what I should do. He said he would discuss it with the officer in charge of midshipmen and get back to me. When he did, I was told to sign the papers saying I was single. I picked up Orly and we reported for duty at Pensacola Naval Air Station, towing my roadster with the 1947 Ford Woody station wagon her parents sold me. The gate guard said I couldn't drive the roadster on base because it had no bumpers. I guess they had seen kids like me show up for flight training before.
Quite an entrance, Captain. Did you and Orly live together?
No, she took an apartment in town and a job at Monsanto Mills. I lived in the bachelor officers' quarters at Naval Air Station Pensacola during pre-flight training, and then NAS Whiting Field 25 miles away for basic flight training.
What was pre-flight training like?
Lots of aeronautical academics, plus physical fitness and survival training. The academics were interesting since it was directly related to flying. Physical fitness and survival training was grueling torture like the god-awful step test, jumping off a 20-foot tower into the pool, the obstacle course, plus devices like the Dilbert Dunker, which was a cockpit on 45-degree rails that dumped you into the pool and turned upside down, sinking as you struggled to get free from chute and harness.
What did you do with your hot rod?
Since I couldn't drive the roadster on base, I left it parked at the base hobby shop. Two fellow OIs, officers under instruction, who saw the roadster asked if I might be interested in stock car racing. I said I would loan the roadster's engine if they furnished the car. So Keith and George bought a '47 Ford Coupe, and we set about modifying it in the hobby shop garage for late model stock car racing on the local Five Flags half-mile dirt track. We worked on it every night until 10 p.m. closing time, so Orly and I had little time together, except that she got pregnant.
Whoa, hold up there, Captain. How did that happen?
In the usual way, of course. What can I say? Totally stupid of us. Naturally, Orly felt somewhat left out of the sex picture and wanted to be included. It certainly was not my intent, but felt I couldn't deny her, so I went along with it. I was easy. After waiting so long, I guess my guys had their wings and track shoes on. Pulling out was not adequate birth control.
This is getting better than the Officer and a Gentleman film.
Oh yes, Mike, and it keeps getting much better. For the sake of appearances, Overly and I got an apartment and told our friends that we were married. I went on to begin flying at Whiting Field and racing our coupe on weekends. Initially, we were to share the driving, but Keith was more interested in turning wrenches. Then George scared himself in an excursion off the track, so all the driving was left to me. What a blast, sliding around a half-mile dirt track in our navy blue and gold polka dot number 01 coupe. I won my second race, never placed lower than third, and never won more than $40. This was literally a redneck junkyard sport. Since Navy didn't permit us to race because of the risk, I did not use my name, so an announcer labeled me the Purple Mask, and it stuck. It was during this time that I met Dorothy. She drove up with George in his '38 Ford Roadster. When she stepped out, I damn near fainted. It was not just that she was absolutely the most gorgeous woman I ever saw, before or after. There was an inner light so familiar in her, I strongly felt that our destiny was entwined. Soon after, however, Dorothy too was pregnant. She and George were married, and we all became close friends.
So, considering the circumstances, it seems life wasn't going all so badly for you.
Not for long, though, Mike. Soon after you were born, one day just after a flight, a Marine with a sidearm walked up and asked, "Are you Ensign Sousa, sir?" "Yes, why?" "Would you come with me, please? Captain Williams, the JAG officer at NAS Pensacola, wants to see you. He will explain." Emma had tried to call me at the BOQ, and my ex-roommate told her I had gotten married and moved out. She immediately wrote the Bureau of Naval Personnel, stating that we were married before I was commissioned, had a child, that I had not supported her financially, and that I had also married someone else. Captain Williams informed me that I was being charged with non-support, bigamy, and making a false statement. I had a 50% chance of losing my commission.
How did you respond?
I told Captain Williams the truth about what had happened. When we married, I told Emma I would send whatever allowance Navy paid me for being married, which amounted to $87 a month, rental allowance. An ensign's basic pay was $220 a month. Fortunately, I had receipts for the money orders I had sent Emma. The non-support charge was totally bogus. Initially, I didn't divulge my conversations with the chaplain aboard Wisconsin in the hope of keeping him and the officer in charge away from negative consequences.
How did Captain Williams react?
Great, but I'm going to digress before answering to tell you about this very special man. Captain Williams, I learned, had been a naval aviator in the Pacific during World War II and was shot down over a Jap-occupied island. He not only managed to evade capture, but over the next few months killed all 40 Jap soldiers on the island and was subsequently awarded the nation's highest medal, the Congressional Medal of Honor. After the war, Williams left the Navy, went back to college for a law degree, and then rejoined the Navy in the JAG Corps.
What's a JAG, Captain?
Judge Advocate General, the Navy's legal beagles. Which brings me back to your question. Williams was a prince in the finest sense of the word. After finally confiding that I had told the chaplain I was married, Williams located him and he confirmed my story. Then Williams came to our apartment to meet orally and advised her to go home until the matter was cleared up, which she did. Then he got in my Albuquerque attorney's face to accelerate the divorce. He got written positive endorsements from my flight instructors and drafted a letter for the Admiral's signature to recommend no further official action. Before signing it, however, the Admiral called me in. It didn't go very well, Mike. I really did not need another morality lecture from a stranger at that point. Not even my father had done that. Nevertheless, the Admiral signed the letter, but with paragraph 4 deleted, which would have been his personal endorsement of my great worth to the Navy as cannon fodder for another Korea.
Bad attitude, Captain?
I was innocent of all charges. If that didn't satisfy them, I was in the wrong Navy. Williams was mildly disappointed, and I'm sorry for that. He was a great benefactor and had surely walked the extra miles for me. But I had a line of self-respect that I wouldn't sacrifice. I sent Christmas cards to Williams every year until they were returned for unknown addressee. Anyhow, it took until June to get Emma to divorce court. She dragged her feet every step of the way, piling up bills. She had an expensive cesarean delivery solely because, as she told me later, She did not want to have a birth pass through her genitals. She said she couldn't work because she was breastfeeding. Her attorney got fed up, fired her, and refused to represent her in the divorce. And so it went. Finally, I drove nonstop from Pensacola to Albuquerque for divorce court. It was June. Orly was 7 months pregnant. The judgment was $100 a month child support, more than a third of my pay. For the sake of legitimacy, my ass, and this wasn't the end of her efforts to screw me by a long shot. On the way back to Pensacola, I met Orly in Pascagoula, Mississippi, where there was no waiting period. We were married by a pastor in a small church the day after the divorce was final. To get past the embarrassment of being very pregnant, I told the minister that we had been married before I was commissioned, and I needed another official date of marriage. Had I known the future complications, I wouldn't have made up that excuse.
Quite a colorful picture, Captain. 2 kids and 2 wives in a year, arrested for bigamy, driving stock cars and going through flight training. You had all the makings for a fine puking dog, didn't you?
Yep, not even JB could hold a candle to me, and it does get better. Not that I was trying to be colorful. I just followed the yellow brick road.
How did Orly hold up through all this?
Magnificently well. She couldn't have been more positive and optimistic. There was never a harsh word between us or hint of recrimination from her about Emma. Nevertheless, there was an underlying toll on our relationship. Too much happened too fast for us to renew the bond. We simply made the most of the chaos and quietly hoped for better in our future.
Didn't the pressures and distractions affect your flying?
No, but I was disappointed initially. I wasn't much better as a flight student than I had been in academia. No doubt about it, I was always a slow learner in everything except auto racing. I could understand why Navy flight training was all about procedures and precision, which required rote memorization, but it took some of the romance out of flying in the early phase. Dirt track auto racing was easy for me and more exciting. However, as I progressed in flying and personal matters settled down a bit, it got to be fun. We started out flying SNJs, the Navy version of the famous AT-6 Texan. The SNJ was used as an advanced trainer in World War II and became the most demanding primary trainer Navy has had. Its performance was nearly equivalent to some of our frontline fighters in the early 40s. There are many still flying. We flew in 4 plane divisions with an instructor chasing through formation, aerobatics, air-to-air gunnery, dive bombing, and carrier qualification phases. It turned out to be more fun than any other airplane I flew in the Navy, especially tail chase aerobatics and carrier landings. There was one infamous instructor in the formation phase known as the Screamer, because he was inclined to lose his cool with his students. The Screamer was immortalized one day when 4 instructors replaced the Screamer's students and did everything wrong, much to the rage of the Screamer, whose tirades and rants were preserved for posterity on an audio tape, which occasionally still makes the rounds on the internet. As you will see, I enjoyed the opportunity to fly with the Screamer 5 years later. The gunnery, dive bombing, and carrier qualification phases were flown at Barron Field, Foley, Alabama, called Bloody Barron because of the high accident rate. Dive bombing was done on offshore targets. Because it is difficult to judge altitude over water, plus the lure of target fixation, it was essential to keep track of the rapidly unwinding altimeter in 45-degree dives. One of my classmates failed to pull out. Water depth was only 35 feet, so he and the SNJ were recovered. Out of respect for my classmate and curiosity to see what a 250-knot impact with the water did to an airplane, I went to see the wreckage on a flatbed truck. There were no signs of body parts, of course, but the heavy seat belts and shoulder harness were broken, and there was a clear imprint of the body's impact with the instrument panel. As I stood looking at the wreckage, a short, thin, elderly-looking commander walked up and asked about the crash. We stood silently for a few moments before he said, "Sometimes when I think about all the friends I have lost in plane crashes," and he choked up in tears. I wondered if I would one day have that same experience.
Did you?
No, I was lucky to lose no close friends to crashes or combat. The loss rate was much lower in my day than in the commanders. On a lighter note, I should relate 2 night landing pattern stories about the Jap and Italian students in training with us. The pattern for our first night landings in SNJs was 4 airplanes in the lower pattern doing touch and goes. 4 more planes with a designated leader circled higher above the field until the lower pattern made final landings. A runway duty officer, RDO, instructor, was posted on the approach end of the runway to observe and control the lower pattern. Another instructor flew around the upper circle. To signal a final landing to others in the lower pattern, the RDO told students when to turn on their landing lights. One Jap student did not understand. "Turn on your landing lights," the instructor said. Pause. "Say again, RDO?" "Turn on your landing lights." Pause. Say again, RDO?" "Turn on your landing lights." Pause. "Ah, so, landing lights." Later, the upper pattern instructor said, "Leader of the upper pattern, you are too close to the field. Take it out." No response. Minutes pass and the instructor says, "Leader of the upper pattern, you are too far out now. Take it in." No response. Soon the agitated instructor says, "Leader of the upper pattern, I told you to take it in. Acknowledge." In a heavy Italian accent, the student said, "First you tell me take it out, then you tell me take it in. Why don't you make up your mind?" After the flight, in the hangar, I saw the instructor giving the Italian holy hell, but the Italian couldn't have cared less, standing there holding his helmet with "Que sera, sera" stenciled across the back of it.
Did the foreign students go through the entire flight training program?
No, they didn't carrier qualify. In fact, our little joke was that the Japs only had to be taught how to take off.
What was carrier qualification like?
Well, 3 more classmates had accidents which totaled their SNJs. Fortunately, they were uninjured. One had an engine failure on takeoff and came down in a wooded area. Trees sheared off both wings, turned him sideways, and 2 more trees took off the nose and tail. The only sizable part of the SNJ remaining was the cockpit, with him sitting in it unscratched. Another classmate stalled and spun into the ground on a field practice carrier landing approach. As the pilot jumped out of the wreckage and ran full speed past the instructor landing signal officer, with his helmet on and parachute bouncing off the back of his legs, the instructor said, "Broke your airplane, didn't you?" The third accident was aboard the carrier USS Saipan, the same carrier that was in our Brazil cruise. Saipan was a small World War II escort carrier with no angled deck landing area, which meant that if you didn't hook a wire, there was no going around for another try. You were going into the barricade, or worse. I was a walk aboard, which meant I was to hot seat another classmate's SNJ after he made his qualifying arrested landings. Meanwhile, I was permitted to observe the proceedings from the starboard catwalk abeam the landing area. One of the chiefs said I was lucky to get to see my classmates do it before trying it myself. I assumed he meant good luck, but on his first approach, another classmate leveled off high, flew into the barricade, and crashed into the island structure, uninjured. I was impressed by how fast the wreckage was cleared away. Obviously, the crew had done this many times before. Finally, it was my turn. I was chewing gum so fast and hard after my first landing that the taxi director had a big laugh. What great fun, Mike. How glad I was to be Navy. The Air Force sure had nothing to match the thrill of this.
Better than auto racing, Captain.
Oh, hell yes. The thing about racing on a half-mile dirt track was that the thrill was sustained throughout the race. Although just the final phase of a flight, carrier landings top anything else you can do with an airplane. A quality 30-second crescendo of mounting unmatched excitement.
You make it sound like sex.
Even better, Mike. Good analogy, though. But speak for yourself on the 30 seconds timing.
What next, Captain?
The final phase of basic flight training was instrument training in T-28s, a much higher performance airplane than the SNJ, but less fun. Flying blind on instruments under a hood is a difficult grind. Very precise flying, demanding constant concentration on flight instruments to fight off false sensory signals, which would otherwise result in complete spatial disorientation, vertigo. The bookwork was tough too, with many flight rules to memorize. But it all seemed to pass quickly.
So much for basic. On to advanced training?
Yes, a very important step. Where you went next determined your entire flying career. There were separate programs for seaplanes, patrol planes, propeller-driven carrier planes, and jets. Initially, I wanted to be an airline pilot, but whatever residual ambition I had along that line was washed away in basic training. Now, I wanted to fly carrier-based jet fighters, period. Problem was, so did everyone else, and there weren't many Navy jet fighter squadrons in the 50s. Then some enterprising personnel genius came up with the idea of taking advantage of the supply-demand situation by offering advanced training of choice for extending obligated service 1 year. At first I decided to take my chances, but then it was obvious that so many were extending for jets, there was no chance of getting them otherwise. I was almost too late. I literally ran all the way to the admin office and was so out of breath I was barely able to make my preference known. But jets it was to be. Just one more hurdle, the checkout flight physical. I flunked it, disqualifying astigmatism in both eyes.
How could that be? You passed the Denver eye exam just the year before. Your eyes couldn't have gone bad that fast.
That's what I thought. Obviously, Denver didn't catch it. Providence had interceded.
Do you think Providence had something to do with the choices made in your imaginary conversation with God?
I was willing to trade orally for flying and passed the tests, so now I had orally back and flunked. What would be your answer?
No doubt about it, Captain. How did you get around it?
It was my great good fortune that the eye doctor was another Captain Prince, like Williams. The doctor said that the Navy's standards on eyesight were based on getting 20 years of flying out of me. If I wore sunglasses, stayed out of the sun, and could read anything on the 20/20 line on the eye chart the next morning, he would recommend a waiver. So I did, and he did, and I was on my way to Corpus Christi for jet advanced training.
You must have felt that God was putting you through the mill. How did you feel about that?
I did feel a strong hand in my life. I didn't know about Gene's influence then, but I was very grateful that matters kept turning out well. Reminds me of the story about God's sense of humor. One day he and St. Peter were watching a Catholic Mass, and God said, "Watch this." He said, "Sit down," and everyone sat. "Stand up," and they did. "Kneel," and they did. "Sit, kneel, cross yourselves, stand, kneel, sit," and so on. God and St. Peter had a jolly fine time.
What about your racing pals, George and Keith?
Glad you asked. The divorce and settlement were a financial blow, and Aurelie was no longer working, so I had to put the engine back into my roadster and sell it. The wagon's wood was rotted out, so that had to go too. I replaced it with a 53 Studebaker. My hot rod days were over. For the second racing season, Keith and George bought a 32 Coupe and moved up to modified stock car racing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Pensacola, Fort Walton Beach, and Montgomery. I did the driving but little mechanical work, though I attended the hobby shop every night until closing time. There was so little time for Aurelie that I totally missed her birthday. It was time to quit, and I did.
Did you lose touch with George and Keith when you moved to Corpus Christi?
Keith went to patrol plane training in Kansas, so I lost touch with him for a long time. George went to single-engine propeller attack training nearby. He and Dorothy lived near us, and we became even closer friends than we had been in Pensacola.
Aurelie must have been close to delivery.
Very close, Mike. My last Pensacola T-28 flight was August 11th, 56. David Alexander Sousa was born August 28th in Corpus Christi.
How did it go?
No complications. The wives had been briefed about the importance of letting their jet pilots get full nights of rest and not keep them up with rocking the baby, diaper changing, and bottle feeding. Aurelie took it to heart, bless her, and was very stoic. The afternoon when it was time, she simply went to the base hospital and gave birth. By the time I was informed, it was all over.
What were your feelings about fatherhood then?
Honestly, I must say that David was the most perfectly beautiful baby I ever saw, before or since. Otherwise, I have to admit that I felt detached. It had simply happened, with little will or contribution from me.
Same about me?
Yes, in a normal family relationship, perhaps I would have felt more involved. Who knows? As it happened, 2 months later, Aurelie was pregnant again. Christopher Lee Sousa was to be born July 13th, 57 in San Diego. So I had 2 wives and 3 children in 20 months. There was so much on our plates that there was little opportunity to contemplate the emotional significance of marriage or fatherhood.
My, Captain. Your forebodings about sex were certainly well-founded, weren't they? Did you ever wish you had taken your father's advice to never see Aurelie again?
At the time, it wouldn't have been productive for me to dwell on that question, Mike. We just accepted events as being the nature of life and made the best of it. As it turned out 14 years later, though, as you will see, Father was correct. In Germany, I disagreed with Aurelie's declared intention to have 4 children. Obviously, however, we were well on our way to that. You no doubt wonder why birth control wasn't employed. But these were the 50s, remember? Many years before the pill, diaphragms, foams, or vasectomies. Condoms and the rhythm method were about the only choices, other than the good old Catholic solution, the absurd rhythm method. Then, when the diaphragm came along, Aurelie said she couldn't use it because of her tipped uterus. I had a block against condoms, so I certainly do not hold myself blameless, Mike. In any event, ladies who want to have babies are an undeniable force, and having 5 wonderful children turned out to be a great blessing and a joy. There have been a number of times in my life where events occurred counter to my wishes, but turned out to be better choices than I would have made for myself. As my good friend Ron Hess observed, men are led through life by their penis.
Sad but true, isn't it? But you were surely well compensated. You were a jet pilot in the heyday of jets.
Absolutely, jet pilots were everyone's heroes then, and we were pioneers on the cutting edge of aviation. Only 50 years since the Wright brothers' flight. Navy was still flying our first generation of carrier jets, and space programs were Buck Rogers' dreams. Risky business, too. After flying my first jet, the TV-2, under the hood for instrument training, I went to the final squadron before getting my wings to fly Korean War vintage F-9, F-5 Panther fighters. For our welcome aboard, the squadron CO, Tiger Lewis, assembled us in the ready room. He sat on the edge of the desk and glowered at us individually for a very long time, like Jack Balance in his worst crazy gunfighter role. Finally, he said that within 3 years, 1 in 5 of us would have been killed in a plane crash. After letting that sink in, he lectured us that we had to want to fly more than anything else in life. If you wouldn't rather fly than eat, I'm going to find out who you are and boot your butt out of this program. Someone had complained about being scheduled to fly during lunchtime. As much as we all love flying more than life, I think we each felt a touch of unworthiness. I did decide, however, that I better show some responsibility as a family man and get some life insurance. The John Hancock agent who came to our home was a very charming lady who kept buttering me up with, "Oh, you jet pilot, you," and sold us a $10,000 ordinary life policy for a whopping $40 monthly premium, nearly half of my flight pay. Our black shoe peers, always jealous of flight pay, like to ask, "I know what you do to earn your flight pay, but what do you do to earn your base pay?" Our answer was, "Look, we don't get paid more than you. We just make it quicker."
What was flying Panthers like?
Outstanding, wonderful. Everything before this had been 2-seat trainers. Panthers were the real thing. Single engine, single seat, front line, carrier jet fighters, flown in Korean combat just a couple of years before. Perhaps you saw them in the movie The Bridges of Tu-Ri. We flew in 4 plane flights plus an instructor. Our instructor was very cool and near our age. He looked and acted like Elvis Presley. Since he was a duck hunter, he named us Pintail Flight. Instead of checking in on the radio after startup or frequency changes by saying 1 up, 2 up, etc., we quacked, once for number 1 in the flight, and so on down the line. Our first flight was to go off on our own to individually explore the Panther's envelope. Before the flight, another member of the flight and I had a discussion about what would happen if we pointed the nose straight up and rolled the airplane until it ran out of airspeed. Finally, we asked the instructor. His logical answer was that it would be very difficult to judge pointing straight up, so the nose would just fall off toward the closest horizon. We decided to test that answer, and both had the same experience. We may not have had our noses pointed exactly straight up, but the gyroscopic action of rolling kept us on track until the yaw string in front of the windscreen, used as a yaw trim indicator for air-to-air gunnery, shot straight out in front of our Panthers as we fell back down the way we came. Not for long, of course. The Panthers were smarter than we were in righting themselves nose down. Except for carrier landings, we did pretty much everything we had done in SNJ's formation, aerobatics, and gunnery. I have a vivid memory of my first Panther takeoff. First flights in a new type airplane were always similar for me, a feeling that I had no idea what I was doing. Since jets did not have ground-level ejection seats then, we took off and landed Panthers with the sliding canopy open to facilitate exiting the cockpit in the event of a crash. We were briefed to land straight ahead if the engine quit on takeoff. Since there was family housing off the departure end of the normally used runway, someone asked if we shouldn't try to avoid them. The answer was no. Land straight ahead, there might not be anyone home. So I was thinking about that during my first Panther takeoff, when I closed the canopy and it got so deadly quiet, I was certain that the engine had failed, but it hadn't, thank goodness. No one had mentioned that the Panther's pressurization system was the quietest ever made. I have never flown another airplane with near the silence in the cockpit, not even gliders. I have several more flying tales in that phase to report. David had colic, which kept us awake most of the night. One morning I slept through the alarm and was 15 minutes late for a 6 a.m. briefing. To my horror, Tiger Lewis was replacing our instructor. Thankfully, I was spared with a brief comment on the importance of punctuality, but Tiger put me on his wing for some close formation work. Although his helmet and oxygen mask covered all but his gunfighter eyes, that was enough to cause a slight ripple through my controls when he looked at me. During another flight with our regular instructor, I saw 8 airplanes where I knew there were only 4, a sure sign of anoxia, confirmed by the fact that my oxygen regulator was not blinking, and made further apparent when I tried to report it to the instructor with slurred speech. We immediately descended and returned to base. Troubleshooting revealed that the cockpit pressurization dump valve was open, so I'd had a double whammy coincidental failure, which might have been fatal. On the next flight, I found that the oxygen blinker on that airplane wasn't working either, so I had my mask checked. We carried our kneeboard checklists and oxygen mask in our helmets. It was discovered that a piece of checklist plastic binding had broken off and lodged in my oxygen mask exhalation flapper valve, holding it open, with the result that I had been inhaling cockpit air instead of oxygen. One weekend, we had a mass cross-country flight of 20 Panthers to Dallas. The rumor was that Dallas girls were very attracted to naval aviators, especially in dress blue uniforms. Navy wings of gold were crassly called leg spreaders. Our pintail flight wasn't scheduled to stay overnight, so we did not take along baggage. As fate would have it, however, the weather closed in and we were stuck for the night. So we joined our classmates for a Saturday night at the Dallas Hilton in our sweaty flight suits. I will never forget the scene in the lobby. One enterprising young aviator had purchased a toy helicopter at the gift shop, which flew at the end of a hand-crank cable to the rotor, with a sign underneath reading, "Party in room 812, free booze, everyone welcome." Just as a black tie and furs reception party arrived, and it worked. Some of them showed up. Mike, I just can't express how proud I was to be in the company of such outstanding naval aviators.
Wow, Captain. I'm beginning to understand. You were in the right place, weren't you?
Oh, yes, I was a most fortunate man. December 19th, 1956, the day I got my Navy wings of gold, was the proudest and happiest event of my life, and the second of only 2 times I got so drunk I lost memory of the celebration. It was a long and hard row to hoe, but it happened, and nothing could ever take it away from me. I was a naval aviator. Thank God.
What about Dorothy and George?
Dorothy had cooked us a wonderful Christmas dinner and then excused herself to give birth to their daughter Anne. Inexplicably, George quit flight training, got orders to the Philippines, and left Dorothy and Anne behind. Dorothy returned to Pensacola, and they eventually divorced. Having grown up with 9 siblings on a Texas ranch, Dorothy was even more stoic than Aurelie. As a wise man once advised, a man should always marry a girl from Texas, because no matter what happens, she's seen worse. This was far from the end of Dorothy in my life, though, and I did see George again. Welcome to the fleet.
Good morning, Captain. Sleep well?
Yes, Mike, very well. I'll tell you about it after breakfast. I wouldn't want any of these old farts in the lodge dining room overhearing.
Old farts? Goodness, Captain. At 94, aren't you the oldest fart at Heritage Pines?
Depends on what you consider old farts, I reckon. Some at Heritage Pines retirement home were old farts when they were 50.
I see, but it sounds like you have good news?
Nothing grand, but progress. Other news may interest you more. Sam Steele is flying his Cub over at 2 this afternoon to begin your flight training. Since you are both more experienced in Cubs and Champs, your first lessons will be in Sam's Cub. Sam is charging you $85 for travel expenses each trip, and $100 an hour for instruction in his Cub. It's been a while since Sam has flown as a Mango, so I will go around the patch with him for a few landings before he flies it with you. Sam's Zamango lessons will be $50 an hour. Pretty reasonable these days, I'd say. After you solo the Zamango, you'll be able to fly over to his strip for instruction and save the travel fees. We'll be late for dinner at the lodge, so plan on dinner at the food barn near the airport. Sam won't be joining us. We should leave here at noon and have the Zamango ready to go before Sam arrives. Meanwhile, we can spend a couple of hours with the book after breakfast.
Sounds great, Captain. Good day for it, too. I'll tell Georgie we'll be away to the airport past dinner.
After breakfast at their regular spot on the edge of the woods.
So, tell me your news, Captain. Did you have a flying dream?
Not exactly, but there's progress to report. I've been working at limbering up my neck to roll my head on my pillow. I'm getting through the neck pains better, and I've begun to regain the kind of self-hypnosis I did as a 4-year-old, trying to get past my earaches and put myself asleep, which led to controlling my dreams of levitation. Well, not really dreams, since I remain semi-conscious. Flights of fancy, I suppose you could call them, or out-of-body experiences.
How much progress have you made?
So far, it's as I began 90 years ago. I saw myself curled up in a fetal position, looking back down at me from the far corner of the ceiling of a large room.
That's great. Anything else?
No, that's it. It didn't last long, just a few seconds.
Do you recall what the next steps were at age 4 as your flights progressed?
Oh yes, the experience gradually lasted longer. Then I shifted to being on the shelf in the corner of the ceiling, looking back down at myself on the bed.
What did you do? Was there any sound or motion? What did the room look like? Where was it?
No sound or motion. I remained still and in a fetal position, floating without support. The room was dimly lit and featureless. No doors, windows, pictures, light fixtures, or furnishings. Nowhere I had been before.
How did you feel? Were you frightened?
It was very peaceful and calm, and my ear aches left. I think I was reassured by seeing myself on the bed, looking back up at me without alarm or fear. When you're 4, the whole world is so new and full of wonders, it's easy to accept such events as common experiences. So the dreams eventually progressed to flying freely, but required so much focused concentration that success was spotty and short-lived. Many times I failed altogether. Although I knew it wasn't real, I believed that it could be one day.
Well, Captain, you were certainly right about that. I've seen you actually levitate, albeit you were asleep and didn't realize it. You didn't seem surprised when I told you. Why was that?
Partly because at my age, the surprise threshold is quite high, Mike. Besides, the dreams are so vivid, and I've had so many of them over the years, that I felt the experience was very close to reality. So when you said you saw me levitate, it was not a great leap of faith for me. Mostly I felt nostalgia. When you have wanted to accomplish something so strongly for so many years and finally get there, you realize that it was the adventure of the journey that mattered more than the destination itself. I felt the same when I earned my Navy wings, and especially when I sighted the Cape St. Vincent Lighthouse, arriving in Europe after sailing wings across the Atlantic in '86. Important phases of my life had ended and could not be repeated. Buddhists say that death is life's greatest adventure, and it may be. Meanwhile, I think the getting there is the best part. It was the same with sex and love, too. What do you think, Mike?
I haven't thought about it much, but I see your view. I can relate it to earning my law degree. Graduation and passing the bar didn't seem like big events after the effort that went into the achievements. Landmark ceremonies which come at the end of adventures remind me of your thoughts about the Wizard of Oz's awards. I agree that sex itself is overrated. Of course, it's easy for us to say that at our age, but the best part of it was the romance and intimacy. And who knows what love really is? Women, especially mothers, think they have an exclusive understanding, and men just don't get it. But I think much of women's notion of love is self-satisfaction derived from manipulating men and children. That's why so many women are nurses and teachers, captive audiences.
Right, Mike. On the other hand, men love to do fun things with machines and organizations which become extensions of themselves.
Like sailing and flying, Captain.
Exactly, Mike, or being a commanding officer, which brings us back to passing through. We left off in December 1956. I had just gotten my naval aviator wings, and 6 of us in my class received orders to VAH-6 at Naval Air Station North Island. We had never heard of a VAH squadron. We knew that V meant heavier than air, so we weren't going to a blimp squadron. We also knew that A meant an attack squadron, so that wasn't bad because some had jets. But the H was a mystery. The administrative yeoman could only suggest helicopters. Good grief, helicopters? Then we asked our bachelor instructor. He didn't know what H meant either, but said he would fly anything to be stationed at North Island, because Coronado's Mexican Village Bar and Restaurant was naval aviation's most famous body exchange. Finally, someone told us about the Directory of Navy Squadrons, where we found VAH-6 listed as Heavy Attack Squadron 6, assigned 24 AJ-2 Savage aircraft. So what was heavy attack, and what were AJs, we asked. Who knew? Finally, someone told us AJs were carrier-based bombers with 2 props and a jet, designed to deliver nuclear weapons. Our hearts sank. We had extended obligated service for a year to be jet fighter pilots. Now we were going to be multi-engine prop bomber pilots? Good Lord, what a letdown. Then someone told us that AJs were being replaced with new twin-jet A3D Sky Warriors. Hey, not so bad after all. We were going to fly the latest jets in the fleet. So with high hopes, we set off for San Diego. I'll digress here to tell about North Island, on the west side of San Diego Harbor. San Diego was home port to a major portion of Navy's Pacific Fleet, carrier squadrons, and seaplanes. As many as 4 carriers were home ported at Naval Air Station North Island, with the pretty little town of Coronado attached. Besides the Mexican village, Coronado was best known for the Hotel del Coronado, a huge, posh, beautiful hotel built in the 20s, affordable only to the rich and famous. There was no connecting bridge across the harbor. Other than driving 30-plus miles around South Bay, auto ferries or nickel snatcher passenger launches were the only way to get to North Island. Although Coronado residents were happy to be isolated from the San Diego riffraff, the nickel snatchers were a hell of an inconvenience and bottleneck for the thousands of sailors and civilian workers commuting daily to the base. Finally, in the 60s, despite very strong resistance by Coronado, a major bridge replaced water transport across the harbor.
Coronado sounds exclusive. Were you able to afford to live there, or did you ride the nickel snatchers too?
We were very fortunate to find a nice, affordable 2-bedroom apartment on the ground floor, just a few blocks from the base. Looking back now, I can't imagine how we managed our finances. But we settled in quickly and comfortably, despite the fact that David was only 5 months old and Orly was 5 months along with Christopher.
Fast start, Captain. Did it go as well for you at the squadron?
Unfortunately, no. It was a depressing evolution from the first day we drove onto the squadron parking lot. It was a Sunday afternoon. Orly, David, and I drove around the base to check out the locations of facilities and the squadron area. Our impression was that NAS, North Island, was a very old and cluttered major Navy seaport industrial site. Every square foot of it, without huge warehouses, aircraft overhaul facilities, and machine shops, was paved over with roads, parking areas, or runways. It seemed to be more a ship's facility than an air base. Naturally, Navy was very hardware-oriented by virtue of operating subs, ships, and airplanes based at large seaport cities. There was little room at such bases, nor funds in the Navy budget to accommodate dependence facilities or housing. With many husbands deployed to sea at any given time, there was little cohesion among Navy wives, unlike the other services where many bases are remotely located with housing and facilities on base. So, Navy wives were independently on their own, with little reason to feel attachment to the Navy or their husbands' jobs. Consequently, family separation was the primary cause of low career retention and the high divorce rate. Eventually, we located aircraft hangars and a Hatron 6 sign and logo. Immediately on turning into the parking lot, we were greeted by a guard shouting, "Halt!" and leveling the muzzle of an automatic weapon into my face through my open passenger window, though there were no gates or signs to indicate it was a restricted area. Welcome to the fleet. Strangely, when I reported to the squadron the next day, there were no armed guards, restrictions, or apparent security of any kind. Nor were there any signs of welcome as I checked in. The duty officer barely looked up, and the admin chief simply handed me a list of offices to check in with. So it was everywhere I went. No welcome aboard, no handshakes, no introductions, no offers of help. The morale in this squadron had to be the lowest in the fleet. It didn't take long to find out why. VA-86, the only heavy attack squadron on the West Coast, was an unusually large squadron, at least 3 times the size of other carrier squadrons, with 23 AJ-2s assigned and over 90 flight crews, plus 20 ground officers and over 600 enlisted men assigned to the aircraft maintenance department. Every pilot came from multi-engine patrol plane backgrounds. Many were ex-seaplane pilots. None of them had less than 5,000 flying hours, compared to our 300 hours. None of them had carrier experience before coming to AJs, so they had little motivation to land airplanes larger than Doolittle's B-25s onto small World War II flight decks, especially at night. The AJ had no co-pilot. The right side had no flight controls. It was occupied by the Bombardier Navigator, a 250-pound bomb sight computer, radar scope, and optical bomb sight. The Bombardier Navigators, BNs, were all junior officers with reserve commissions. Several BNs were naval aviators who had completed multi-engine flight training and had made 1 or 2 deployments as BNs, but never graduated to flying in the left seat as heavy attack aircraft commanders because they didn't accumulate the required minimum 1,200 hours flight time before they were due for release from active duty, which they all eagerly looked forward to at the earliest opportunity. The third seat of the AJ, behind the pilot, facing aft, was occupied by an enlisted third crewman, who actually did not have a job in the airplane. Each deploying attack carrier had a 3-plane AJ detachment and 4 3-man air crews, so there were many men in the squadron coming and going who never met. We soon learned that the A3D Sky Warrior was several years away from fleet introduction, and that the 6 of us were to be trained and deployed as BNs, like the junior aviators before us. To say that this did not sit well with us would be a gross understatement. The most vocal among us, Jack, wrote his senator and congressman, charging Navy with breach of contract because we had extended obligated active duty to be jet pilots, not bombardiers. A congressional investigation followed, which made all of us very unpopular in the squadron. PL, political influence bypassing the chain of command, was unacceptable in military service. In the heated exchange with Captain Charles, the Hatwing commander, Jack called the captain a son of a bitch, which he certainly deserved, only earned Jack court-martial charges, which were dropped after Jack's second letter to his congressman.
Were there any positive results of the congressional investigation?
None. Navy successfully defended itself with the old standby needs of the service excuse, plus the technical catch-22 that we had extended for jet pilot training only, with no guarantee of assignment to jet squadrons. As Navy recruiters are often quoted, if you can't take a joke, you shouldn't have joined up. To make matters worse, my collateral duty assignment was assistant maintenance officer, which my BA degree in psychology did not qualify me for. My boss, Commander Jack Bolton, the maintenance officer, was a one-man show jerk who had virtually nothing to do with me. The AJ was a highly complex airplane and a maintenance nightmare. The squadron's aircraft flight readiness status was often under 10%. Reliability was so bad that crews routinely did not bother strapping into their seats until the takeoff checklist was complete at the end of the runway, because chances were that grounding discrepancies would result in taxiing back to the line without flying. The files of thousands of maintenance instructions on the office shelves were so way over my head that I escaped by hanging out with the chiefs and petty officers in the line shack, passing the time of day picking up pearls of wisdom like, "The good thing about being married in the Navy is that you have a happy marriage half the time, no matter how you look at it, and that's more than most men can say."
Weren't you flying at all?
Not in the squadron at first. While the training department was trying to invent a B/N syllabus for us, I bummed rides at station ops in the co-pilot seats of R4Ds or SNBs, twin-engine transports. When we finally began B/N training, it was in the ass end of P-2V Neptune patrol planes, modified with AJ bomb sights. During boring 4-hour flights, the 6 of us took turns dropping 25-pound inert practice bombs from 10,000 feet on a radar reflector on the Salton Sea north of El Centro. Since there were more of us than there were ditching stations aboard P-2Vs, one of us had to sit at the unauthorized navigator station for takeoffs and landings. One day, the avionics chief petty officer substituted for our regular instructor in order to get his monthly 4-hour flight time to qualify for flight pay. As we taxied out, he abruptly ordered me to get in your ditching station. When I tried to explain that there wasn't another ditching station and that we had been using the navigator's seat instead, the chief exploded. "Not when I'm here. Get in your ditching station." I stayed put. I'd had all the fun I could stand. There was no further exchange on the subject until after we landed, and I called the chief aside to tell him what I thought of his disrespectful manner. He demanded to know what he said, and I quoted him with the same tone he had used. "That's what I said, and just the way I said it. If you don't like it, tell it to the ops officer." And he walked away. Well, my first leadership challenge. I did better than the ops officer, though. I went to the commanding officer with the result that the chief was permanently removed from flight pay status. Imagine the chief's added chagrin, Mike, when it turned out that as the assistant maintenance officer, I was his boss's boss. Having been raised by an Army sergeant, I knew how to regularly get in that bastard's face in his office and in front of his men. In 3 months, he threw in the towel and retired. That was the first time anyone had ever pissed me off to the point of getting revenge. Quite a satisfying new experience. It set a line of self-respect that no one was going to cross again without vengeful consequences to them. Thank you, Father.
Good for you, Captain. Too many people would have let it slide and have it eat away at them ever after. Anyhow, what did the 6 of you do besides drop practice bombs and bitch about it?
We translated stereo photographs of targets into radar predictions by viewing them with stereoscopic magnifying glasses. 2-scale pencil drawings, the size of the radar scope, depicting predicted radar returns, were made for each 5-mile increment of the inbound track for what the B/N hoped to see on his radar during the run-in, heading a laborious, tedious, and boring task. Using those radar predictions, we then made our early AJ flights on very high-altitude practice simulated bombing runs on the Air Force's radar bomb scoring site in downtown Los Angeles, with the designated ground zero being the southwest corner of the Sears Roebuck building. Unless you've done it, there is no way to describe the difficulty of the BN's task to consistently find a particular building on radar in a city the size of Los Angeles, especially with no intrinsic motivation for the job. Another tediously boring job for BNs was celestial navigation, using a periscope sextant to shoot and plot star sites for position fixes on long overwater night flights. For two of us, staring for hours at aerial photos of Los Angeles, drawing pictures of radar scopes, and spending hours at navigation plotting boards was too much. This was not what we extended for. BN assignment in heavy attack with no pilot flying opportunity was entirely unrelated and inappropriate to naval aviators training, and it certainly would have a negative impact on future promotions and assignments for those of us who remained on active duty. Since military flying is entirely voluntary hazardous duty, and no one can be ordered to it, Mark and John took their only remaining protest option. They turned in their wings and quit flying. As punishment, they were immediately transferred to destroyers. We never heard of them again, but I expect that their punishment was suffered most by the crews on those ships who served under them. The whole affair was an incredibly stupid waste of time, dollars, and manpower by the Navy.
What next for the four of you then, Captain?
We attended SWOPAC Special Weapons Unit Pacific for 3 weeks of highly intensive academic and hands-on instruction on the 2 actual nuclear bomb types carried by AJs. Incidentally, since an FBI special personal background investigation was required for a top-secret security clearance to attend SWOPAC, the question of my bigamy allegations were resurrected, probably during an interview with Emma. You'll recall that to explain Aurélie's obvious pregnancy, I told the minister who married us that we had been married previously and just needed a later date to satisfy Navy regs. Unable to find evidence of bigamy, an agent finally asked me to sign a formal statement under oath declaring my innocence. I had good reason to suspect Emma because she was writing irrational letters to my CO, complaining of my negligence. After several of these letters, the admin officer finally just gave them to me to draft responses for his signature.
How long did that go on?
About once a month for more than a year. Emma was also writing newsy letters to me with pictures of herself and you, as though we were still married and I was away on cruise. If Emma's motive was to upset Aurélie, it worked, but not to your benefit. There was no way I could ever agree to seeing or corresponding with you as long as your mother and Aurélie were in the picture.
That pretty much goes along with my mother's portrayal of you to me as a youngster. She did date other men, but none of those relationships lasted long. I believe she scared men away because she was so strongly independent and eccentric. But I am certain that if she wanted to remarry, she would have made it happen. In any event, she was a devoted mother to me. Well, Captain, what say we get back to a more pleasant topic? How was it for you to get up close and personal with atomic bombs at SWOPAC?
I was most impressed by their simplicity. Basically, a nuclear reaction is nothing more than putting 2 subcritical parts together to form a single supercritical reaction. H-bombs use the heat and pressure of a nuclear reaction to initiate a secondary hydrogen reaction. The difficulty with building one of these monsters comes in processing the raw materials, but of course there were many other technical refinements developed in improving the efficiency of reactions. The smaller and older of the two weapons we carried was quite a Rube Goldberg affair. Because each of the two subcritical parts were so close to being dangerously supercritical, we had to assemble the bomb in the air, miles from the carrier and at altitude. The Rube Goldberg part was in the airborne assembly. The BN and third crewman went into the bomb bay with the core, which we launched with in the cockpit. The bomb, with its own battery, had two doors in the nose which opened with a push of a button. Then a track extended down in front, and a small trolley car ran out onto which the core was placed. When another button was pushed, the trolley retracted into the spherical pit in the belly of the bomb. The track folded up and the doors closed. If the bomb battery was dead, we had a beautiful little box of shiny wrenches to accomplish the task manually. Then all that was left for us to do was set the two barometric fuses for the airburst altitude and deliver the damn thing to the target.
Amazing. What about the larger bomb?
The other was a very much more powerful and sophisticated multi-megaton hydrogen bomb. Even when nuclear bombs were so reduced in size and weight that they could be delivered by single-engine light attack planes, the yield of our H-bomb was more powerful than the total of all the other bombs the air wing could deliver. I'll have more to say later about launching with a real one.
It seems the AJ and the heavy attack mission was a pretty big deal in keeping Navy carriers in the big picture during the operational introduction of nuclear weapons.
Oh, yes, indeed. Though I had little appreciation for my situation at the time. Remember, these were the days of the Cold War, when the U.S. was facing an imminent all-out nuclear exchange with the USSR. Conventional weapons were no longer an option. Every American citizen, man, woman, and child, understood the meaning of the terms mutually assured destruction and nuclear holocaust. Our homeland would not be spared annihilation in World War III. Fallout shelters were installed in the basements of many homes. School children were drilled in taking cover. Signs were posted in public places with shelter locations and instructions. One Sign of the Times advised folks to curl up in the fetal position with their head between their knees and kiss their ass goodbye.
Was it really that serious?
Worse. On top of everything else, there was the Korean War, the Berlin airlift, and finally the Cuban Missile Crisis, all of which nearly escalated into nuclear attacks. Most Americans believed that a nuclear war with the USSR was inevitable.
So the Navy response to the threat was the AJ? How did it come about?
In the opening paragraph of Steve Ginter's book, North American AJ-1 Savage, he writes, "The North American AJ Savage came into being as the direct result of the greatest Navy and government controversy since Billy Mitchell and the battleships. This controversy was over the future strike capability of the Navy, if any. At the end of World War II, the Army Air Corps, which became the Air Force in 1947, had total control over all nuclear weapons, and their B-29s were the only airplanes that could deliver them due to the bomb's size and weight. The Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs each weighed over 10,000 pounds. The Nagasaki Fat Man type bomb measured nearly 6 feet in diameter. Navy argued that the B-29 lacked long enough range, requiring launches from foreign bases to reach Soviet targets. However, there weren't many countries where the U.S. was permitted or willing to store nuclear weapons. Navy argued that Air Force's follow-on B-36 and B-52 long-range, high-altitude strategic bombers were vulnerable to early detection and attack, so would require fighter escort from foreign bases. The Navy's proposal was that it could launch strikes from carriers free to sail over 2/3 of the Earth's surface without foreign bases or flyover agreements. Consequently, Navy was allocated a grand total of 3 weapons and opened bomber design competition in August 1945, awarded to North American Aviation for a fast, medium-range, carrier-based bomber capable of delivering a Fat Man. Meanwhile, Navy needed an interim carrier-based nuclear delivery airplane. The only choice was the P-2V Neptune land-based patrol bomber, which was too large for normal carrier operations. Nevertheless, the Navy ordered 12 specially modified Neptunes, which were to be hoisted aboard carrier flight decks in port, deck-launched with rocket assist motors, and the crew recovered after ditching alongside rescue ships if they returned.
If, Captain? Were survival odds that grim?
Yes, grim for everyone. Our role was retaliation since politics did not allow for a preemptive attack. The Russians had the first strike surprise advantage. We'd be coming from behind at the outset, a bad position to be in for a nuclear exchange, which might not last past round 1, because there would be little capability for follow-on strikes. Some scientists predicted that a radiation dust cloud would enshroud the planet and snuff out all life on the Earth's surface. So bomber crew survival was mostly a cosmetic consideration.
Were P-2Vs ever deployed operationally aboard carriers?
No, but contingency plans for it were in place. To publicize the capability, however, a P-2V with a dummy nuke aboard was deck-launched from an offshore Atlantic coast carrier and flown on a round-trip, non-stop flight to the Pacific coast, returning to an East Coast Naval Air Station. How did the AJ introduction pan out? Quite well. The AJ-1 was ordered in June 1946. The first 3 prototypes flew in June 1948, and squadron deliveries of 55 production AJ-1s began in September 1949. The improved model AJ-2s came along in February 1953. The Savage was the first naval combat aircraft to carry a nuclear weapon and the world's largest carrier-based aircraft. All carriers deployed with 4-plane AJ detachments. Because AJs were usually in launch alert status and folding at 75-foot wingspan was a 4-hour manual operation rarely done, AJs were a significant deck handling headache for aircraft handlers aboard small World War II vintage carriers, where they were always referred to as goddamn AJs. But as far as we were concerned, AJs were just damned bombers we had to ride shotgun in. We believe that there were only 2 types of aircraft, fighters and targets.
How did you hold up through all this?
I guess my Army upbringing and gratitude to be a naval aviator helped me to keep my head down and my mouth shut. I resolved to try to make the most of a bad situation which I had no control of. If 1,200 flight hours was required to get in the AJ left seat, I was going to get it in record time. I volunteered for every flight with an available seat, days, nights, weekends, cross countries, test flights, anything. Even so, however, it was going to take at least 3 years to get out of the right seat, and by then I would be out of the squadron. They threw us a bone by deciding that we could log BN flight time as co-pilot, but without ever being at the controls, that was a total farce. we would have no opportunity whatever to maintain flying proficiency, so it was unlikely that I would ever fly as a Navy pilot.
I know it didn't happen that way, Captain. What did?
I made friends with Bob Scully, the squadron landing signal officer, who was looking for 2 trainees, so another classmate, Hank James, and I volunteered. It was a good move. It was an outdoor job, away from the squadron, and got me out of the maintenance department assignment. Plus, controlling field carrier landing practice with paddles or radio was something like flying model airplanes. But the huge surprise benefit came with our next change of command. Our new CO was Commander Burley Grimes, a cigar-chewing General LeMay-type fighter pilot whose favorite expression was horseshit. When he discovered that he had 2 LSOs who weren't flying the AJ, he said, horseshit, got a waiver of the 1,200-hour flight time requirement, and put both of us in the left seat to be trained as heavy attack aircraft commanders. Glory, hallelujah. Thank God. 3 months later, Hank and I were on our way to the Western Pacific aboard the carrier Hornet as the first and only first tour junior officers ever to deploy as designated heavy attack aircraft commanders.
Quite an incredibly favorable turn of events, Captain. What was it like to fly the AJ? Was it disappointing after flying jets?
Are you kidding? Hank and I had just jumped from the worst flying job in the Navy to the most prestigious. How could we possibly be disappointed? AJs were unique in aviation history and a joy to fly. Sure, they were bombers, but with 2 props and a jet, sometimes referred to as 2 screws and a blowjob, they were capable of speeds over 400 knots and could even be flown on the Javelin at light weights. The controls were hydraulically boosted, and there was a respectable 5G maneuvering limit, which even made AJs competitive in dogfights. Best of all, we flew off carriers, even at night, when it was so challenging that the only other night flyers were the all-weather fighters. Even by twin-engine bomber standards, AJs were big airplanes, in part because the fuselage size was determined by the Fat Man bomb. It was a powerful experience for me to walk up to one sitting silently on the flight line and then climb aboard to breathe life into it as though I were Dr. Frankenstein. It lives! It lives! I never felt anything like that about any of the other 20-plus type airplanes I flew.
So it was all smooth sailing? No screw-ups?
Now that you mention it, Mike, 4 small incidents do come to mind. Hank was riding shotgun with me one day when we had to make a sharp left turn, taxiing out of the Chalks. There was an AJ up on jacks off the ground, undergoing maintenance with its tail sticking out of the hangar in front of us. My attention was focused on signals by the taxi director for the turn when I felt us hit something as the taxi director frantically gave the crossed wands stop signal. We stopped with our right wingtip fuel tank under the hangared AJ's tail, dangerously close to lifting it off the jacks. Fortunately, the AJ did not fall off the jacks, and there was only minor cosmetic damage. We were able to make the flight, but I knew that Skipper Grimes wouldn't miss the chance to embarrass me at the next all-pilots meeting. So I skipped it, and Hank had to take the ribbing. Since he was acting as my co-pilot in the right seat, it was his responsibility to be sure our right wing was clear. Plus, there should have been a wing walker lineman at that wingtip.
What about the taxi signalman's responsibility?
I don't know what was said to him, but I'm sure he felt as embarrassed as I did. I probably should have discussed it with him and Hank after the flight to ease our mutual pain, but it was more my style to let such sleeping dogs lie. The less said about it, the better. The second incident I recall occurred off Hawaii. We were operating there for the Hornet and Air Wing Operational Readiness Inspection, ORI, by CIN CPA CFLT, Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet. In the rush to deploy us on this cruise, there hadn't been time for Hank and me to fill one small block for our HAAC designations, 4-night arrested carrier qualification landings, our first ever. So one night in Hornet's flight schedule was set aside just for our command performance, our one and only chance before sailing on to the Western Pacific. Now, Mike, 4 arrested landings in one night is a formidable challenge. Lots of things can go wrong. Bad weather and ship or aircraft malfunctions, not to mention considerable pilot stress and strain. Flying low in an inky black hole on the ocean, visually orienting on finding the ship and lining up on center line and the optical glide slope with no visual horizon reference or depth perception, while also keeping track of the cockpit instruments for altitude, airspeed, power setting, and attitude, combined to make night carrier landings the most difficult routine operational task performed in airplanes. Throw in some rain, a pitching deck in high seas, low fuel state, an electrical failure, a rough running engine, or food poisoning, and there's nothing routine about it. On Hornet vintage carriers, there was only 10 feet between the airplane and the aft blunt ends of the ship, often referred to as the spud locker or the ramp. 1.5 degrees of deck pitch reduced that clearance to 0. Add rolling and heaving, the vertical movement of the entire ship crossing waves, and it becomes extremely demanding white-knuckle flying.
How were your firsts memorable?
It was January 23rd, 1958. My total flight time was 592 hours, but only 165 hours as first pilot. I had begun flying left seat in October, made 17-day arrested landings in November, 5 more in January, including 2 landings earlier that day on Hornet. That night was fairly clear and calm, but impressively dark. Since there was no reason for my BN, Jack Lancio, to be aboard, I launched with my 3rd crewman in the right seat. I'm sorry I can't recall his name, but he was very young, pleasant, and fearless. It was good not to have 3 nervous people aboard. I didn't catch up with flying the airplane on the first approach. I felt like I wasn't in charge of the event. I wondered why in the hell I was doing this, or if I could. I wanted to stop the airplane and get off. Although the approach itself wasn't out of limits, the LSO either sensed my uneasiness or his own, and I was waved off. My second approach was a wave off as well, but this time it was more the LSO's uneasiness than mine. On my third approach, just as I was turning onto final heading, with no warning whatever, my starboard engine suddenly and without warning quit cold. Of course, it took a second or two to comprehend what was actually happening. In twin-engine aircraft, it is important to be certain which engine has failed before taking corrective action, which might shut down the wrong one. A great truth is, never turn into the dead engine. Fortunately, I was in a left turn, away from the dead engine. Another great truth is, in an emergency, the most important thing is to maintain safe flight. So the task at hand was to scan the engine instruments for clues, while also flying the airplane on one engine at 500 feet on approach for my first night carrier landing.
It makes my hands sweaty to hear it, Captain. What did you do?
Well, before I could do much of anything, all by itself the engine started again, smooth as silk, just as before. So I continued the approach to a reasonably good landing. I guess the engine took my mind off worrying about the landing. As I taxied out of the landing area, the air boss said on the radio, "Congratulations." I thought he meant for finally getting aboard. You just made the 49,000th arrested landing aboard Hornet.
What a way to finish off the night.
Finish? I wasn't finished. I needed 3 more landings to be qualified, and this was the last night to do it. Bad engine or not, I was going to press on if the engine ran up okay before the next catapult launch. I also started the jet engine for backup and went on for 3 more arrested landings with my very brave third crewman in the right seat and no further engine problems. Subsequent investigation revealed a crack across the top of one of 18 cylinders between intake and exhaust valves, requiring an engine change. Did I mention that I was the detachment safety officer?
No, you didn't. But you obviously were not a very good one, were you?
Like my granny always said, you can't argue with success. However, I did give a stern speech in our ready room, warning everyone not to compromise safety for the sake of a readiness inspection. I had no idea how badly I was going to eat those words 2 days later during the NOREX.
Do as you say, not as you do, Captain. What is a NOREX?
Nuclear Ordnance Readiness Exercise to test the carrier's ability to handle actual war reserve nuclear weapons in a precisely timed sequence as part of SIOP.
Lord, how do you keep track of all those acronyms? What's a SIOP?
Single Integrated Operational Plan, which was the schedule for all nuclear strikes, including Air Force and Navy bombers, as well as intercontinental ballistic missiles. Some targets were considered so strategically important they were designated for multiple weapons, so we might arrive on target to find a smoking hole. Also, it was possible that a bomber's track could take it into a fireball. SIOP was an attempt to coordinate the timing of strikes, thus the importance of adhering to the launch schedule timing in a NOREX.
Interesting, Captain. How is it you knew so much about the targets?
Each of our assigned targets were laboriously planned during the weeks before deploying on cruise, using every available piece of intelligence. As BNs did with the Los Angeles RBS site photos, they again made pencil radar predictions from actual target stereo photos. Crew's highly detailed flight plans were then closely reviewed by the CO, Air Wing Commander, and sometimes by the carrier's CO.
What can you say about the nature of the targets?
Priority was assigned to destroying the enemy's offensive capability for a second strike. So they were military targets, places like airfields, not people. Typically, our targets were long-range bomber bases in remote locations, not population centers or industrial sites.
Were all your targets in the Soviet Union?
No, and that's all I can say about targets, except to note that one of mine was such a great distance that we had to land for refueling to reach it.
There couldn't have been much chance of getting there on that one, much less getting back.
Perhaps, however, we devoted a good deal of effort to planning how we would succeed alive. We were not in some goofy Jap kamikaze frame of mind, I assure you. Nevertheless, our best hope of survival was to be so convincing to the Russians of our capability and determination to wipe them off the map too, that they would be rational enough to decide against launching an attack. That's what mutually assured destruction, MAD, and deterrence were all about, and it worked.
But we couldn't use that rationale so well against insane Muslim terrorist acts without identifiable nationalities, could we?
Not to the degree we did against the USSR, but we convinced Arab nations that they would be held responsible and attacked with dire consequences to their political security if we were nuked by terrorists harbored by them. Muslim or not, all people are motivated to survive at some subterranean level, aren't they? God, I truly hope so, but there's much evidence to the contrary when it comes to Muslims. Perhaps, but that is not nearly as politically viable nor militarily possible as it was in the Cold War. Invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, for example, were only partial successes. Nevertheless, those actions sent strong messages to Saudi Arabia and the others that there could be major consequences to them for supporting terrorism. Some say Korea and Vietnam were not successful. However, they were only limited battles in the Cold War, which we won. Our determination in those conflicts was backed up with do not cross lines, defending against forceful communist expansion. They were effective military deterrents in the big picture, which bought us time to succeed on the political and economic fronts. Truman had the guts to take sole responsibility for dropping the bomb on the Japs. So, bad cop Nixon credibly frightened Russia, China, and Vietnam into believing he was crazy enough to launch preemptive strikes against them, and that good cop Kissinger was the only one keeping him from doing it. Nixon had the strength to launch B-52s against Hanoi and force the North to talk peace. Reagan's brilliance was leading the U.S. into outspending the USSR into economic and political oblivion to win the Cold War. Carter and Clinton should have been impeached for their damage to our credibility. Johnson was rightly run out of office for his irresponsible leadership failures in the Vietnam conflict. But I'm getting ahead of myself again. Where were we?
You had recalled 2 of 3 AJ incidents you wished to relate, and you were telling about the Norex.
Aha, yes, good for you remembering a Navy acronym. My mission was to fly off a War Reserve H-bomb to be downloaded at Barbers Point Naval Air Station. The real thing, Mike, 3.5 megatons. Fuse disarmed, of course, but capable of a low-order detonation in a crash or fire. Because of the size of the bomb and the low fuselage, AJs had to be parked directly over the dedicated special weapons elevator, straight up into the bomb bay. I was greatly impressed that the AJ was engineered to take the load of a 10,000-pound bomb on a single suspension point throughout a hydraulic catapult shot. Unlike the follow-on steam catapults with steady acceleration down the track, hydraulic cats were more like a cannon shot with most of the acceleration at the beginning. It was quite a jolt and one hell of a load to put on a bomb suspended by a single lug to launch a 52,000-pound airplane up to flying speed in a 2-second run down a 150-foot track. But back to my story. The bomb elevator was located so the AJ was also in position on the number 2 catapult, directly in front of the captain's bridge, wings spread, ready to launch without taxiing forward. The only other airplanes aboard capable of carrying much smaller weapons on this launch were the single-engine AD Sky Raiders, which were spotted aft on the flight deck for deck launch on their own steam. However, since the AJ's port wing hung out across the flight deck too far to allow the ADs to deck launch, we had to go first. If I didn't get off, no one would, and the Norks would be a complete failure.
I smell one coming, Captain.
Yes, indeed, Mike. Everything was routine through the load. But interesting to note that though we were aboard a carrier at sea, There was an apron around the bomb bay to obscure the weapon from view, for even its size and shape was top secret, and the area was guarded by a half-dozen Marines with automatic weapons. Jack, my BN, and I went through the bomb's lengthy checklist with the weapons officer and an inspection observer. Although I had been hands-on with the cutaway training weapon, touching the real thing in the bomb bay of an airplane I was going to fly, having also been through the target planning process, brought the whole business home to me. Although I was much too busy and focused on the task at hand to ponder the experience, I was acutely aware of the reality of my job. This was no longer just a training exercise. This was as close to the real main event as we could get without going all the way. Actually, Mike, like so many complex events which sped by in rapid succession, there never was time allowed for deep introspection, nor anyone interested in hearing it. When I have recalled stories, they were abbreviated, out of context, and impersonal, seeming to be things that happened to someone else, or like a movie I once saw. The greatest benefit now in telling you these stories is for me to consciously relive them in sequence and put them in some kind of perspective. Until now, it never really struck me how much complete trust my country had put in me at a very inexperienced and tender age. But I digress too much. When I got to the magneto check on the port engine, the RPM drop was out of limits, so I gave the thumbs down signal to the catapult officer. So much for the NOREX. The first tour Lieutenant JG in the AJ was blowing the whole thing. Without shutting down, I set the parking brake, and Jack went back into the bomb bay to replace the bomb safety pins. A mechanic came into the cockpit to help troubleshoot the engine, but it only got worse. After about 10 minutes of this fruitless exercise and answering constant radio inquiries from the air boss, damned if my boss, Lieutenant Commander Marv Cooper, the detachment officer in charge, didn't show up on the flight deck and signaled me with a thumbs up and launch signal to go anyhow. So, after we got the mechanic out and Jack back in after removing the safety pins again, I shoved the throttles up, saluted the catapult officer, and down the deck we went, with the parking brake still set, digging 4 grooves in the teak flight deck and a rooster tail of splinters behind us.
Oh my God, how awful. What happened?
You say, oh my God. Imagine yourself as Hornet skipper, Captain Tom Connolly, with ambitions to be the Chief of Naval Operations. There from his bridge, before him a first-tour junior officer was going down the flight deck in an AJ with a bad engine and an H-bomb aboard with the brakes locked, falling out of sight off the bow, heading for the Pacific Ocean, likely to be cut apart by Hornet's bow and perhaps sucked into the giant screws, setting off a low-order nuclear explosion under his fantail.
Gives new meaning to one's career going up in smoke, doesn't it, Captain? But I take it that did not happen. What did?
Well, the catapult paid no attention to the locked brakes, and we fired off with plenty of flying speed. However, with the nose gear off the bow before the main landing gear, the effect of the locked brakes was to pitch the AJ's nose down enough for us to drop out of sight from the flight deck. So I took the only action open to me. I pulled the yoke back to get the nose up and climbed out heading for Hawaii. It was all over so fast that I had no emotional reaction. The only radio transmission to me was an unnecessary reminder to release my parking brakes before landing.
What were the consequences for you?
Fortunately, we spent 2 days at Barber's Point before rejoining Hornet in port, so there was some breathing space for reflection by all. Obviously, I was embarrassed about the parking brakes, but there was no harm done by it. The worst was having held up the launch, plus the public humiliation of being told by my boss to go anyhow. It made me feel stupid and timid, even though 7 bad spark plug leads were later found on that engine. I should have refused to launch. It had been a foolish risk. Nothing was said directly to me about the incident. However, a few weeks later, Captain Connolly reviewed one of my targets with me on the bridge, and the son of a bitch lectured me about the courage needed to fly such missions. As it happened, we rarely flew because Connolly didn't want to risk accidents on his watch. "We're just out here in case something starts," he said. I had only 23 flights, and only 2 at night, during the remainder of the 6-month cruise to Westpac. Connolly, deservedly, came to be called Captain Tuna, Chicken of the Sea. Nevertheless, he later succeeded in becoming the Chief of Naval Operations.
Quite an entrance you made there on Hornet, wasn't it? Reminds me of what you said before about the puking dogs. If you can't be good, be colorful.
Yeah, and what Ron Hess advised, don't ever just fade into the woodwork. Let them know you were there. That's life. Live and learn. There's a great truth for everything, isn't there?
Yes, indeed. That's how they become cliches. So, did the rest of your AJ flying on that cruise go without incident?
Almost, but not quite. Because AJs were so large and difficult to handle on the flight deck, we were always last to land on a recovery. The only parking area large for us was behind the island structure on the starboard side of the flight deck. So the routine was to shut down AJs in place after landing, hook up a tug on the nose gear, and push us back into the parking spot as the ship turned out of the wind. One day as we were doing this, the officer of the deck got too frisky with the starboard right turn out of the wind, and Hornet heeled sharply to port at a 10 to 15 degree angle. It was more than the tug cold handle, and we were sliding rapidly toward the port side. When the tug's brakes proved ineffective, the driver jumped off and ran up the deck and left me to try to stop both the AJ and the tug, rapidly accelerating toward the edge of the flight deck for a 60-foot drop into the Pacific. With the AJ's engine shut down, so were the hydraulic pumps which supplied brake pressure to the main landing gear. So my instinctive application of rudder pedal brakes was useless. Fortunately, the Norex incident familiarized me with the AJ parking brake system, which was operated by an air bottle independent of the hydraulic system. We so rarely used it, it was easy to forget they were there. By the time I reached down to pull the brake handle, we were rolling so fast and so close to the deck edge, I believe another second or two delay would have been too late.
What fallout from that incident was there?
Nothing. Not a word was said to me about it, though I'm sure the officer of the deck probably got an earful from Captain Connolly. Hornet's turns out of the wind were much more tame thereafter.
Didn't it seem strange to you that there wasn't much more said to you about those 4 AJ incidents?
Yes, it did, Mike. I expected lots of hindsight chiding, as my critical Army father would have done. However, it was a consistent experience throughout my Navy career that, as long as no harm was done, we were given credit for being smart enough to learn through introspection. Silence can be a very effective leadership technique for developing young executives, especially applicable to the Navy, where subs, ships, and aircraft operate far from direct supervision and where quick independent thinking is required by COs. One of the aspects I enjoyed most about being in the Navy was the fact that we were given this latitude to do things our own way as long as desired results were achieved. At the same time, we very well understood that a single serious error could be career terminating. I doubt that there is any other organization, military or civilian, where this is so uniquely true. In that sense, at least, we were like sole proprietors. It was up to us to learn to sink or swim on our own, and that thinking extends to the lowest-ranking seamen. We were literally on the same ship together, and any one of us could sink it if we didn't pay attention.
With so much technology and ships scattered across the Earth's oceans, I can see where the Navy has to operate with a looser chain of command than the other services. I found out the hard way about the downside of self-reliance as a sole proprietor of a law firm, as opposed to being a state office employee subject to comparatively close supervision, rigid regulation, and constant scrutiny. Navy life sounds like the best of both worlds, except at the great price of family separation, with years at sea away from civilization.
True, Mike, nothing's ever easy or perfect. The choice is a matter of one's priorities. Perhaps this is a good place to stop. We can pick up with the Hornet cruise when we get back from the airport this evening. Okay?
Okay, Captain. Let's go.
Hornet to the Western Pacific.
Thank you for a wonderful day, Captain.
For what, Mike? All I did was have fun watching you Humpty bump down the runway trying to land Sam's Cub.
Yeah, well, maybe I did oversell my flying abilities a bit to you.
You did okay. I've known few pilots, including myself, who made consistently good three-point landings in a Cub. The Champ you flew no doubt had the landing gear modifications, which made everyone look good. Nevertheless, as they say, Mike, the Piper Cub is the safest airplane ever built. It can just barely kill you. There are an unlimited number of ways to humiliate yourself in an airplane. Hopefully, you learn the lessons. Otherwise, they will come back to bite you in the butt one day. In any event, after mastering the Cub, Chimango landings will be a piece of cake for you. How was Sam as an instructor?
Excellent. Just right. Couldn't be better. We are going to get along just fine. How was your flight in the Chimango with him?
No problem, Mike. When he says you're up for it, perhaps in 3 more Cub flights you'll switch to the Chimango. Sam is a certified flight instructor in gliders as well as powered aircraft, so you're all set to go with him all the way for a private pilot certificate as well as a glider rating with a motor glider endorsement. Any idea what you might do with that?
No, but it will sure improve the options. There's the Glider Club east of Albuquerque, and then there's Phillips Champ. But 85 horsepower off a mile-high runway on a hot day is a bit iffy. After flying your Chimango, soaring would be more fun in the long run, I think. And there's probably lots of lift off the Sandia Mountains. We'll see. Meanwhile, I don't want to detract from pressing on with your book, and it's early enough to put in another hour or 2. Shall we adjourn to the lodge lobby?
Sure. Let's finish the 1958 Hornet cruise.
Okay, there's someone on the porch. Let's use this table. All set, Captain. Recorder running.
Although Hawaii is 2,500 miles off the U.S. West Coast, there was another 2 weeks of sailing the wide Pacific Ocean to our next port call, the Philippine Islands, and the largest naval base in the world then, Subic Bay. To maintain Hornet's speed of advance, there were no flight ops, so there was plenty of free time to just enjoy the fascination of being at sea again and settle into the routine of life on an aircraft carrier. I was in an all-steel 4-man bunk room, smaller than a jail cell, directly under the number 1 catapult. There were 2 bunk beds, 1 sink, 4 5-drawer chest desks, and 4 hanging lockers. There was no porthole or air conditioning, just 1 vent blowing hot, humid, ambient air. My 3 roommates were BNs, including Jack, all of whom were second tour lieutenants who had made the previous Hornet cruise. Since I was junior, I got a top bunk directly under the catapult track. It was no place to be during a launch, but I was rarely in the room during flight quarters or any other time except to try to sleep. Our detachment shared Ready Room 2 with an FJ-4B attack squadron, which made no bones about letting us know we were inferior in their midst. Whenever it got too bad, we'd remind them that though they were capable of carrying light nuclear bombs, they were not included in SIOP, that our bomb had more bang than theirs, and that we were Hornet's primary mission. Finally, we put up a heavy black curtain divider across the ready room to block out some of the sight and sound of them. We were also pretty much isolated from the rest of the air wing. The unpopularity of the AJ because of its size and being a prop-powered multi-engine bomber, plus our small number, made us easy prey for bias.
How did that affect your group?
Not much at all, since squadron morale was so low at home, and we were virtual strangers to each other before this cruise. We felt little loyalty to the Navy or each other. There was also a degree of distance between pilots and BNs. So, whereas ready rooms are normally the primary social and working hangout for squadrons, we didn't spend much time there.
Tell me more about the distance between pilots and BNs.
I don't want to overstate this. It's just that there was a degree of professional disconnect which overlapped socially. Some flight officers had been physically disqualified from flight training and were somewhat envious of pilots. Others were in the Navy to avoid the draft and were attracted to being flight officers by the extra pay and prestige. Naturally, then, there was a tendency for them to be critical backseat drivers with short-timer attitudes. Add to that the fact that I was junior in rank and experience, yet in command of the aircraft and their fates, and you have the basis for a certain degree of distance between us, which made each of us loners. Again, I say I don't want to exaggerate this. It was simply an undercurrent. Like most pilots, I was enough of a loner to begin with, so it all had little effect on me. At sea, I spent time on deck watching the sky and the waves, on the LSO platform, observing landings, or watching movies in the wardroom. I even built a model of a World War I fighter, which I never flew.
How about when the ship was in port?
Good question, Mike. This was a fork in the road for me. Working hours aboard do not change in port, since the administrative machine grinds on as usual. So unless you took leave and left the ship or signed up for tours, it was still a 9-to-5 job, which left no time for sightseeing. One choice was to stay aboard for dinner and movie in the wardroom, write a letter or read, and go to bed early. The other choice was to go ashore with the gang for happy hour and dinner at the officers' club, and then on to the bars downtown. Civilian seaport commercial waterfronts are pretty much the same all over the world, bars and women. So the evening downtown choice was inevitably bound to lead to inebriation, sex, and the attached risky physical and emotional consequences. I was way ahead in experiencing the consequences, so I set out to be a monogamous straight arrow. That was an easy choice for me in the Philippines. The naval base was huge and had every imaginable recreation facility. The QB Point Naval Air Station, where carriers docked, was far from the front gate and downtown. The 1950s QB Officers Club was the most unique and famous in Navy history. A short distance from the carrier pier and situated on top of a hill with a gorgeous view overlooking the entire primitive Subic Bay. The club was a grass shack built of iron pipes on a cement slab with 4-foot bamboo sides and screens up to the grass roof. Needless to say, with several hundred pilots of happy hour in such an informal setting, behavior regularly got quite rambunctious, so the QB Club was not the place for the Navy families stationed there. Fortunately, the Subic Officers Club was a proper, new, modern, large, formal air-conditioned club with a dance floor, live music, regular nightclub acts, and excellent food. A good place for a couple's dining and dancing night out, but of little interest to us, of course. I'll have more to say about the QB Club and the Philippines during Vietnam cruises when we made nearly all our port calls there. All in all, it was a lousy place to visit. Outside the base gate across Shit Creek, an open sewer into which children dove to recover coins tossed in by sailors crossing the bridge, was the town of Olongapo, which made any of the worst parts of Mexican border towns look good. Sailors were regularly beaten, stabbed, and robbed. The girls mostly resembled monkeys, and the VD rate was incredibly high, with strains invulnerable to penicillin. The sailors would have been better off if they had tossed all their money into Shit Creek and returned to the base. Throughout the Philippines, crime and corruption was universal, with shoot-'em-up Wild West politics. Much of the vast jungle was inhabited by primitive tribes and was therefore off-limits to everyone. Fortunately, most of our port calls before Vietnam were at Naval Station Yokosuka, Japan, because the SIOP commitment kept carriers closer to our targets.
Like Germany, I suppose Japan had recovered from World War II by 1958.
Oh yes, even more so, mainly because it was undivided and there was less to replace. Most Japs lived in tight quarters with their parents and children. Still, like the Germans, the Japs had good reason to feel superior to their relatively weak neighbors. Their level of culture, industriousness, unity, applied intelligence, and island isolation put them far removed and above the other Asian countries I visited.
You saw no sign of bitterness toward Americans?
No, on the contrary, the people were grateful, friendly, and humble. They had been convinced that Americans were vicious beasts who would torture, rob, rape, and murder everyone if Japan lost the war. General MacArthur, whatever his ego issues were, was an incredibly popular political genius who was entirely deserving of the highest adulation of the entire population, almost equal to the emperor. Instead of punishing and humiliating them, he left the emperor and self-respect in place, and in every way managed the total recovery of that nation. The Japs were greatly relieved that the war was over and took complete responsibility for their own defeat. If there was resentment toward us, there surely was no public sign of it.
I've always read that Japanese society is pretty much closed to foreigners. Did you find that to be true?
Absolutely. So you might ask how much of it I was able to penetrate as a Navy guy during brief port calls. I won't get ahead of myself, so I'll just say that though my observations were shallow in some ways, still, I visited there over a period of nearly 20 years. As for intimate contact, which I expect you may be wondering about, would you like to finish the evening on that topic, Mike?
Sure. I assume this gets us back to your personal fork in the road?
Yes, indeed. First, I'll summarize my marital situation again. Aurelie and I got along very well, but after the turmoil, 2 small children, and an intense new career, there wasn't time for us to recover the level of intimacy we shared before our 3-year separation, and I feared another pregnancy. I settled for what we had, believing that was just the way life was. However, after checking out the veteran straight arrows in the air wing and seeing their lost hollow faces wandering around the ship, I was seeing my future self in an unfavorable light. I did not want to be like them. So it didn't take many quiet nights aboard in port before I came to the conclusion that I had 2 options: leave the Navy or go ashore. Since leaving the Navy was not an option, going ashore was the choice. Although I was determined to remain a straight arrow, I knew that my past record of what one psych prof called a stud-like propensity was going to be a difficult handicap to overcome. There would surely be many birds trying to build their nests in my hair again. It was a risk I had to take. I was not willing to become a hermit out of fear.
So, what was the nightlife like downtown?
Quite a pleasant surprise, actually. Not at all what I expected, but I didn't jump in at the deep end. I began by signing up for tours. Even though tourist-oriented, the bus tours were so pleasant, interesting, and informative that I took advantage of opportunities to have days off the ship wherever we went. Japan in the 50s was a most unique country in every way: the people, clothing, culture, landscape, and cities. The people took the time to smell the flowers by enjoying detailed and refined ceremonial pleasure in the smallest details of their lives and surroundings. I won't dwell on them, but as examples you may be familiar with their tea ceremonies, food preparation, bonsai trees, traditional clothing, and specially grown and elaborately marketed vegetables. Their disciplined and extraordinarily polite public behavior was evident everywhere. They even repeatedly bowed to each other on the telephone. Most impressive for me was their obvious loving devotion to their children. Pre-toddlers were comfortably and securely carried on mothers' backs under outer garments. It was most charming to see a serene little Japanese face, peacefully sleeping, undisturbed by the noisy hustle and bustle of the streets or markets. Large groups of uniformed school children were common sights, touring parks and cultural sites, marching along in long lines of 2 abreast, with the one in front holding up the guiding flag. The best evidence of the love and attention paid to Japanese children by their entire society was their joyous behavior. I never once saw a Japanese child cry or misbehave in any way. Generally speaking, Japanese women, though rather thin and shapeless, impressed me as being uniquely beautiful, mature, and self-confident. Young Japanese men, on the other hand, seemed awkward, immature, and unsure of themselves until in their late 40s, when they suddenly metamorphosed into the most dignified of men. Contrary to Western impressions, Japanese women were far from being subservient. Although a wife would always defer to her husband and never do or say anything to embarrass him publicly, it was well understood that she was responsible for managing everything at home. This is not to say that husbands were kept on short leashes by any means. Frequent nights out with the boys at the bars and clubs were condoned. These occasions were often amusing to observe, since Japanese men do not hold their liquor well at all and tend to behave like silly little children, but always in good humor. In other words, social roles were well defined and cheerfully accepted. Free of Western religious constraints or guilt about an original sin, Japanese women took genuinely innocent interest in being knowledgeable about sex and pleasing men. Geishas, of course, are the most refined traditional example of this, though most Westerners have misconceptions about their lifetime profession. Webster, for example, defines geisha as a Japanese professional singing and dancing girl. That definition falls so far short of being adequate that I will elaborate later. But the point for now is that geishas were universally considered by young women, as well as men, to be the epitome of Japanese feminine role models.
Okay, enough for the tour guide preamble. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Again, what was it like in downtown Yokosuka?
Patience, Mike, I'm getting to that. A typical evening ashore began with happy hour at the Officers Club bar, followed by a steak dinner in the club dining room, followed by more happy hour to the evening's conclusion, but more often by a short walk to town. The first stop was usually the hot-sea baths. This was particularly good sport with a young aviator in tow on his first Japan visit, because of the public nudity in front of fellow aviators and young girls in halters and short shorts. Some nuggets who heard stories in advance were very difficult to persuade. The routine at the baths was to disrobe and enter a large, brightly lit, white-tiled room with the teenage girls laughing and jabbering away in Japanese. Because it was said that the girls identified naval aviators by their big watches and little dicks, it was natural to assume that the girls were laughing at you, which of course added to the embarrassing shrinkage effect. After some time in the Turkish bath sweating it out, a designated girl directed you to a wooden three-legged stool, about 6 inches high, right in the middle of the room, in front of everyone. Imagine yourself sitting stark naked on a 6-inch stool in front of everyone, trying to look dignified with your knees at eye level, and then having a bucket of hot water dumped all over you, followed by having this scantily dressed, very young girl vigorously scrubbing you all over with a soapy washcloth. Ah, such a humiliating initiation of an innocent fellow aviator into the ways of the exotic Orient was exquisite to observe, Mike. After the scrub down and another bucket dousing rinse off came the hot tub with your buddies, which was about 10 feet square, 5 feet high, and filled to overrunning scalding hot water, only 1/10 of a degree cooler than causing third-degree burns. Then, about the time you begin to hope you might survive the searing heat, your girl leads you down the hall to her private room for a full body massage, which included walking on your back in her bare feet. This could be a difficult experience if you were nervous or ticklish. But these girls knew their business, and there was no grab-ass involved. The whole experience took only about an hour, but when you stepped out into the cold night, with all the nicotine and alcohol sweat out of you, all your muscles totally relaxed, and your skin tingling pink, you were as close as you'd ever get to being a new man again. Now at last, you were well primed for the bars and nightclubs.
Sounds like a perfect start to a night on the town. Except if you were a determined straight arrow.
Yes, true. Well, I was counting on the strength of numbers by being with a group of friends to keep me walking the line. But little did I know what I was getting into. Not surprisingly, there were many typical small, grungy bars on Thieves' Alley, with brightly lit signs, loud music, and girls in the doorway. One I recall was the Bar Monroe, which advertised that all the girls have at least 34-inch busts, huge by Japanese standards then. The girls were mostly gorgeous, highly made up and beautifully dressed in low-cut silk gowns, but not at all offensive. Thanks to advanced cosmetic surgery, most of them had their noses and eyes westernized, plus their boobs and butts enhanced. It wasn't easy to judge their age, but in a good light there were signs that some of these girls were probably veterans in their 40s. In fact, years later I saw one or two who did not look a day older. The custom at all the establishments was that the managing mama-san did the matchmaking. You simply took a seat, and the selected young lady sat down next to you. Amazingly, regardless of how casual your acquaintance was, every time you returned to that bar, months later or even the next cruise, the same girl joined you, because there was a strong prohibition against butterflies, men who went from flower to flower, even at a different bar in town. About every 15 or 20 minutes, the girls were automatically served a small drink, probably tea, which cost about $1. Most of the bars had a small, dark dance floor with slow music. Though language was a partial barrier, the girls were skilled at small talk and charming little games. There was no aggressive come-on at all, because that's all there was to it. The girls worked at the bars for drinks, period. Sex was not for sale. The girls were on their own if they went home with a customer. If all went well, she temporarily quit the bar, and you played house while you were in town, with never any suggestion of compensation. Though the custom was that on the last night, you left whatever you could afford in a discreet place she would find later. All in all, Mike, it was a great system, every bit as respectable, if not more so, than dating in the States, with added big pluses. As with the tradition of geishas, there were no expectations, demands, guilt trips, or fear of pregnancy. None of these women were into it for love, romance, marriage, or clinging emotional dependence. In fact, these ladies were so honest, practical, and independent that it was sometimes disarming.
So, are you saying that you failed at walking the line right away?
No, but the birds were gathering overhead. It was actually the nature of the culture that helped. Since sex was not for sale and the girls were on their own in their private lives, it was quite possible to enjoy the evening in a girl's company without going home with her. The first time I nearly went astray was when I got overheated dancing with a lovely girl, but when she subtly indicated an interest in me, I blurted out that I was married. I felt like the greenest aviator who ever wore wings.
How did it happen then, that a bird finally managed to nest in your hair?
I'm getting to that. Besides the bars, there were two other establishments. One was a full-blown, 5-star, 40s-style nightclub with a revolving lit dance floor and revolving bandstand, featuring 3 14-piece bands with sequin-gowned singers featuring 40s favorites. Since there is no L sound in the Japanese language, it was quite amusing to listen to a lovely girl sing "Rove me" or "Reeve me" or "Ret me be ronery." I can't bereave that you rove me onry. A girl I met there let me know up front that she had a boyfriend. The other place had been the Wartime Japanese Navy Officers Club. It was unusual in that it was very quiet and informal. There was a record player and an impressive collection of music. If you wanted to hear something, you put it on the turntable yourself. You were allowed to bring your own bottle and charged only for setups. You put your name on the bottle and they kept it for you. When you left, they marked the level remaining, and it was there waiting for you the next time you were in port. They served meals in small, private Japanese-style rooms. There were private hot tubs and bedrooms upstairs. If you wanted company, you had to request it, but extracurricular activities were for a price here. I remained on the straight and narrow for most of the cruise, but then Providence has other plans.
Providence in the person of Jean, Captain.
Judge for yourself as we go through these many stories, Mike. Our detachment have been flown off for temporary shore basing at Naval Air Station Atsugi. One day, a group of us went shopping in the Yokohama Art District, where I bought two famous woodcut prints by Hokusai, Fuji over Lightning and Great Wave off Kanagawa. Our boss, Marvin, knew of a good restaurant on the outskirts, so we decided to have dinner there. We stayed on afterward for a few drinks and were joined by girls. This was altogether different from the bars and clubs in Yokosuka. The atmosphere was more of a neighborhood restaurant than a bar. The girls were not gowned, overdressed, or cosmetically altered, and seemed to be just pleasant, typical local girls. My companion, Omiko, seemed quite innocent. She was very thin, plain, and in her 30s. She spoke little English, but there was a special quality about her I found attractive, perhaps because she laughed so honestly when I asked if this was her first time in Japan, the usual first question I got from the bar girls. It was late when we left the restaurant, so I offered to walk Omiko home, and she accepted. I had no other intentions or expectations. Her home was a small, typical bamboo and rice paper house with matted floors and sliding wall panels, which permitted rooms to be sized for different functions. Furnishings were Japanese style, that is, almost no furniture at all, except a low, oversized coffee table. Chairs were large pillows called futons, kept in closets, as were the beds. Between the kitchen and bathroom was a hot tub. It became clear that Omiko had misunderstood my intentions when she unrolled the bed. I started to explain, but backed off when I saw that she was hurt and embarrassed. Even though I was totally unprepared emotionally, I was to spend the night, play it by ear, and hope for the best. It wasn't easy, Mike, believe me. It was only when she was in tears that I relented. It turned out that Omiko had baggage of her own. She was married to a Japanese man who had recently divorced her, virtually unheard of to my knowledge. Consequently, Omiko felt very rejected, inferior, and unsure of herself. It was time for me to face up positively to the inevitability, so we regrouped and proceeded slowly. For the next week, I left her house only once to go to the nearby Army Post Exchange for supplies. We spent a lot of time in bed and her hot tub. It was a wonderful mutual experience for both of us at a needed time in our lives. That fork in the road was behind me without guilt or harm done. So let's stop there and call it a night, okay?
Sure, but wouldn't it have been even better if you had shared that experience with Oholi instead of a stranger halfway around the world?
Yes, Mike, but that did not seem possible for us for a variety of reasons. As my grandpa said, it takes two to tango. I'll see you at breakfast. Good night.